Hello gamers, welcome to Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Fall 2025. I'm Legday, joined by the wonderful Kenobi, and today we've got so many fantastic matches to bring you. But Kenobi, before we go into our matches, we have two separate kinds of competition today that we need to split up. We have our Open and we have our Varsity, and those differ.
Yeah, we have a lot of great Overwatch, like you mentioned, and it is going to be split right down the middle. So 2 series at the top, 2 series at the back end of the day. The Open, the accessible Open format that we have here, eligible for pretty much like anyone if you want to get like probably your friends at your university and get in and see what you can do and make something happen in that bracket format. You definitely can. It's the hub for a lot of those club programs. So that's where we're going to be starting things off today in that Open. And then you have the Varsity League, which is where a lot of it comes down to. These are the the universities have opted in for a lot of resources into that esports program. So they're going to be in an official LAN center at the university playing together. There's a lot of that in-person play that really makes it interesting to see kind of how these teams operate, and student certified through NACE eligibility. So it is really interesting kind that we have these two brackets. We will be seeing some, teams double dip, obviously, but I think it is kind of cool to see the difference between the Open format and the Varsity format all in one day. And the brackets that we've had in the past leg day and last weekend have been shaping up to give us some really great matches.
Yeah, Open and fair competition definitely being prioritized here between Open and Varsity. And the brackets have been absolute bangers thus far, including so many names that you guys may know from other places in the Overwatch esports ecosystem. And it's been really heartening to see Collegiate really start to get integrated into the North American competitive scene here in Overwatch, allowing these pro players with their bright futures both in gaming to be able to get an education alongside it as well, and have these really sustainable places where they can keep playing.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things about Collegiate, now that we have it back, is that it kind of like draws from everywhere that's like in the Overwatch ecosystem right now in esports. You have your Calling All Heroes, you have your OWCS, you have your Face It League as well. Like, it comes from pretty much everywhere right now, and you get all of it coalesced into this really good competition that we have between a lot of these colleges. And you're right, furthering your education and doing that is a really great avenue for a lot of these players.
Okay, let's have a look at our schedule to see what's coming up today. We have 4 first to 3 matches for you, so it is going to be an absolute banger of a day. St. Clair College versus Fisher College to start off, and then Winthrop University versus Illinois State. Those are going to be your Open games.
Yeah, and then we have St. Clair College, Bellevue University, so the third one, and then Illinois State University versus Cumberland University to round things up. So a little bit of that double dipping like I was talking about. I think we talked about it last week on broadcast when I was here with Paul, that it's definitely possible that we just have ISU versus St. Clair College twice in one day. So yeah, 2 like back-to-back best of 7s. I think that's actually what St. Clair, when we talked to their coach, was talking about, where, yeah, that's what we want. But we can take a look at how these teams ended up in these positions. We are in that semifinal part of the bracket here. So that is, and we are not in a double elimination format. It is single elimination. So a lot to play for all of these teams in that one and done scenario.
Let's have a look at our brackets as well to see how our teams got here today. It has been a hard-won bracket for so many of these teams, but we've also had a lot of 3-0s as the best teams really start to cement themselves in the top echelons of the Open Collegiate community.
Yeah, and I think if you were to poll a lot of people going into this tournament, I think this is the top 4 that would be expected to get to that grand finals and then eventually win out our season of Overwatch Collegiate from the Open side at Homecoming. Winthrop University versus ISU, it's like been this bubbling rivalry. I think we asked both of the teams, who do you want to play most in bracket? And both of them said each other. So they definitely are teams that want to face off. And then St. Clair and Fisher, 2 teams that have always been kind of on the rise in Collegiate, going to be going up against one of the big boys in that grand final.
As we look at how Varsity played out on the bracket side, allowing us to take a dip in. And once again, ISU very much making themselves known here, dropping 1 map so far earlier on in the bracket. On the other side, St. Clair College, they have been coming up absolutely steamrolling 3-0s on both of their matches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think when you kind of look at throughout Varsity and through Open, it seems like ISU might be the team to be in terms of how well they perform. And I mean, this team has had a very long and storied history in Overwatch Collegiate, always finding a way to reinvent themselves throughout any roster changes that they have. They always just seem to be there at the top, no matter what, in those final 4 spots. And then St. Clair is a team that I've been watching for a really long time in the collegiate system, and, started out being this middling, kind of like 8 to 16, and then it would like kind of always get like every tournament they get like a little bit better, and this kind of feels like the final evolution of this team getting so far in a bracket and potentially being the second best team in collegiate.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago casting a different game, collegiate program SCC. They were about like 8 to 16 bracket, like you talked about, and they have been consistently iterating on their collegiate program at the college and really attracting some of the best talent that's interested in the collegiate space as well.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of one of the things that's really cool about the collegiate system in general is that you can have these teams that, because you're at the university for a long time for a lot of these players, you can have those those story arcs going forward. But one of the other things that we have on broadcast day, leg day, I'm sure chat's going to be really happy about this, viewer incentives. Of course, they love it. It's only going to take 2 hours to get the lo-fi at the end. I mean, that's like one of the best name cards I think I've seen right there, like that. I mean, and then you get the pub cup as well. Like, I mean, it's just
the pub cup. Oh, the pub cup is great, and some battle pass tier skips as well. And I believe that Lifeweaver lo-fi might be a player icon, which you can deck out your entire profile with some lo-fi.
Just go full lo-fi. Go full lo-fi.
Just be chill. Lo-fi beats to dominate collegiate brackets too,
Exactly, and it only takes those 2 hours. So get in here, get all your friends if they want some of those. Want some of these fantastic drops that we have for you today on November 15th. And also remember, tomorrow they will be different. So another reason to come back tomorrow, but we will keep that under wraps. A little bit of secret. So you're gonna have to come back tomorrow and see what that is.
You got to be like a boomerang when you close the tab at the end of a broadcast. You got to come back. Otherwise, you won't have a full set of Overwatch Collegiate viewership rewards, and all of your friends will make fun of you, and you'll be ostracized from your community. I don't make the rules.
Is it going to go that deep?
It might.
Hopefully it's not going to go that deep. I mean, you're getting fully ostracized. You're getting banished from your Overwatch community and the Discord. You're just banned. You can't go back. You don't have anything.
No lo-fi banner? Well, I know a bunch of people who are going to have that lo-fi banner. Let's have a quick look at our first roster here, because these collegiate players, you better believe they are getting the incentives in St. Clair, Kenobi.
Yeah, this team has been really, really fantastic so far. We saw them last week in the bracket, and the meta, it has shifted a little bit because of the patch that we had recently. Mauga has been the beneficiary of do nothing and win, essentially, in a lot of what we've seen with the nerfs that we've had to the other tanks. Most likely, but I still think this team is very good in terms of like being able to cover a lot of the hero pool. Razor out from the forest, still very good. I've been watching. I think me and you have probably watched Razor for a very long time. We're very familiar with Razor, and Razor still got it in the bag. Unk can still, hang with the best of them, but I think Tread is someone who I have been very impressed with as growth of a player. Coming into this roster. From the UK, I think has been one of the best tanks that we've had in North America.
The UK continues to just export tank players. It's our primary export these days. And you're right. You and I have known Razor for the longest time. I did some pugs with my stream community back when Echo released, and Razor was in those. So Razor has been competing at the top 4 a while. Razor must be in like one of the final years of their university run now.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, like I said, Unk still got hands. It still works pretty good for Razor there. But we can go to our next team here off the back end of this one, which I believe is going to be Fisher University. Another team who has just, kind of continuously been at this like top 4 level. They never really, they had one moment a couple of years ago where they like made that final step to get to the finals. The team was a little bit different, but I mean, you still have a lot of great players on this team. I mean, Hydron is someone that I think a lot of people will know coming into this, has been a very prolific DPS, used to play for ISU, was on that American Tornado Corps, was in Overwatch League, very, very strong. Iron is someone who I am also very, very fond of as being one of the smartest tank players I think that exists in Overwatch, just being able to kind of, use their insane game sense to be able to maneuver that tank around very effectively. Plays like much more of the off tanks that we used to have back when we had 2 tanks, but I think it's slowly grown into being able to have a pretty significant hero pool.
Yeah, my old head knowledge of Iron from the ancient contenders days of yore very much had them classified as a kind of off tank player. They had a good diva, they had a great Sigma. Maneuvers were very important back then. Still is now. In fact, it's more important when you're solo tanking. But that was during the era where, like, no matter what went wrong in the fight, you blame the D.Va. You know, like my supports died, D.Va should have been peeling, and no matter what happens, it's the D.Va's fault somehow. Let's have a look at all the maps that we're going to be seeing today in our map pool, because that'll give us some insight into maybe what tank choices will come out from our rosters.
Yeah, and again, I think that it's, you know, there have been some Overwatch tournaments that have been playing recently in Korea, and I think a lot of, like, Mauga has seen a big resurgence lately in terms of priority, just because, you know, of the nerfs that we saw. You know, Hazard was being played last week, and now that you can, you know, shoot him in the head when he's using his defensive, it's a little bit harder to pilot that hero very effectively. So a lot of the other tanks have risen in priority. I think they'll probably still see some D.Va. Ram seems like very popular as well. So I think that we're moving towards more of a brawl centric style, and ban phase I think is going to be a pretty big deal, because there are some certain, like, key things that you need to play certain heroes, and if those are banned, like I think we saw last week where, you know, a team tried to play Zarya without Lucio, and it looked like it was just a miserable experience, and surprise, surprise, they didn't win. So I think that ban is going to be incredibly important, and I think that there are maps here that, you know, do favor maybe some more divey compositions, but I think that for the most part, if they are going to be trending towards more of this, like, brawly style, I think we're going to be looking for that in the map picks as well.
Yeah, high priority bans here. Definitely going to be the Lucio, the Mauga, the Ramatra, depending on what kind of style your team wants to play. And of course, we may see some preemptive protects as well from teams that get the first ban to try and stop a particular class of hero from being counterbanned against.
Yeah, I think that's going to be definitely. I feel like tank is, like, going to be the super, like, focal point for a lot of these matchups, just because of the fact that the tank pool has been changed so significantly with the recent patch that we had and with the nerfs that there were, that I think that there is that ability for other tanks to come in and be available to them. As we do have our first map going into this series, leg day is going to be, I believe, okay, Nepal is where we're going to start things off. So this is where we started things off a lot last week as well. So seems like a favorable map. And it's also an interesting map when it comes to the different types of sub maps that we have, as the first ban is Baptiste taken off the field.
Okay, but being taken off the field also functions as a Lucio protect here. I'm very gladdened to see Nepal. They hate playing this map over in Korea. I was casting some enemies here, Asia with Avril. They never play Nepal. I feel like it's been yonks since I've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that's so interesting, because you have, like, I think that it changes very much in terms of, like, what map. Like, there are some more brawly maps, there are some more open maps. You know, Hammond is still, I think, valuable on a couple of maps like this, and, you know, I think one of the things about Hammond that's interesting is that you have to really be an effective Hammond player to play Hammond. It's not one of those heroes that you can just pick up in the middle. Like, it's not like Ramatra. I'm saying Ramatra's not that skilled to play compared to Hammond. I'll go ahead and say it. The Ramatra stands can get mad at me, but it definitely is not something you can just take and just win a series with. You have to be good at it. So I think that this is going to be an interesting map to kind of give us a little appetizer as to what the tank matchup is going to look like, especially because there were no tank bans, and that gives us a little bit more versatility in terms of what we can see.
Kenobi and I hiding under the floorboards as the Ramatra stands stomp around looking for us.
Are there any though? Like, does that exist? Is that a thing?
Honestly,
like,
it's kind of me. Like, I don't think that Ramatra is particularly complicated, but I do love him.
I like him too. It's just like, I don't know if there's, like, you know, it's not like I said something bad about Mercy or anything. I said something bad about Ramatra.
Why would you even evoke such an idea? A Farah battle on the other side.
I love Mercy. I love Mercy. Love Mercy. Mercy's the best. Love Mercy.
You will love Mercy, and you will enjoy loving Mercy as we head into map number 1 of potentially 20 today, Kenobi. We are in for the long haul, but with Overwatch Collegiate having so much talent in it, we need to give spotlights to everybody to show just how much talent there is in this scene.
Yeah, and I hope there's a lot of bangers, because you mentioned in the bracket there are a lot of 3-0s that were coming along, and hopefully, like, as the bracket starts to narrow down a little bit into the final 4 that we have on both these sides, the matches do become a little bit closer, and we get those bangers. You know, it is only 2 hours to get those drops, but I want everyone here to experience some really great collegiate Overwatch.
And I want everyone to experience some great financial game as well. As we head on over into our spawn room. I thought there was going to be a sponsor bug.
Hey, you know what? I like that you were prepped for it. See,
yeah,
that's a professional.
I was prepped for it.
That's professional in you. I thought you there it is. There it is.
There it is, baby. In Touch Credit Union can't boost your KD ratio, but we can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn even more. Federally insured by the NCUA.
So we're starting things off here. I mean, Sojourn is going to be played. Hydron also going to be on the Ashe. So these were kind of the two DPS, the hit scans that got a little bit of love in the recent patch notes. So we're seeing those to start things off here. And, you know, Ashe does offer a little bit more of that sustained damage, but you get that one-shot potential with the Sojourn. So that's really what I'm going to be looking out for when it comes to this battle of the long-range hit scans.
Yeah, recent changes to that drop-off really does mean that Hydron does have a reasonable engagement range here, and that's going to hold the Tracer in a little bit of peril. Going to be some early plays towards the point here coming through from Fisher, but Hydron doesn't want to give up too much of his position. As for Suzu burn, that could actually be a little bit of vulnerability for the remainder of the team here, as Irons are not going to have access to either the invulnerability or the cleanse, but of course can cleanse themselves using the bubble, and Hydron has to give away that space, so it's an easy first cap here for St. Clair, even with Razor catching a bit of poke.
Going to start picking up his percentage here on St. Clair's side. You're going to have to keep an eye out for these support ultimates. You can see Kiwi relatively ahead in terms of that Consumer Rush, so that might be something that could break this fight open, and Fisher could get an engagement.
Kiwi just playing from the back, 80% away towards that Kitsune Rush with Razor going down. Contesting the point is going to be a little bit more difficult for St. Clair. They have to decide if they want to try and make a move to try and contest it. Tread has all of the energy in the world, but not a huge amount of health. For Suzu, the bubble all invested here to try and keep Tread up, and the rewards are being paid. That much is for certain. Grapes beamed on down, and more Tread dodges away. Not brave enough to try and make a crossing for the health back against both Kiwi and the Ashe. Tread will be able to take out Talisman as their consolation prize, while Razor's done a little bit of trolling on the objective, unable to flip it over, so now it isn't really in their favor.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the other things the Ashe does offer a little bit better against something like the Tracer, where you do have that potential. Like, one headshot just takes Tracer down to basically no health, and then it's going to force out recall, which you saw in that team fight. So it's going to make Razor's life a little bit more difficult, having to not only deal with the other Tracer, but also that potential of the Ashe damage.
Iron and Tread both having been reset here. It means they both need to build up towards their energy. No defending Xayah advantage, because the bomb's ready to go. For now, it could be used for defensive property. Out comes the Graviton Surge. Iron is going to be held with him. The healing's not enough. Tread just burns through them. Now with 100 energy, things start to get a bit complicated. If you're the defenders, how do you move away from this? Xayah maybe trying to boot them away could have been the right idea. Indeed, extra shielding could be everything. Grapes re-engages. What a snapback coming through from Fisher. Even while losing their tank, they managed to play the positions well and work off the back of a sound barrier.
Yeah, extremely composed, and right now it feels like Hydron's playing a PvE right now. There's not really anyone being able to get onto Hydron because of how effective the range is of this Ashe at the current moment, and the ultimate economy still looks pretty good for Fisher right here with this Graviton Surge.
Yeah, Graviton Surge could be everything. Iron wants to make sure the remainder of the team can get in onto it safely, though. Pathing through a choke to try and follow up on a Graviton Surge could be less than ideal, but still we're going to go in for it. Talisman sticks Alex. Tread caught within once again, but the Mega Pack is still up, and Razor continues to just play around the outside on the point, dragging back Talisman's attention again and again. Could be two players going for me. You only need one, though. Hydron's still got the old man hands, but I remember from the days of yore, and Redex takes down Talisman. Has to be a wild dash for the point, but it's already been capped, and Fisher walk away with the first submap of Nepal.
And you could see kind of how freely Talisman was able to play on that Tracer, like a breath of fresh air, because Razor, every time I'm looking at Razor's health bar, it's always getting dinked down to just like 10 health, 20 health, always having to use that recall. Didn't even get to use the pulse bomb throughout any of that because of the fact that this Ashe was just doing such a good job of marking it. Because if you're Razor, you're essentially playing like a 1v2. You not only have to deal with the other Tracer on the other team, but you also have to deal with Kiriko headshot. You have to deal with Ashe headshot. It's a lot to ask from someone like Razor, who's still got the hands like I was talking about, but even, I mean, it would take me a long time. Half-Life 3 is going to be out by the time I could play Tracer any good as Razor. So I think for someone like that caliber, not having to use a pulse bomb in a team fight, that's dastardly.
Hydron already claiming the high ground here, and it's been given away by Alex, which may prove a fatal mistake. Still, Burrito is going to come through, courtesy of Tread with all of that energy behind them. Race looking to move in onto Hydron. Tread's there with the mortar from downtown, and Alex finally gets the stab in from the other side. It was a bait to move St. Clair forward. As Fisher, they just went a touch too far. St. Clair played it well.
Yeah, Fisher went super aggressive off the rip. I mean, Hydron even used the dash to get into an aggressive position, but it all fell apart for Fisher in that engagement, and now it's St. Clair who have advantage, who are going to be able to play maybe a little bit easier with Razor on this Tracer now that there is the threat of that Ashe, but now it's just mano-y-mano with those Sojourns.
Alex doing their best to dodge away. Already used for dash now. Could be chased down by a less mobile player, but I'm not sure if Fisher really wants to try and commit to this one for now. Alex with only 5 energy, though, could be the most assassinatable that a Sojourn has ever been. Talus moves in towards the back, sees Alex, wants Alex, but there's still so much peel coming through. 2 supports being alive, the healing's more than ready. Grapes going down as well means that the remainder of Fisher are going to be feeling particularly immobile as their Spotify playlist is nixed.
Yeah, Tread right now is feeling really strong as this Zarya, being able to stay at high charge relatively the entire time. Junior is going to come out, though.
That's extra firing rate. A lot of space control into the grab, though. Tread was more than ready to try and catch it. Hydron's down. Talisman, too. Tread's going to be punished for all this. The damage may already have been done. Alex needs to get something off the other side. It needs to be the hero Tracer play coming through. Only 2 players caught here by the sound barrier, but Razor's got more than enough on the off angle. I beg your pardon. It was so many caught by the sound barrier as Razor comes around the other side to catch the wave.
That was such an absurd Graviton surge from Tread, just waiting for the perfect moment. Waited until the first Suzu came out and then used it. Then the other secondary Suzu wasn't going to matter with all the incoming damage with how highly charged Tread was. And 65% in taking leg day. This is looking like last fight territory, and all they have is Talisman with this Pulse Bomb. Can they make another miracle happen?
Do you have that zest in you? Can you force the recall and go for Tracer versus Tracer stick? I'd love to see it just for the showmanship here, but Talisman for now calls in the reinforcements. Iron's there behind, and they begin to work the margins. The peripheries are found. The Kitsune rushes used to claim all of his space, but it's a smart disengage here from Fisher. It looks like we're not going to lose anyone for their efforts either.
Yeah, not feeling great that you also have to recall during a Kitsune rush. You don't have that ability, but here comes the overclock. Can Alex find any picks?
150 energy per shot as well. It's going to make it very bursty as Iron has found out to their peril. But disengage is good as Hydron softened up and Malucio's there with a finish around the outside. Talisman finally gets the stick that they were looking for, but no one can touch. And it's 1-1, so close between these titans of Collegiate.
Yeah, really good macro from St. Clair. I mean, all together right there. Yeah, the Kitsune Rush is like one where if I'm being like super nitpicky, wasn't my favorite usage of that. But I mean, the Graviton Surge from Tread in that one fight against that Kitsune Rush, probably the thing that completely turned the map in their favor. They look so much better when there isn't something like a very hard hit scan on the other side, like the Ash, like, I mean, the Cassidy Spring brought to the table right now, which I like on a map like this where you do have a little more of that brawl potential, but still going to make Razor's life very difficult if they continue to stay on this Tracer, which I think, like, based on the fact that they're both on Symmetra and Spawn and they're just going to TP them out, then we're going to triple flank in. Probably what we're going to be seeing.
All right, TPing out once again. Both teams emphasizing speed and positioning for the opening fight.
First potential, again, look at Hydron and look at where they're going to be going with their shots. Are they going to be trying to check Razor a little bit more? Are they just going to be trying to continuously win that tank battle? Because Tread has been very, very effective on this front line and might need to be put down a little bit more pressure on them.
Hydron is a ridiculous flick scan talent. Those who remember the old days, used to be the Widowmaker one trick for their team. The one they'd call in. Oh, and there he is. John Flickscan has arrived, and Soax has found that out the hard way. However, with this positioning on the point already established by St. Clair, you need Iron to help you try and break in, and Hydron doesn't quite have the range here to really effectively duel against the Sojourn. Instead of having to focus in on the tank, get some real damage onto that Zarya. Feels like St. Clair in a commanding position when it comes to their control of the point, yet to really get the full conversion, though. Tread is audacious and trades their own life for it, but the damage is enough that Alex can continue to move over onto that tank. And Alex is always the closer here. The comms are fantastic.
I mean, still going back and forth, though. Very colorful kill feed that we have at the current moment, but it's all St. Clair at the very end of it. And this is one of the things about these types of fights where it's like the longer it goes, the more chances you give for a Sojourn rail shot to hit. Eventually, with someone the skill of Alex, it will find pay there, and that's exactly what happened in that team fight. Now Razor coming in, Pulse Bomb at the ready is going to be the next closest ultimate. But the support ult is also very in favor of St. Clair here.
Maybe looking out for that Suzu. Doesn't want to try and nullify the stick. Hydron in sight right now. Quick blink away, avoiding the incoming flashbang. Razor, already is lost out on Hydron. Alex managed to get that one with the overclock. Still a huge amount of energy ready to be used on the railgun, and Alex is absolutely dominating. And while they will fall, a Viking funeral will burn high and mighty on the pyre as Tread, even still it's going to be the Suzu. Untracked cooldown and untracked Red X.
Yeah, I mean, full credit for Talisman. Talisman has hit every single Pulse Bomb this map so far, but that one gets cleansed very nicely by a Suzu from Redix. Expensive fight for St. Clair, but they do still have that sound barrier potentially from Soax relatively soon. Also, Graviton Surge, so both these teams most likely going to throw those out and see if the sound barrier can blanket them through the damage.
Razor plays the periphery. Gets caught within the grab. Everyone up close and personal. Perfectly timed. Suzu once again. The timing's unreal there from Kiwi. Now Race has got to build up to yet another one, but Iron's already fallen on down. The healing's not going to be there to try and make sure that everyone's healthy to try and keep this one contested. St. Clair already up to 84%. And now it's Race around the back, tracking down their foes. The Predator has found their prey, and they're stalking through the jungles of Nepal. And that's going to be 91%.
Yeah, now it's just desperation tactics here. Can you even get anyone onto this point? Talisman just respawned, no switch over to something like the Wrecking Ball, and at 98%, I think that's going to do it, Legs.
This one's cooked, Kenobi. St. Clair going to be walking away with Nepal.
And I really like that St. Clair kind of made an adjustment in those last 2 rounds. They looked very much so more convincing than that first one, where there was a lot more back and forth. Hydron's going to get play of the game on Ashe, where, I mean, this Ashe looked phenomenal on our first sub map that we saw, but I think that, you know, when we went over to that Sojourn, when it went over to the Cassie, it didn't look as brutal. And also full credit to St. Clair for understanding that, yeah, Hydron's going to be one of the main key factors of this team. If we can just find a way to negate his value, not necessarily by like taking him down or just, but like putting pressure on him. If he's not in the kill feed on his side, then that's going to be great for us. Alex is going to be able to get a lot of value with the Sojourn, continuously ramp and find a way to find those shots. So I think that was really good mid-map adaptation from this St. Clair roster, understanding what the, you know, where the bread was buttered on the other side for Fisher.
I mean, Alex understood the assignment. Like, you can play the Ashe, you can play the Cassidy, you can play the Sojourn, you can play the Widowmaker, but in the end, all you need is Sojourn. And Alex has been putting in the hours. Getting the 150 charge perk on the rail shots as well definitely seemed to be a huge turning point in some of these critical fights, to allow chunking onto those Zaryas in the brief windows you have where a shield isn't available, to sometimes not getting the finishing blow onto a Zarya, but just making sure that they're easily enough taken down by someone like a Lucio, being able to follow up. That's what we saw at the end of a second stage of Nepal. We saw a couple of those headshots go through onto the Zarya, and then the Lucio went in for a follow-up. Yeah,
I mean, or even like, you know, pushing the Zarya back just in general, because I think we saw one of those fights where it's like, I think, you know, Tread pushed in so aggressively onto Hydron, traded their life for it, but it didn't really matter because in the grand scheme of things, the other Zarya was just so low that they would be able to finish it off eventually, like you mentioned. So I think that the burst potential of Sojourn seems slightly problematic. Like, hey, I don't know, that hero, whenever that hero is in a position like this and I see this type of gameplay, I'm like, oh no, I've seen this story before. Like, I've been around enough to see when Sojourns are at this level, it's going to be something that can completely change the direction of any team fight that we see with that rail shot.
Yeah, like, the burst is crazy. I think it's time to buff Disruptor Shot again. If I were in charge, like, if I was in charge of YouTube Rewind, I would have another 7 more billion buffs for my girl Sojourn. She's not strong enough yet.
Yeah, I think we need to put reset on her dash. What about that? What are your thoughts on that?
Now you're cooking. Ooh, now you are cooking.
I got the Ram fans mad, but the Sojourns fans, I'm getting them back on my side right now, and that's, you know, I gotta play my population game.
Kenobi, the negotiator. For sure, going to be trying to bring this back to their controls. They do get to choose where we head next. I assume we're doing any game modes.
Yes.
They can choose. So they have a wide gamut of maps and possibilities to decide where we will be going for map number 2, as well as having access to that first ban. Old head alert.
I mean, King's Row, I mean, it's always interesting. I was talking about this last week with Paul. Does it really count as like as like a map advantage when you play King's Row? Because it feels like everyone knows this map. Like, if you've been playing Overwatch for as long as these players have been for the most part, everyone knows this map like inside and out for sure.
Yeah, this is very much... Second ban here going over onto Hanzo is interesting. We have seen some Hanzos used to break through first point just by finding those... Eventually, if you're a player this good, you're going to hit that nat 20 roll, you know? Like, you've got some significant bonuses to your rolls, and if you keep rolling the dice, you keep having that time, you're going to hit one eventually.
I do like the Kiri ban as well, because Kiri did seem incredibly important in the last series that we had, or in the last map that we had, where those Suzus in graviton surges in to deal with pulse bombs, things like that. Kiri seems very strong at the current moment, which makes sense especially if Sojourn's also meta. Feels like those two usually rise to the top at the similar time. Those are not the bans that we have right now. It is, I believe, I'm assuming Fisher was the one who banned the Kiriko at this point.
Fisher did ban. Yes, Fisher did ban the Kiriko.
Yeah, Fisher banned the Kiriko.
A little bit flashbanged by Bap's handsomeness, you know.
Yeah,
I just want Bap to stare into my eyes. Is that so wrong?
It's not wrong. Bap is handsome. Bap is a handsome individual.
I'm sorry to have derailed your analysis point by talking about how much of a dreamboat Baptiste is. My bad, homie.
You couldn't stop by those eyes just staring into your soul, and you're like, I felt the flame rise inside me, you know.
My soul is alight.
Kenobi, your analysis does not matter. I am looking at Baptiste right now.
Step aside, Colorcaster.
Yeah, Colorcaster does not matter. Baptiste is on the screen. Silence for a second. Actually, you know what? Let's take 30 seconds, or maybe like 15, because I don't know. Let's take 15 seconds in silence to admire Baptiste, chat. Okay, go.
Your Honor, I love him.
All right, welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone. King's Row on the horizon. I assume we're going to see some more Sojourn. And King's Row, of course, historically has been a huge map for Brawl. Not been a great map historically for Dive. First point, very much so, but sometimes you don't want to give up the ult economy of going for a tank swap heading into streets in the aftermath of a first point dive. You can see it a little bit necessary on third if we have something like an Ashe or a Widowmaker playing up on those high grounds and access to them is required, but usually it's going to be a DPS who tries to pivot over to something like a Genji to try and challenge that instead.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, kind of where we're going to, because I was thinking about, like, before we started, you know, what the tanks are going to look like in terms of what we see, because Zarya was played a lot last week, and I think Zarya is still relatively strong, even with the nerfs that we had on her coming in from this latest patch, and the rise, I think, of other tanks in the other side, but, like, maybe without the Kiriko, Zarya isn't able to be piloted as strongly. It looks like we're seeing... On the defense, Zarya is still going to be there. Is going to be also the Sojourn, like you mentioned, with that Genji being able to, you know, focus down and dash through some of those bursted down targets, get those resets effectively. Without the Kiriko, though, I do wonder, you know, where we're going to kind of have an Immortality Field as the secondary version of that. So Immortality Field is, for me, going to be that cooldown to really, really be looking at, because if it's forced out early, that gives a very obvious go button for the enemy team.
Some weird things about Baptiste on King's Row as well. Some of these doorways make for very inhospitable locations for the Immortality Field, where if it's on one side of a doorway and you're on the other side of a door, even if you think it does, like, the lowered, like, door frame can break LOS from Immortality Field to a protectee.
See these two teams just jockeying for position a little bit. I mean, with Sojourn is kind of how it's going to be going, as a 100 rail charge, and Alex has been so good with them before. You can find another target to be able to take down someone. Still looking, still poking and prodding.
Yeah, just poking and prodding around, not making too many early maneuvers. Yeah, out comes the first bubble. And you saw the attempt to try and collapse there onto Talisman. Iron falling low, desperately needs the healing. And as you said, with one cooldown you're going to be tracking is going to be that Immortality Field. It's gone now. This means that it's more difficult for Fisher to try and make their moves onto the point. Alex takes up the high ground, now has an open shooting gallery onto all who stand below. Halfway over towards the cap. Iron manages to take down Tread. They're using all of the energy. Even more usage here of the Immortality Field, and Fisher have to try and make a move. There's no more room for error when it comes to that capture percentage on the point. Razor taken down on the other side. Kiwi just chasing away all of these players. What an excellent fulcrum, a linchpin.
Yeah, and that secondary lamp that we saw was just a little bit too late to save Tread, which is really disastrous in terms of the macro, because now if you're Fisher, you're feeling great in terms of being able to cycle your ultimates. You look at how far ahead Iron is right now, 30% ahead of Tread on that Graviton Surge, so that's something that Sinclair's not going to have in their back pocket, and especially with an amp field. If you cycle these ultimates effectively from Fisher, you could definitely full hold this if you don't make any mistakes.
Well, here's the problem, though. They don't have another tick to give. They've got to fight directly in most of these fights. They can't afford to have another lengthy rotation, a little bit of subterfuge, and They plans and plans and plans. Out comes the Graviton Surge, and no amplification is required to try and cut through those who are caught within, or Talisman will be traded. The chase down might be coming, but Grapes knows it's a little bit too much to bite off.
Yeah, and I think this is a great decision from Fisher and from Iron specifically, use that Graviton Surge early, take out Tread, meaning that Tread isn't going to be here continuously poking down, getting that charge up, so it's more time that's taken off the clock, and more time that you can't get that Graviton Surge, as both Ant Matrixes are going to be used here, mano a mano. The deflect, you can't shoot the deflecting Genji! It's a cardinal sin leg day.
Oh, the cardinal sin. You fell for the classic blunder. Will Talisman do the same is the question. Going up against the Sojourner, camping out the health pack. I know exactly where you're going. I've played these games before, and so too have St. Clair taken this point before, as they'll be moving over onto streaks with a 4-minute time bank.
And I mean, I was saying that, this is looking full holdable if they don't make any mistakes, and unfortunately one just comes in right there. And look at this for St. Clair. They have all their DPS ultimates, they have the Graviton Surge as well. Nothing to deal with it on the other side, so Tread really has pick of the litter in terms of whenever they want to use this to try and continue through second.
Out comes the Graviton Surge. Only one player caught within. It's going to be Iron. Up comes the Immortality Field, but it does nothing in the face of this much damage. 100 charge and absolute abandon. Throwing caution to the wind. Hydra's going to try and turn it around. Has already got Alex. Are they using both of their damage ultimates? And yet they can't be burst on through. What a retake from Fisher. Who needs a tank?
That was so heads up from Fisher. They saw that they saw that Tread use both of the bubbles, and Immortality Field was gone. So they're just like, we can win this. We have the ability with the top-off potential of the overclock with Hydron and also Talisman with the blade. They bring it back, and this cart is in one of the worst positions to be held right now. This is very good for Fisher, but they do have to be worried about those DPS ultimates on the other side coming back to bite them.
Oh, no. Alex loses the ultimate. Hydron gets for Sojourn Diff. There's no other way to put it. That Disruptor Shot. 15 more billion more buffs for it. Plays Talisman around the outside, dash through by Razor. Perfect bubble usage, and the Immortality Field as well. Razor's gonna have to back off now, as they don't have a dash reset, nor do they have the sustainability to play against 100 charge on Azaya. A brand new Disruptor Shot to try and make the streets of London even more inhospitable than they already are in real life. And Soax just hangs out around the back. Still has some time until the Amp It Up is coming through. Oh my goodness, the absolute mugging with the amplification matrix. Did I just... Okay, it's fine. I misheard the call. Tread manages to take him down, and the cart's still rolling.
That was a disgusting flank leg day. I mean, the Ant Matrix into the rail shot just takes him down. Fisher, we're not expecting that at all whatsoever. Kiwi's not able to throw out anything, and now it looks like St. Clair are looking pretty to take second. They're going to have a hefty time bank, 3.5 minutes in their back pocket. There's going to be the Ant Matrix on the other side alongside a Graviton Surge, but if you're St. Clair, you're feeling great about going into third with the time bank you have.
Yeah, St. Clair feeling nice and confident here. Plenty of energy to work with here for Tread, and that's why they're going to be there. Well, work with the Immortality Field's nowhere near Tread. Redx chose their favorite. It was not their Zaya.
Yeah, that's one that in review, I think, that's one where Tread's just going to look over slowly.
Stare him in the eyes, Tread. Stare him in the eyes.
Yeah, just at wherever Red X is, and just be like, what happened there? You want to tell me what happened there?
What's the deal?
Yeah. Why did you choose that position in particular? But, I mean, it is a tricky position to be in right now because you have both the support ultimates on Fisher's side, and this time bank could get whittled down pretty effectively if they aren't going to be careful with the macro that's going to be coming from Fisher.
Hydron loves to just sit in lane here with their ultimate to play with. And we'll swap over now onto Adventure, certainly makes things a little bit more interesting. More healing onto Iron, even more resources being sent the way of Azaya. And now Hydron is just able to blast away with the rails. Guess who's over peaks into this one? Alex once again tries to make it work, but still with 4 members of St. Clair alive and kicking, going up after Adventure. They're taken down by Soax on the other side. A great 1-2 punch. Kiwi gets oversped onto by Velucio and can't escape the clutches of Tread, who gets traded out on the other side by Hydron, yes, but there's will be some car progress.
Yeah, Tread maybe goes a little bit too over-aggressive, because I think if Tread backs up here, you can probably just continue to hold, but now you have to forego all of that space that you gained from that team fight. Yes, you get a little bit of cart progress, but you would have liked to have kept that going and force out some other cooldowns. Now it's St. Clair who are going to try and regress with their own ultimates.
Amplification Matrix, double damage offered Sojourn, nothing to be sniffed at. This is going to buy even more cart progress. Alex has control of a high ground now. Going to be difficult to try and get them off of there, especially with Adventure already having used most of their utility. Razor going down is the perfect opening, and now with even more speed behind them, given over dutifully by Velucio. Fisher retake the space.
Now, that time bank that we had, that St. Clair had, where I was talking about 3.5 minutes, they were feeling nice about it, only dwindled down to a minute. The Venture goes in very aggressive from Talisman, not respecting the incoming damage.
Yeah, you gotta respect that, Zarya. She will just burn directly through you. Razor has for Dragon Blade ready to go. Looking towards Hydron. Out comes the grab, though. Only Tread's caught of him once again outside of the Immortality Field. Redex, let's get a quick look at that mouse, eh, buddy? Let's just on DPI a touch.
Yeah, this is... I don't want to...
Maybe they got grabbed out of the Immortality Field, you know?
Yeah. That's what we say as... Talisman just poking and prodding. 40 seconds left. This is looking like last fight territory here. Legs. Fisher do have some key ultimates here relatively soon. Talisman on the flank with the Tectonic Shock. Is checked out. This is a really good job from St. Clair to be able to check this and not let them get spooked on the flank again.
Mistakes on blast could be everything. 3 players hit by a single slash, and even more so now. Razor looks towards the back, but booped away, and with no dash reset, they can't really commit any further. Still, Alex is there for the finish on the other side, and guess what? The Venture still waiting in towards the back. Guys, I was planning an engagement here, and yet it's not going to happen. The Tectonic Shot might well go to waste. 5 seconds remain. The Graviton Surge keeps many players in behind the Amplification Matrix. Tread just dominates in 1.2 seconds. Those could be crucial, Kenobi.
Very crucial, like you mentioned. And what I mean, seriously great heads up play from St. Clair, because they saw Talisman was so far on the flank, like in a different zip code essentially, and then they said, okay, well, that's a lot of damage that's lacking. That's no Tectonic Shock. Let's just go. Let's be aggressive with our own Dragon Blade. They do exactly that. They secure those picks, and we saw Talisman's kind of just like, hey guys, where's everyone? I was set up for the greatest flank of all time, and my entire team's dead. What happened? And then the map just ends. Really good understanding of St. Clair, of their advantage that they had right there. And great job checking those side angles, because if a Tectonic Shot comes at you from the side, it's pretty much just an insta-kill on one of your backline members.
Yeah, Razor getting so much value as well, even if not finding the final blows off the back of that blade. Just taking 3 players low, slashing 3 at once when seeing them up in that close formation. I think managed to find one final blow, but honestly, at that point, the resource deficit in terms of health was too great to overcome when you were also looking at a fully charged Tread ready to try and finish things off.
Yeah, Genji Blade in the Year of Our Lord doesn't really get final blows. It's just you're swinging a broomstick around a lot of the time. Just give him
a tenderizer.
Yeah. We gotta. That's what we need. The Genji. Stop nerfing Genji. It's weird that we actually nerfed Genji in this patch, and he seems pretty good still, even with the projectile size difference. But maybe sometimes all you need is just that dash, that little dash to finish off the picks. So.
All right, this can be all about the rotations here on the defense. However, the Mei is going to complicate matters here. Razor's picking up an old haunt of his in the Mei, and this could be very brutal against Zarya, who will lack that overall mobility, unless of course they go for a perk for maybe a little bit more jump distance, hop over the wall with the right clicks. Razor already put back into the hotel, and it feels like right now St. Clair a little bit penned in. Fisher have taken their time to start getting this overall pressure on the point, that they haven't really been playing the objective very well, despite what they've managed to do in terms of negotiating these. Iron can't afford to fall, and so the healing comes their way. Hydron from their commanding angle is able to just pick players off one by one. Immortality Field has already been spent, gone like tears in the rain, like dust in the wind. So too does St. Clair's defense disintegrate.
Yeah, and I mean, I was talking about Razor, who's still got the hands, even though they're a little bit unk status right now, cannot be dying with we can't be dying with Ice Block in the Year of Our Lord 2025. Just can't be happening, and that just completely turns the fight in the favor of Fisher, who are now going to have a hefty time bank to start moving through second.
All right, yet another amplification matrix ready to go here for Kiwi. This could be a critical zone control when they have an advantage over Redex to try and get through this initial micro choke.
You can see Redex is not nearly in time, so I think if you're Fisher, you're just trying to cycle these effectively. Here comes the Matrix. Nice wall to block some of it off.
That Matrix is going to be disintegrated rather quickly here. They need to get rid of Tread for so much HP, so much energy, and yet it means nothing to Hydron, who just carves through all of them on the Sojourn. Combining with Iron, these two are looking great in the front line.
Looking fantastic right now, as they will continue to move through second here. I am a little bit worried about where we are currently in terms of the ultimates, because the ultimates that are coming out for St. Clair, very good in these enclosed areas. So if you're Fisher, you're really trying to push the tempo a little bit, get into these more open areas that we have of second right here at the end. Hydron taking very low, fantastic bubble from Iron to keep him on his feet.
Head on the swivel there from Iron. Graviton Surge is available, and you can burrow through multiple members with the railgun of Hydron if you think that it's going to be necessary. Out comes the Immortality Field. This time the players on the Grav are going to be inside of it, and is going to be surviving for a while. Great defense against the Grav. Urine end up taking themselves out with a mortar too far. Just didn't have the HP to work with it, and more Talisman will be able to trade on the other side. The damage has already been done. St. Clair holds strong.
And then one of the things that was great about the defense was the cycling of the defensives, right? They used the immortality field with the wall combo, so that way there's really no way to take out the immortality field. And then after that, they use a sound barrier. Very effective rotation of those very heat cooldowns to be able to negate something like that Graviton Surge that hit them. And now St. Clair still have that Blizzard available to them. Graviton Surge. Hydron gets taken down. That was like a milliseconds of difference right there. Razor taking down. If that's old May, I think Hydron wins that one.
Yeah. New May, though, maybe not so much. And it's critical they got that trade as well, because that was both the ice block and the bubble used. Talisman looking for an opening here. Still has the dash if they need it. Moving over on to Razor. Went too far, gets burned down. A headshot down the lane. Razor still making sure that no damage drop-off means no punishment for trying to play it long.
Really good disengage there coming in from St. Clair, who's still holding at this place that's fantastic. If you look at the ultimates that they have, Graviton Surge, they have a Blizzard. In this enclosed area, these are going to get so much value here. It's really going to be a lot for Fisher to try and break through it.
Oh, the Blizzard. Definitely to try and get value out of that. You are tracking both the Amped up and the bubbles coming through from Azaya. Trying to meet them. In comes the grab. It's absolutely huge. They're walled away from the Immortality Field. Great geometry from Razor. God, I wish I had depth perception. I mean, Razor had a little bit of an oopsie on the first, not using Ice Block while standing in front of Azari, who's 100 charge. But since then, every single wall that I've seen from Razor has been phenomenal. And it's one of those ones that you talked about has been playing this hero for such a long time. And it's really showing the value. Still holding on to this Blizzard. And at this point, if you're Fisher, you're like, I got to be continuously worried about where this is going to be coming from, because Razor is just holding on to it, being so patient, not just throwing ultimates to the wind and continuing to have that macro advantage. One more Blizzard, one more Dream off angle here coming through. The wall isn't quite as good this time, but still is going to be 2 freezes coming through. Out goes the Immortality Field. Kiwi chose their friend. They chose to try and protect Hydron, but it still didn't work out. And now Talisman just has to make a maneuver over towards the cart, get this one moving. For Sambo for 2. They think of a 2v2, it's winnable. And so it forces the investment of the Grav. Solex can't make this one work. Trade in the 1 versus 2. There's just too much HP to try and burn through, even with the Bubble Lions there. But has it brought enough time?
There might be a way to get back into this one, but I mean, you're staring at Iron, who's going to be super high charged when you come back into this. Tread actually going to be going over to the Diva. Are they going to try and desperately contest right here? Ant Matrix is through. Immortality Field. There's the wall. They got to get on card, though.
They managed to get so, and Grapes is down already, moving forward with the Diva. It's going to be easy for Iron to just try and carve their initials into the wayward mecha of Hannah's song, but still, Alex starts to work away at these angles and take away the options. Kiwi's got nowhere to go but back. They choose to stay and fight, and well, they will take down one. It's a glorious death.
Yeah, I mean, Tread just said, I don't even care about this Zarya. I'm just going to go past you, take down the carry essentially of this Fisher team in Hydron. Now can go back, potentially switch back over to that Zarya with how far away the respawns are. It's actually going to be going over to the Hazard. An interesting choice, just probably at the desperation, just trying to hold as much as they can, but Hydron coming in, overclocked at the ready.
I mean, not as worried about those crits here. An exchange of fire between the overclocks. For St. Clair there, it's dangerous. They need to try and stay on the cart at all times. Hazard comes in, spiked wall goes up. Immortality Field has to be expended. And now Tread's got nowhere to go except into the loving arms of Tartarus. They are going to sail the river Styx as a 5-stack here as St. Clair are wiped away. But Fisher, they've only got a minute and a half.
And a half, and not really, I mean, they had to use basically both their DPS ultimates in that fight. They will, at this point, in a minute and a half, get their support ultimates, which is going to be a big deal right now. As St. Clair go back over, bring Tread back onto that trusty Zarya. Watching this Sojourn. Oh, what a shot from Hydron on the Razor.
Disgusting. Large health pool doesn't matter when you got the cojones, but Hydron does. Still eroding all this space. There's nowhere to go. They're penned in this narrow little choke. And they're just being poked at from all angles. Just going to make having Razor rejoin them even harder. The amplification makes just to try and break out of the cage that's been created for them by Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the May wall anymore at that point, so they're just being corralled like cattle, and now May is going to be back here relatively soon, but an Amatrix on the other side is going to be the go button for Fisher.
can be made to move off the back of the cart as well, if that one's going to be necessary. Out comes the Graviton Surge. The wall's already taken down. The Amplification Matrix just means so much damage. Soax gets melted before the triple burst of the Baptiste. On the other side, Grapes able to try and lay down the sound barrier here. Will they be able to keep Iron protected? It seems that there's not going to be enough fire, not enough easy headshots onto the Zarya. 30 seconds still remain. Looks like it's all going Fisher's way on their map pick. They managed to find Soax in the nasty closet. You ain't going to Hogwarts, Harry. I've got bad news for you. And Iron manages to finish this one off. Fisher managed to equalize.
Ooh, and like it's shaping up to be a banger. I mean, those two attacks were so good. Both these teams playing at such an incredibly high level right now. St. Clair, I think, got a little bit unfortunate with the timing of the D-Mech there, because that meant that Tread had to go back, switch over to something like the Hazard just to try and jump back in. No Zarya against that is just really difficult, and it feels like Zarya is the focal point. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at some point during the series, maybe Zarya just cops a ban at some point with how important she feels like to kind of spice things up. But right now, both these teams are playing fantastic. Only a 25-second difference between both of them in terms of that time to get one last shot at Kingsrow.
I mean, critically, we've got to think back to our comparative Kingsrow first defenses here. Fisher claimed first a lot more quickly. St. Clair, they took their time. It took 3 fights, I believe, to try and take it, including a very prolonged one.
I mean, yeah. Okay. I know they're memeing right now in Spawn, but there used to be one of those very cheeky strats where you TP the Bastion up onto the statue. Used to do that, and sometimes, you know, it just broke fights open completely, and there wouldn't really be a lot to deal with it on the other side. I mean, there's not a lot that can burst down such a tanky target like the Bastion. Looks like, are we doing it? No. Surely not. We're not. There's no way.
Okay.
We're back. We're so back.
The braked up Bastion, ready to go. The sticky grenade up to the high ground. They're directly into the tank form rather than going up high, because we're in overtime. They already have all of their perks. And so it's the sticky tank, which is just laying down all of this fire, keeping everyone well within that hotel. Still, early movement here from Fisher, getting rid of the capacity to get that first pick. See Grapes on the other side, manages to avoid the incoming damage from the sticky bomb. And St. Clair, they're running low on options, so 26 seconds remaining.
They get one last shot out of it with the tank formation. Can they find any picks? They need to find something right here, or it's not going to be able to do anything. Tread goes down. That's the worst thing that could have happened to this offense.
Worst thing that's ever happened in the history of man. Talisman managed to take down Red X. Venture, they're certainly getting their dividends paid today as Alex is hunted on down, and surely there's going to be nothing gained off of the offense. St. Clair may have had the initial position, but they could not convert it into a tick. And so Fisher, now they are guaranteed the draw.
I mean, they have 1 minute and 25 seconds, and like you were talking about, they had a very quick take in that first run. It was essentially a singular fight. Really props to Fisher for being able to maneuver around something like this Bastion, catching them out, playing in a hotel very effectively so that those bombs weren't able to get the value that they needed. And St. Clair, I mean, really at that point, once you forfeit that first loss, it's really hard to kind of make it happen a second time. You're basically banking on the fact that you're going to be catching them off guard, and Fisher is a team with the talent that they have and the smarts that they have, very, very hard to catch off guard.
Dare I evoke the siren song of the 6-mapper?
Oh, you've done it now.
Am I brave enough?
You've done the fact that you've said it at all is like the
Do we have the fortitude of spirit, Kenobi?
And it's just series 1, by the way. And like, if any, like, this already feels like a fantastic series. It's gonna be very close between these two teams. And then after this, we have Winthrop ISU. What? That's crazy. We're in for bangers today. Like, it's all bangers.
Everything's coming up esports.
Oops, all bangers.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think it would taste great with milk if you follow the British definition of bangers. Do you put the milk in? Do you put the milk in before the sausage, or the sausage and then the milk?
Well, if you put your milk in before the cereal, I think you're a psychopath potentially.
Well, you can be like someone and have water instead.
Oh no.
Well, now that I've awakened that forbidden memory in you, let's get back to the game. Razor brings up the wall. Hydra still has a means of egress, though, to try and exit away from this one. You can see that St. Clair are playing a lot more aggressively to try and just reclaim some of this space. They are going to be sequestered into the back lines. in the hotel. Not going to be too much pressure going for.
Oh, deep dive.
Oh, the reflect. Alex takes themselves down. Talisman once again. Big reflect kill coming on through, and now they just have to bide their time, not overextending. So Ice gets caught out. It was an aggressive play off the back of the Immortality field, but it costs too much, and the price is too much to bear. Fisher are going to be easily able to claim the first point and bring us up 1-1.
Evened up here between Fisher and St. Clair. I think they were the second and third team in our league that we had coming into this playoff, so they're definitely playing up to that standard right now. And with the names that we have like on this roster, I think that Talisman played a fantastic Genji. Really want to give credit to the deflect kills that we saw, as well as just the ability to put down that pressure onto the backline, like we saw in that last fight where they saw that there was someone just a little bit out of whack. Completely dives into the backline, wins the fight, takes out Alex, who was playing fantastic as well. Gets the fight win. And for St. Clair, unfortunately, tried to pull a gamble with the Bastion, the bricked up Bastion, like you mentioned, didn't end up working out.
Yeah, didn't end up working out in this case, but that was bloody close and an absolute pleasure to behold, showing just how much skill is on both of these rosters here in our Collegiate Open. Not even the Varsity squad. And this is going to be, once again, St. Clair's choice of map as to where we go next. They still have options. They can decide to go to Flashpoint. They can decide to go to Escort. And as you said, we might end up seeing a world where potentially Zarya gets banned out, even though both of these teams seem very confident playing the Zarya. You might be able to try and no-sell it on a map where you feel like your alternate heroes are a little bit stronger.
Yeah, we haven't seen a tank ban yet, so that tells me that I mean, at some point it should eventually be here. I think that, especially with Kiriko coming back, it's like, do you really want to continue to play the Zarya into that one? Baptiste is also going to be available for the rest of this, so you have those abilities to negate Grav in some way, some regard, but we will see what the map is going to be. I wonder if we're going to continue to see this trend of banning DPS. I think it definitely will come down to what map we go to. It doesn't seem like there's like a necessarily like a huge play style difference. It feels like St. Clair is like one of those teams, and they've always been this team who's like willing to play, you know, towards their strengths, you know, bring out something like the Mei, which is a Razor staple, bring out the Bastion or something like that, where Fisher is very, you know, they have a very good coach in Tensa, who is extremely good at figuring out metas and figuring out what the best is. And with the patch that we had recently, definitely need someone with the smarts like that to figure out exactly the puzzles of where these heroes go in the meta.
Yeah, Tensa's a little bit of one of the innovators of Overwatch. Was at least partially responsible for the years-long plague that was goats.
Oh, okay. So is this a knock against there against Tensa's, right? Is this a knock? Or
Which is like saying local bioweapons expert Tensa.
Lockheed Martin Tensa. but it's like. I think it would depend on like who you ask. If like was goats something that was, you know, valuable or not. And I personally am of the mindset that goats was probably one of the peaks of Overwatch as a competitive esport that we had. Is Runasapi is the next map that we're going to be going to. So a push map, still very much neutral ground, low ground. Potentially, which is where you see a lot of those brawly picks. Zarya still seems to be very good, at least in this series in particular. Do we see that Malga ever come through? Do we see something like the Ramatra bring to the table, depending on what we see with those bans? I think that's really where we're going to see the determination.
All right, St. Clair, as well as getting map pick, will get first ban, which also acts as a protect, because the opposing team cannot ban a hero from the same class or like role that you do. I forgot the word for a role.
Yeah, no. I think you know, people got it out there. You know, class, role. Subclass, function. What else has been there?
Archetype.
I don't know. There we go. That's a good one. That's a really good one. That's a good one. I think that's all of them that we cycled through all of them there, but looks like these teams are thinking about what that ban is going to be, taking some time on it. I mean, it does make sense, especially with how important I think the tank ban. I think that's probably where we're going. It's like they're thinking about the tank ban in particular, because I think that we've been, you know, handshaking DPS for support this so long, and you know, do they just want to continue to handshake the Zarya throughout all of this and just continuously change things? It is going to be the same thing that we talked about. So it's the Illari ban and it's the Sojourn ban. So interesting that we're taking Sojourn away, because Sojourn's been kind of the forefront, the focal point for a lot of what we've seen so far in terms of these, you know, Alex and Hydron have both been very good on it. So now it's like your Ashes are back, your Cassidys are back, things like that are going to be what rises to prominence with Sojourn not going to be there.
Yeah, I think this is a great ban here, considering even with Hydron having popped off on the Sojourn, being matched by Alex, we haven't seen Alex willing to really match yet when it comes to something like the Cassidy, or like you said, the Ashe. Being able to move on to those kind of secondary hit scan options is where Hydron could definitely have a significant advantage over Alex if Alex hasn't been putting the time in.
And it's interesting that we've been seeing just a constant, from St. Clair. I think it's only been support bans from them. So they, they're trying to pinch that pool very effectively. Iliari, I think on a map like this where you do have a little bit more long range does end up working out for them. But Fisher, I mean, I think you're right where it's like Hydron looks very good, but also if you go back to map 1, was looking fantastic on the Cassidy, looked fantastic on the Ashe, and Alex, like you mentioned, didn't necessarily seem like they wanted to handshake into that. So now it's kind of putting the challenge out there. Is Alex going to be able to match up against Hydron, who is so effective at these hit scans, these mid to long range hit scans? And is that a battle that they're willing to take? Maybe they don't even take it at all and they try to do something funny, like something like a very strong brawly comp, like a rush composition or something like that.
A little bit of the forbidden Cassidy May from
Reaper May.
Reaper
May with Malga.
The Hydron Reaper really did used to upset me, to be honest. Like seeing a great aimer on Reaper.
Kevster Reaper.
It's like seeing Twilight on Moira. You're like, what a waste.
Yeah. I remember the Kevster Reaper as being it's just like, oh man, it's just please save my DPS god from playing this hero that like anyone could play. When we're talking about like high skilled heroes, Reaper is definitely one of those towards the lower end.
Okay, we've got a brand new cadre of mains to assault here. We've got more enemies to make in this break, The
Reaper main, all the edgy Reaper main names, or all the edgy Reaper mains that are named like Sephiroth 767 or something, whatever. They're all gonna be in my mentions.
Sephiroth 67, you're going to hell.
What do you know that the chat's gonna be a nightmare right now? I'm sorry,
Oh, well, I'm not sorry to our audience for presenting such great esports to them as we are prepared to once again roll into the Hydron Ashe here, which is going to be really good in the lanes. I'm going to be excited to see where they decide to position for this inaugural fight, though.
So what I'm really worried about now is that if Alex is going to stay on this May, as we do have a little bit of a pause, if Alex stays on this May, the thing I'm a little bit worried about is that Hydron, we saw in the first half, if Hydron's kind of just allowed to sit back and just chill and listen to payphones while he clicks heads, it's very difficult for a team to win against that. So I wonder how they're going to maneuver around that Ashe in particular, because I think that there are angles where you can like make aggressive pushes to try and take the Ashe off the angle, but if you give Hydron any time whatsoever to just sit back there and, like I said, stream payphones and listen to that while you're just plinking people, it's like I'm a little bit worried. So I wonder, May does have like that ability to kind of like pseudo deal with Ashe because you don't have fall off on the right clicks, but it's just not going to be nearly as consistent.
Yeah, well, we've got another vamp session with Legday and Kenobi. So, which selection of hero mains do we make hit us next?
I feel like I got the Mercy mains on my side, so at this point nothing can hurt me.
You have the Valkyrie army. You're essentially Overwatch Odin.
I can't. I am untouched from Sephiroth 6-7 Reaper main, who is gonna aggressively type at me. I'm fine.
Gonna get some real stimulating DMs over this one. Okay, Alex's May. There are points to be made when it comes to how this is going to impact the Xayah versus Xayah duel, at least until like the extra mortar jump perk is unlocked to have that escapability.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Wall also is like a pretty decent way to kind of cheat the system, and like you can either put it in front of Hydron or just put it in a team fight and make Iron have to force out a lot of cooldowns to be able to survive, and that's a way that you can try and win these neutral fights. But St. Clair have to make a decision very quickly on how they want to be able to deal with Hydron.
Yeah. Are they going to try and go there via speed, or just have smarter pathing to try and avoid some of this? Maybe try and have a bit of an informational deficit to mean that Hydron can't disengage in time. For now, it seems like it's all about playing that cover, waiting to try and control the bot itself as Hydron's playing from much further away. Remember, did get their fall off buffed considerably in the most recent patch, so they can play a little bit further away and not really suffer from too much damage being lost.
Yeah, there is a lot of spam though that's coming through, and you can see Razor just playing on the knife's edge right now, trying to deal a little bit of damage to force Hydron back slightly, but look at the health bars of St. Clair. They're dwindling down very quickly here. Redix get hit by a headshot right there from Hydron, and this is what I was talking about leg day. They have to figure out a way to get to Hydron, because if not, eventually he is going to take your head off, and that's exactly what happened there. There's just so much spam, and with Iron throwing those mortars in, it's just going to be easy pickings for this Fisher team, who now have control of the block. Will start moving forward. Hydron gets to set up very effectively wherever they want, and St. Clair looking a little bit worse for wear at the current moment, losing 30 meters.
Yeah, that 1-2 punch of the Ash headshot into the Talisman dive really is going to be a lot to try and deal with. Not a lot of safety here, though, for the side of Fisher. We have to back up and create these kind of like tiered echelons of defense when Tread manages to get the jump onto so many of them in the midst of this battle. Still, Iron, 89% of the way towards Grav, has a significant advantage here on Tread, but it won't last for long. Question is, do they know that the window exists to try and make a play in towards the back here? 95%, no energy to work with. Kitsune rush in towards the back. Graviton Surge grabs in 3. Big Bubble comes on through. There's going to be an ice block as well. Redix has fallen down, but a trade out for Hydron as Race has made it in towards the back. No ice block now for the mate. It needs to be taken down by Iron, who gets sent elsewhere, knowing there's more threat to come from a fully charged Zarya, glowing like a Christmas tree. A pulse bomb's gone awry. Razor's going to wish they had that one back, as Fisher should be able to complete first.
Yeah, that's one where Fisher just has a wall of difference right there. And St. Clair, I mean, I like the decision-making, trying to go aggressive after that, trying to buy back in, but it's going to be a checkpoint completed for Fisher, who are sitting on their own sound barrier right here, so they can deal with this May Blizzard that's going to be coming through, and also Tread's Graviton Surge. They have a Bob to make this a 6v5, and look at just the space that you have right now. If you are Fisher, you're able to just poke so effectively from anywhere, and Hydron always just has 2 supports by him, so even if Razor tries to go in, that's something that happens right there, ends up going down, and now there's a lot of damage that's lost from St. Clair.
Yet another Graviton coming on through. Trez the one to grab this, and while it's dink after dink from Kiwi, the damage isn't quite there to burn through the considerable health bar of Tread, but Iron's got a little bit more push behind him with fully charged energy, and Talisman is there for the finish onto Redix as well. Redix has just been consistently hunted by this Tracer, can't get a moment of peace.
Yeah, and now Alex, you can see, is going, the May experiment is kind of ended right here. Alex is going over to the Cassidy to just try and offer a little bit more of that sustained damage, maybe deal with Talisman on that flank angle, because Razor's having a hard time as well dealing with all of this. This has just been all Fisher all throughout. I mean, this is one of those maps that it is probably one of the easiest to come back on, so it's not done until it's done, but St. Clair has not looked as good as they did in these last 2 maps.
Talisman has a pulse bomb in hand, but are they brave enough to use it is the question. With Razor going down, Talisman knows it's going to be much harder to check them and mark them on the approach. Out goes Vasuzu, and you know what that means. It means it's time for a flashbang. Alex has swapped over onto the Cassidy. Surprise! Talisman has found that out the hard way. It's going to be even more space taken back on the other side. Forced to disengage here. Iron's health bar practically evaporates due to all of the condensed fire on top of them.
And I mean, finally, it looks like they stopped the bleeding a little bit if you are St. Clair. And again, like I talked about, this is one of those maps, especially Runasapi, where it's not over till it's over. So there is a potential to come back from this one from St. Clair. Now that they have Alex on this, Cassidy can put a little bit more pressure down onto Iron, onto Talisman, make it difficult for them to maneuver in that backline.
Still, if you're a subscriber to Avril Theory, you would say that it's unlosable now for Fisher. 112 meters in the lead. Alex already down. Talisman looking towards the back. Some of the players grouped on up. Big Stick comes on through. Oh, the TP came through from Redx for the iframe for themselves. But unfortunately, it was just dropped off and like, yeah, you'll pick that package up for me, right? So X, thanks, bud.
Yeah, that was Redx leaving a pipe bomb for Sox in the mail right there. I mean, that was just unlucky if you are Sox, and unfortunately not able to pop that soundbar as well. Fisher moving and grooving right now. So far ahead with 5 minutes left, 112-0. Graviton Surge at the ready, Kitsune Rush at the ready. They're feeling really good about trying to take this 2-2-1 lead.
Graviton Surge, good to go. It's all over Vazaya. Sound barrier, Suzu, the bubble, it all helps Tread to survive, and indeed Tread will. Iron tries to turn this one around with 100 energy. And while they do have big ambitions here, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to win into the 3 versus 1. They still have a Kiri behind them, so there's plenty of healing coming through from Mosafudas. Attempt at body blocking, out comes the Kitsune and the Suzu as well from Redx. Just doing their best to keep this one contested, and Tread really had Iron in the hole there.
And one of the things about this fight that's really good for St. Clair is you look at their macro right now in terms of the ultimates that they have. Very effective at being able to, if they can effectively rotate these, that's where you start to make some of this lead back, right? 4 in your back pocket. You're waiting a little bit for Grapes to get towards this sound barrier, so if you can pop this early forward tread, just take a fight win, get that checkpoint. You need to make up this very, very large deficit a step at a time, and with the ultimate economy you have, that's how they're going to try and be able to do it.
Graviton good to go. Seeing 2 bubbles come out. Want Cyan so badly,
Nice.
but in the end, if you can get one off Fidelio, that's more than enough. Oh, hello. A little bit of a leave
Really
impression
good from
coming through from Talisman.
But like really good, because you win that fight pretty much if you're St. Clair and you don't get anything from it. You probably get the checkpoint at the very least, but you're so far in the lead if you're Fisher. Any meters that you can stop is good for you.
Well, meterage is good. Only 3.5 minutes remain. Tread already taking a touch of damage. A headshot kunai comes from elsewhere. The butt scratch does initiate. This means that there's no real rush here for Fish to try and make an early move. Lucio just mugged in the streets, and Iron has just been caught in the corner, dragged in by the Graviton Surge. The pure power of gravity, and it's free energy for Tread if they peek into the bob with the bubbles. But guess what? Once again, the bot is moving, turning around the other way. Forward spawn should be available at least for the Zaya as Hydron just empties the mag of the Viper into the British head.
Yeah, I mean, they did get 50 meters out of that ultimate economy that they did have, but now it's swinging back over very effectively to Fisher right now. Really good bob usage from Hydron, just making sure that they weren't able to push aggressively at Tread with all that damage, and now just setting up, feeling pretty, aiming down those sights. Sound barrier at the ready. Also, you have the Pulse Bomb and the Graviton Surge, the Big Bang. That's a very early Kitsune Rush.
And pretty easily disengaged from here, but it does at least turn the momentum in favor of St. Clair. They've claimed the space and control of the bot. Talisman not falling means that this is maybe not the ideal.
Yeah, now you have both Sport Ultimates pretty much available for Fisher, so they can come back into this one and really make it hurt for St. Clair.
Graviton Surge once again prioritizing Tread, who turns away to try to avoid some of the incoming headshots. Graves, no! The sound barrier! But the only sound is the scream of anguish of mine that echoes out across Runa Sapi. Well, it may be a counter-strike here with the Kitsune Rush. Kiwi can't get away. There's nothing more to be done. The piercing bullet throws on out, but it doesn't really get too much off the back of this. Alex trying to match. And then Cassidy versus Cassidy, and Hydron's found on the other side. The peeling needs to be good for Talisman. He's got the movement. God forbid though, Trace to get a little bit of motion.
Talisman's moving really good right now. Actually, just forcing Alex back completely. Alex wants nothing to deal with this, especially with the bubble. Flashbang manages to find nothing. Recall forced out. Can they figure out a way? Maybe take down Iron, who is getting taken down very low. These health bars are a little bit low for Fisher, but they are able to disengage, which is huge. St. Clair have nothing in their bank in terms of ultimates, and with a minute and a half leg day, you have to pretty much be perfect from here on out to try and win this one if you're St. Clair.
I think the forward spawn's still active for Fisher here as well, potentially. Talisman looking in towards the back thus far has very much been breaking the angles of Alex. Could be swung upon here by the Kiri, but Redix doesn't really want any of that smoke rolling in. Quick clip into the melee, and Talisman is just lights out in this map, and that's where you need your Trace to be at their strongest, on push.
Hydron also just 2v1'd a Lucio and a Tracer walking at him, so it's like, it's unkillable at this point from Hydron. Like, what do? Literally, it's like, what do I do? I've sent 2 of my best damage dealers to deal with Hydron, and Hydron just took him out. 50 seconds left. Fisher have a huge lead in terms of the ultimate economy as well. The bot is 50 meters ahead of where they needs to be. Like, it's looking very, very dire if you're St. Clair right now.
Talisman now recall to work with, and the pulse bomb in the backhand side, and the dream as well. Out goes the pulse bomb. Speculative, doesn't actually manage to get too much here, but Hydron now has an open season, an open field of targets. Are they audacious enough to try and make a wider peak here? I think inside safety is where they want to be, and indeed, seeing 2 players swing, Hydron's like, you know what, I'll give that one a pass, mate.
Yeah, don't really need to push your advantage. Just play safely right here. St. Clair's going to come back with some key ultimates, but now we're going to be in overtime for the rest of this map.
Grab's good to go. Tread's caught within, and that's for Tracer as well, and they do not have the health ball to try and survive through this one. Even with the Kitsune Rush, Alex is going to be waddling down main, but it's more like a waddling with a full diaper rather than a waddling of power. And Iron just able to just carve through them. Oh, I'm sorry, did that one surprise you? St. Clair unable to touch, and Fisher takeaway push.
You are a poet with these words, just like that. I will say that is a win for Fisher. And I mean, I don't know. This might have been like the most we win in ban phase map I've ever seen. Like, this was just like from the get. We talked about Hydron gets to play Ashe, gets to play these very long range hit scans that they want to, and does St. Clair have the chops to be able to match up with it? They tried the May, didn't work. Tried the Cassidy, didn't work. And even they tried sending the Tracer and the Lucio at Hydron. Hydron just clicks 2 heads and wins that one. So this was this was won by essentially a very, very smart Sojourn ban from this Fisher team. Now they're up 2-1, and they are looking primed to be able to go to that final and play up against the winner of ISU and win through.
Yeah, looking good for Fisher right now. And it would appear that Hydron's extended hero pool from that veterancy really is paying dividends right now, as well as Tasman having a bit of a lights out series.
Yeah.
Poor Alex kind of got their ankles broken. There's no other way to put it. The Tracer was running rings around him, and Red X was just constantly held at gunpoint by Tracer.
Yeah, very, very impressed with what I've seen from Talisman, coming in with the Genji. The Tracer also looked very good, but it's all looking really good for Fisher, who are on match point right now.
It's looking good for them, and it's looking good for our series to continue with map number 4 right after this break. But before coming your way real soon, as I believe it's going to be St. Clair's pick after losing out on their previous pick of push after a big Sojourn ban.
Yeah, big Sojourn ban. And I mean, the thing about these two teams is that they are so close. I mean, I think St. Clair has one loss this semester to ISU, and Fisher is undefeated. So both of these teams are playing, I think, at the level that we would expect. Shout out to our friend who's going to be on broadcast tomorrow, Twin Salty, for giving me those stats that he's watching right now. Hi, Jesse.
Yeah.
Everyone say hi to Jesse in chat.
Our colleagues in the talent space have been doing some excellent tracking. They're really passionate about the collegiate scene, and they've been down in the numbers and the data.
Yeah. They've been getting all that good information that Leg Day and I can steal on broadcast.
Thievery, yes, I love stealing.
We've done a little bit of crime, me and Leg Day, but no surprise, I think, Leg Day, at this point, if we're going to Dorado, probably don't want to see Hydron on Ash, do you? I think that's definitely a smart ban coming in from this team of St. Clair. Also gets rid of this idea, gets rid of the problem of having Alex on something like a long-range hit scan, puts back onto the Sojourn. The Lucio ban is interesting because this is, like, to me, I'm wondering, like, now do we see, like, Diva? It is a very, like, vertical map that you always see in Dorado. So you've lost that ability to have speed. Does Zarya even get played in that regard? Because Zarya without Lucio seems like peanut butter without jelly, or like any of these other type of things that are good as a duo.
Teddy without Bear.
British? Yeah.
I don't even know what that would be.
Bangers without mash.
Bangers without mash. Bangers with milk, as we brought up earlier.
Okay, I'm gonna upset you for a second. When I was tiny and my brain wasn't fully developed, I used to put apple juice in my Honey Nut Cheerios instead of milk. Now, just thinking about what that used to taste like is giving me slightly a gag reflex, because I was just a dumb kid and I didn't know any better. So, you know, if hey, is anyone in chat? Has anyone put any weird thing in their cereal? Let us know.
Is that the kind of memory that flashes up when you close your eyes and like, I'm never sleeping again?
I can't drink. I'm gonna say this. I cannot. My lips cannot get touched by apple juice, or I will vomit. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm scarred for life because of this experience I've had.
Damn, who needs a pipe bomb where I could just send you some apple juice? Well, the Lucia band may take the Zarya off the field, but Dorado still has the El Clasicos here of the dive tanks, as it were. You can see a bit of Ball, a bit of Winston, perhaps. Might even see something like an Anna Brig, an old classic, or even a Kiriko Brig.
I think Juno Brig has also been coming up into favor a little bit. That's more, though, with, I think, Malga and like some of those rush tanks that we see, if that is the option some of these teams want to go for. Hazard was played here a lot last weekend, but again, with the ability to now shoot Hazard in the head pretty effectively with criticals, it's might not be the option these two teams take. Is this also a moment where we see the Hydron Widowmaker? Because this is a map that we've seen Hydron pop off on Widowmaker before. It is, I would say, probably Hydron's best hero overall. It's, I think, where he made his name for himself. Is that going to be something that we see countered at all? Is Alex going to play some Widowmaker, or are they just going to try and ignore Hydron to the best of their capabilities?
I mentioned earlier the old lore of Hydron was that they used to be the Widowmaker one trick of their team. I can't remember if it was Second Wind at the time. Actually, I think it might have been Triumph where Hydron was first the Widowmaker one trick for the team.
That does sound that Triumph. I feel like Triumph sounds correct.
I think he came in for both Dorado and Temple of Anubis to be their Widowmaker one trick.
Rest in peace, Temple of Anubis.
Rest in pieces. I'm so glad Assault didn't come back. One of the best decisions that the Overwatch devs ever made. You know, this mode is unfixable. We may have put some effort into it, but the game is better without it. Push is so much better.
Do you remember when you used to, when like old Sombra was OP with health pack stacking, and you would just win first fight on Anubis, and you would just send all of your team to second point to fight there for health pack control?
That was the worst on Volskaya.
Before you even capped, you'd send everyone to go get the mega that was under that little bridge at Temple of Anubis second.
Yeah,
and fight over that, and
that's disgusting. Why have you? You're poisoning my memories of Temple of Anubis. Temple of Anubis was one of my favorite casts that I ever did. Used to cast there because it was one of the best maps for Junkrat.
Yes, it was. And that's what, 3 Sombra reworks ago?
Yeah, we'll figure her out one day.
Yeah.
And there's the Anna Brig. Exciting.
Anna Brig, Widowmaker, Iron going to be on the patented Diva. Iron, I think, like, you know, when they came to prominence, was very, very strong on the Diva. It's something that I would trust them wholeheartedly with. Hydra and Widowmaker, we've talked about it enough. I think people who have been following Overwatch know a lot about it as well in their exploits in Overwatch League and things like that. So St. Clair going to be running... I was going to say, I don't think they're going to be running the Hazard. Maybe if it was last week before the patch, they would have, but... Razor on the Echo. This is, I mean, you talked about it. Razor played Echo in Pugs with you when this hero was released. Is it going to be able to survive against this lethal sniper that we have in Hydra?
Is that the NYXL original skin as well? So I'm just nostalgia baiting here, but nostalgia bait is successful for now. Who dares present themselves? Oh yeah, Pine time. My goodness! Yeah. Stop evoking these memories in me. I've got to cast something. I'm getting nostalgia overload.
Already some pressure put down on the Hydron, taken down low, but it's going to be healed up. But I mean, this is fine. I think if you can just continue to pressure out, that's really where you want to be. You don't want to give these angles to Hydron. Always keep Hydron's head on a swivel, but the peel is very, very good so far.
Did Hydron just brush past the Echo? Razor didn't notice. Off in his own little world. A lot of pressure is going to be put onto Talisman here to try and keep this point contested, and Hydron really hasn't been able to find any angle so far. St. Clair been very fastidious when it comes to checking their angles, doing their homework, not giving any open shots to Hydron, and a lot of that is down to just Tread being on top of things when it comes to Vadiva as well.
Yeah, Tread's been moving really well in terms of being able, but this is like where it's going to start to get a little difficult because now you're really far away, and St. Clair are going to have to work wonders to try and get forward as Red X gets their head taken off. Razor's on the flank here, but without the Kiriko, there's no way Razor can get healed besides maybe just some cookies from the brig.
Oh, just doing it with the SMG this time. Man, the chip buffs on Widowmaker really start to add up, including those Venom Mine ones as well. Kiwi taken down. Can you get even more than this? Not with a brig there. Drape's going to be able to put that one to bed pretty soon.
Yeah, Hydron is the main character at this point right now. When you can see just how much St. Clair wants to try and get onto this pick at the very end. They're trying their best to move around. Red X is playing with fire. You've already lost this once. I don't think you want to do it again. Hydron has sights available to him. Talisman, Pulse Bomb at the ready. Fisher looking very good when it comes to that ultimate economy.
And now there are these multiple layers of defense for Hydron in this plaza position. It's going to be very hard to penetrate in towards the backline. Razor might have to try and fly over the area that's already been marked by the Venom Mine in towards the back. Talisman has a Pulse Bomb go wide. And you can see the Trevor's a little bit late to the party there. Alex going all the way in. Nice stick over shield. Onto the shield, though. Easily bust on down. Out comes the remech from Iron. I believe lost their mech and was forced to self-destruct to try and get a new one. However, still having that Diva can be all the more important in towards the back. Oh, easy shot flubbed there by Hydron. Hello, John Handless. Where have you been all my life?
Yeah, Hydron will hit the really hard shots, but the ones that are gimmies are just miss. It's just sometimes like that on Widowmaker, as still just sitting pretty right here, so far away from St. Clair. They have no range, and now it decides to just make it even more difficult. Razor maybe can get this pick. Ooh, Diva do.
Great iframe usage, forced to drop down into the self-destruct towards the back. Easy enough to dodge away. And now there is, like you said, the hard shots, that's where Hydron excels. The easy ones, no joy. Surely it's going to be Echo falling down here. Meleeing Kiwi as a baby Diva, but eventually Hydron just manages to find their man. And even if it's not the easy shots that get hit, just the absolute taxing of the approach that the Widowmaker does.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect Hydron, and Red X is not doing that currently, but is lucky that Hydron wasn't able to find that little Fox Max on the top of her head. And St. Clair, I mean, you have 30 seconds left. They take so much. I think we've only had like 2 fights essentially, and their time bank is already down to 30 seconds. They gotta find a way to win one of these fights with this rally.
So X continuously able to check the position of the Widowmaker from safety, at least behind that shield, falling low. Remember, there is a little bit less of a cooldown on that repair pack now from Soak, so a little bit more option for the Brig to try and get the healing. Rally in towards the back. They finally managed to move in towards the back line. Good dodge away coming through from Talisman. Manages to live, but Grapes is already taken down, so the healing is going to be a little bit thin on the ground for the remainder of Fisher. Still Hydron poking around towards the back. You can see the Iron's been able to take away some space, and as for self-destruct as well, if they need to get their mech back in a desperate pinch. 2 Pulse Bombs, 2 fates to be decided, but it's Talisman who has to move first. In towards the back, wants the Brig so badly. Can't afford to stick the shield here, but there's so much space in the back for Red X to try and keep this one going when it comes to the heals. Hydron taken down by Razor. The perfect pickup from the Genji, moving around after Soax knows that the shield will be blown away by the self-destruct, and so there's nothing to block the incoming Pulse Bomb. It's great timing from Talisman. They're a hero on push, and maybe they could be a hero here too. Tread Spike Guard goes up, but they can still be crit. And Alex slept as well. Kiwi, a perfect finish as they put St. Clair's offense to bed.
Yeah, Fisher, I mean, looks so good right now. And I mean, for St. Clair, it's just, it feels like just this lack of long-range hit scan at the current moment is hindering them so heavily right now, and I'm confused a little bit as to why they picked Dorado of all that, because like this is like a Widowmaker map. This is like, yeah, you took Ashe away, but like Hydron's really good at Widowmaker, would definitely be willing to play it and ego you, and it's working so well for them. I would have probably liked to have seen Razor maybe switch that Genji a little bit sooner, even though I think it's, you know, it still takes a little bit of time to get to the Widowmaker in the end. I think if you do ever get onto Hydron, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill with how good Razor is, but right now I think Fisher is just taking this ability to have a long-range hitch gain advantage and the lack of range that we're seeing from St. Clair, and just completely put their foot on the throat of St. Clair, and now you just have to get first point, and you're going to the finals.
Yeah, Fisher, being able to survive their disengagement from that first point defense was the most critical thing, in my opinion. And getting into a plaza, like, is a smooth transition, because retaking with a Widowmaker, incredibly difficult, especially into that plaza. But having all that space control off the back of a clean disengage just meant that Fisher could hold that down for hours.
And we talk a lot about Hydron and kind of like his value and like the ability to get those picks as well. But Talisman, I think, has benefited a lot from the lack of attention onto him. And to be fair, Talisman is performing. You know, if you're given the ball in scenarios like this, you have to perform. You have to hit those threes, and that's exactly what Talisman is doing. Talisman, with all of the resources that are being put into Hydron, has been benefiting significantly and has been performing to the level that makes it hard for St. Clair, even if they do get Hydron at some of these points, to win fights off the back.
Question is, how's it going to work on the offense here? Hydron going to be in leapable range. Oh, the frame perfect on the shield drop from Soax. Okay. Bron gets the ball. Bron hits his 3, but Razor on the other side manages to trigger the Venom Mine, so he's going to need a little bit of care coming through from the back line, keeping that one top. Once again, it's Talisman in the back, just constantly so good when it comes to this movement. Talisman is just all over the map. Feels ubiquitous in terms of their presence. Razor has to dash away. Even more so than that, needs to force out the recall, and they managed to get it. Out comes the spike wall coming through from Tread. That isolates Grapes on the other side, but Relic's can manage to find the final blow on. And then Kiwi has to overextend to try and find the healing on the back of that as well. St. Clair, great elastic defense.
And I think I like this decision-making from them to kind of just like forego any type of matchup in the, you know, the hit scan roll and just go dive. Like, I think this is like fine. Put Razor on a very comfortable Genji, try and put that pressure down onto Hydron, because on the offense, like you mentioned, it's a little bit harder to kind of stand on ceremony and just poke. And now Hydron is actually very respectful of this composition on St. Clair and just going to go over to that Echo. There's not a hit scan really on the other side to deal with him, so now he's still going to have a lot of room to play with. Fisher not looking bad when it comes to their ultimates either, but it is only 2 minutes left, so they do have to be a little bit careful to not let this lead that they have in the time bank slip.
Act of a Dream. That's a pulse bomb in the back pocket. Anna would be the ideal target if only they can track the positioning of them. And chasing out Talisman here could be everything as well. Has advantage on the recall, has to spin their own. Out comes the Kitsune rush. Oh, there's Kitsune. And the Suzu is everything. Talisman taken out by a spike wall, blinked into the wrong position. Out goes the pulse bomb. I think it's a little bit too wide. Alex has to just move away and pick up the mega health pack. Razor finds that one's already been taken, but it's full health in their own right. And both of these flankers now have access to the back line, but they've been found out. Oh, the information's good. Iron's going to be able to chase them down. Razor's just going to be hiding out near the attacker spawn, but it's easy to 2v1, and that means no one to touch. An intercession coming through from a Brigitte, shield bashing them down, and Fisher take the series.
Fisher take the series, go to the finals of Homecoming against a very good St. Clair team, and Fisher continue their unbeaten streak. Hydron going to get play of the game because, of course, Widowmaker, it's the perfect place for him to get it. And again, I think that... What shot though? I mean, like, it's incredible how good he was this series and how important he was in terms of just like the amount of mental RAM that it felt like St. Clair had to utilize just to even put pressure down onto Hydron in those last few maps that we saw was really the thing that made the difference. But also, I mean, full credit to Talisman, who was phenomenal this series. Like, all the Genji looked great, the Tracer looked great. That one stick where you saw waiting for the self-destruct bomb and then throwing the pulse onto it, really good understanding of the game. Very impressed with what I saw from Fisher, who are now going to that final to face the winner of Winthrop versus Ice.
Yeah, that was a great 1-2 punch, knowing that Sarkis was likely to be standing still as well to make sure that anyone who was trying to hide behind them from the bomb shockwave was going to be guaranteed that. Also knowing that after that shield gets blown up by the self-destruct, there's no burst ability for the Brigitte because you can't shield bash, so it's an easy stick thereafter. Fantastic 1-2.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think the way that, like, I think Fisher looked a little bit touchy in those first couple of maps where they had to play the Sojourn, but if they can find these maps, you know, where Sojourn is going to be as valuable, because, like, I mean, Hydron's good, I think, at Sojourn and, like, effective, but it's, like, it's night and day when you compare it to, like, the Ashe and the Widowmaker and the Cassidy. So I'm going to be very interested to see, as the meta coalesces into tomorrow, what we're going to be continuing to see from this Fisher team, because right now they look like they have a very, very solid roster to try and take up against ISU or Winthrop.
Interesting things to see and interesting things to hear as well. We'll be hearing from Iron, I believe, after a quick break. We have an interview for you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, gamers. That was St. Clair versus Fisher. Fisher walking away 3-1 after the Dorado pick. Did not go St. Clair's way. They tested the Hydron Widow, and they were found wanting.
Yeah, and we'll see in the replays kind of I think it'll be good if we like look at the team compositions that we saw in the replays. It'll be like a good kind of vision of how this game went, where we had like this very start where it was like a lot of the Sojourn that we were seeing, and like Hydron wasn't necessarily matching up to Alex, who was playing a very good Sojourn at the time. And then, you know, we kind of went over to Hydron getting to play more of these hit scans. We saw that third map where on Runesapi, I think they won just because Sojourn wasn't in the pool and Hydron could stand very far away. Like I said, stream payphones and just click heads, which is what you want Hydron to do in situations like this. And it was relatively close until I think that this lack of a long-range hit scan dedicated player really hindered St. Clair's ability to take any of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the fight planning of Fisher as well was looking real solid. I'm aware of the the old head cope that some people call control, the Mickey Mouse game mode.
Yeah, lads, it's just control.
And in these longer maps where like veterancy and fight planning can really have a lot more of impact on your overall like distance and economic viability, that more experienced teams can really start to get a lead.
And I mean, you saw that being with how it was like really close at the start, like you were talking about, where it was, you know, it was pretty much neck and neck, and then once third and fourth map happened, that's really where Fisher kind of grabbed the series by the scruff of the neck and then never let go, with how difficult it felt like it was for St. Clair to try and match up against Hydron. Not only Hydron, but also Talisman, who was taking a lot of those resources that weren't being put onto him and getting a lot of value with it. So I think that this team really has a good total understanding of how to play this current meta that they were working with. They know where their bread is buttered, but also like everyone is performing really well. There wasn't necessarily a weakness besides maybe that Sojourn that I really felt from this team at all.
As my cam zooms in closer and closer over the course of today, we're going to welcome yet another point of view to the broadcast, because we have an interview with one of our winners from Fisher. We've got Iron on the line. Hello, Iron. It's been a while. It's been years since I've spoken to you, but congratulations on the victory, bud.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time. I think last time I spoke to you was like Harrisburg 2021 or something.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. How's the atmosphere for the team right now over at Fisher?
Business as usual, honestly. We're expected to win, I think, so we're pretty calm, ready to go for tomorrow.
So walk me through a little bit about, because we had this like patch that comes in, and it affected a lot of the tank pool currently. And I remember you as being one of these players, you know, back on your days, wherever you've played in collegiate and just in other things, you've always been kind of one of these players that is really smart, and I think can pick up like what the tank meta is at any real time, because you can play a lot of these things. What was your kind of vibe of the tank bans that we saw? Because it felt like Hazard fell very far into what we've seen, and like we've seen some Maga cropping up in other tournaments. Where do you really read the meta currently as a tank player?
I think Ball is disgustingly broken. That's what I think, but no one really plays him. Hazard sucks now because of that. That was a big change. And Ramattra got hit very hard with the, you know, the block slot nerf. So I think Zarya's pretty strong. Diva is good too. And I think Ball and Winston are probably still the best. I'm not sure about Maga. We're gonna have to see at this tournament coming up here on the 26th, whatever, if Maga's back or not. But I think Ball is really, really strong.
Having only dropped a single map this series, being the Nepal at the beginning, what do you think was different on Nepal compared to the other maps where you guys were pretty clearly in the lead?
It's just a warm-up map, honestly. Like, we don't scrim. We literally have not scrimmed a single time this whole semester, or we're actually 4 fun players. So let's get a little warm-up going, and we locked in.
So talk to me a little bit about kind of like the team communication, because I think you all have like a lot of experience on this roster, but there are some new names, like Talisman, for instance, is someone who I think is slowly cropping up as being like a very good player, played fantastic this series. What's it like having this like mix of like this like very experienced talent and then this other talent that's more up and coming in time, in like comm structure or just in team environment in general?
I'll shout out Kiwi. Kiwi has improved a lot. He's new talent. Over the past semesters I've played with him, like at the start, I feel like he was, you know, kind of new, but he's been getting a lot better. He also plays in Face and Masters with Tally too. And I just, you know, started playing with Tally this semester, and he's improved a lot too. I think they're both really good.
Oh, glad to know you have some faith in your roster. Best of luck tomorrow, Ryan, and thank you so much for joining us for the interview.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Aaron. That was Iron, the tank player for Fisher College, off the back of a really dominant performance on all manner of different tanks. And as Kenobi said, it's a pretty trying role at the moment off the back of a big patch. A lot of the hero pool has been, and some things have come up in usefulness, and Zarya is remaining evergreen, and it really does serve Iron's hero pool well.
Yeah, I think it does, and very straightforward answers from Iron, like I expect. Is very, has a good knowledge of the game, and has his opinions that are very. I think it's interesting to me to see that Ball is still as broken as people say, and yet there is like, I think Infected's like the one who I'm thinking about that can like play Ball effectively right now that's left in this tournament. Right? So that'll be interesting to see kind of if that comes to fruition, where ball is going to be such an impactful point of the rest of this series that we have and rest of the day and tomorrow. But I feel like tank is the most volatile position right now in terms of, like you mentioned, being able to pick at a bunch of different things because of the changes that we had earlier this week and how other things seem to be cropping up a little bit more.
Yeah, other things are cropping up, and so too is our next match. We have an absolute banger for you as we continue our open brackets on the other side of this break. Another open semi coming right your way here at Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. And Kenobi, this is basically the collegiate rivalry in Overwatch.
Yeah, I think right now, if you would ask me what the rivalry is between like two of the best teams that we have in terms of just the name value and the brand value and on all these players and all these organizations, programs rather, it is these two teams. They play in Overwatch, OWCS and things like Face It as well. But this Winthrop team, it feels like every time they're about to like crest into just like getting over that hump and finally getting that victory in like one of these grand finals, ISU is always there to just like stop them from doing it. And it happened last year in 2024, where we had ISU lose actually to Winthrop in the winners final 3-2 in a very good series, and then ISU had the saltiest of runbacks and just ran through Winthrop in that grand final. So this is definitely one that Winthrop wants to win. I think we asked both of these teams who is the team you want to play the most. They both said each other, so they both know each other very well, and I think this is a very good grudge match between them.
Yeah, bit of a homecoming for me as well. I remember casting Rack Attack back on Odyssey.
Yeah. Oh, I love the Odyssey Rack Attack.
Midway through the COVID pandemic. Oh, those were the days. Rack Attack and Ultraviolet. Not a duo that I ever really expected to see back in the old days. The old American Tornado days. Yet here they are together now. And I think they've got very complementary hero pools as a backline as well.
Yeah. And I mean, Infected, I think I remember casting Infected on like Square One. Being one of the best Hammond players.
Square One. What a logo it was.
Being one of the best Hammond players, I think, in NA, like it was essentially his one trick at the time. And Infected has grown, and Zura as well. A lot of these players have grown into like the pinnacle of their field. I think you can make an argument that like Ultraviolet is one of the best supports in NA in general in Overwatch. Infected's one of the best tanks. Zura is one of the best DPS. Like there's a lot of pedigree on this roster currently in not only Collegiate but in OWCS, and they have all the makings to take up against the, I would say, Collegiate juggernaut that is ISU.
Yeah, Zera and Infected definitely going to be potentially people to be looked at in the forthcoming World Cup, I think. For America might be fun to have a look at them. Speaking of which, Team Wales' greatest soldier, William, is here as well. Maimon has made the dash across the ocean to join ISU.
Yeah, I mean, and they've been on this team for a while, along with Admiral and Luke Mino. I think these are both players that, when you look at this team, the funny thing about ISU is they started like becoming like a really strong program back when they signed that American Tornado Corps, and they were really good in contenders. They got a lot of those players into the Overwatch League after that, but they've always found this way to like reinvent their roster to still be one of the best in Overwatch Collegiate. And I think last year in the 2024 semester, they won everything. In like every tournament, I think they had a golden road throughout the entirety of that semester, and they were fantastic. This program is really, really strong. The players, I think a lot of them need no introduction. Kuffa, Lethal, Admiral, Luke Mino, all of them are fantastic. And I think one of the cool things about both these teams, like Day, is that both of them seem like very close-knit groups of players, which means that there is just so much coordination. A lot of them have been playing each other for such a long time. Like, I think what we're looking at here is two teams who are at the peak of their powers. And what we're seeing with bans already, this definitely is understandable. Get rid of Lethal on the Ash, get rid of Infected on the ball. They know exactly where the strengths are for the other team.
Yeah, instantly target banning these things out. Like, we don't want to deal with Infected on the ball, especially on Ilios.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's
we'll have to deal with it eventually. We know that we can't keep banning ball, but if there's a place where we're going to make sure it's not an option, it has to be on Ilios.
Yeah, let's at least get one. Both these teams also undefeated this year. Actually, ISU has lost once to Northwood, I think, earlier in the Swiss. So that's one up that Winthrop has at the current moment. But like you mentioned, Ilios, very good map for both of these heroes, to be honest. And I remember Infected, I think at like age 16, I was like, this might be like the best ball that we have in North America, because we don't produce a lot of really good ball players. It usually comes from Europe, or sometimes Europe, but mostly it comes from Asia and regions like that. But Infected is probably one of one, and with what Iron said in the interview, if Hammond is as broken as he expects it to be, getting rid of it definitely makes sense, especially. But like the thing about Infected is, if you ask me like 4 or 5 years ago, yeah, you know, on the Hammond, makes sense because he can't really play a lot of anything else. But now he's grown that hero pool so significantly in this Overwatch 2 era that I think it's totally fine to forego something like that, and he should be fine with this hero pool to be able to cover any mishaps that. Because I mean, I'll say it right now. The ball is fantastic. It is his best hero by far. It's immaculate in the level it is compared to what his other tanks are, but his other tanks aren't that bad.
Well, Kenobi, while Infected's been growing his hero pool, you can grow your financial knowledge with InTouch Credit Union, who might not be able to boost your KD ratio, but they can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Interestingly enough, we're going to be having Kuffa still out on the Hazard. I mean, we talked to Iron. Hazard didn't seem to be very good from what we heard from him, but still going to be looking to have that verticality on a map like this. Winston on the other side, Ultraviolet already down to lethal. That's pretty much all your healing lost on Winthrop, so they have to be very careful here. But Kuffa is going to take a dip in the Greek Sea.
Yeah, being booped off by the Winston, not even in primal range, just the raw boop off the jump. It's a little bit embarrassing. Luke Mino catches that dive gracefully. A kunai to the skull of Infected. He's going to put that one to bed a little bit earlier. And now it's Sam on the chase, but should be Winthrop getting first control.
Yeah, interestingly that we're going to have Winthrop, both these teams playing with this Echo. We saw hints of it a little bit in our previous series. Did get a little bit of buff as well in that most recent patch. As Zurich gets maybe a little bit too over-aggressive, not respecting that damage, does end up going down. So this might be a point where Illinois State can move forward aggressively without that incoming damage.
Sam watching the approach of the opposing flyer, but no, if he can force out some of Kuffa's resources prior to this engagement, it'll mean all the more survival that's available for Infected, who actually instantly has moved over onto the Diva too.
It's going to be nice to be able to deal a little bit with, you know, Lethal and WMA Moan in the air. Going to be able to use the defense matrix effectively to peel, as well as already a nice shot. Sam getting taken down very low. Not figure out to get the kill onto WMA Moan. Nice Suzu and teleport.
And WMA man able to make this one work, and the focusing beam is just easy to take out that unaware Kiriko. Had nowhere to go but down, and indeed down is where they find themselves. That's going to be Illinois State taking control.
Control back, and Ultimate's looking very good for them right now. Winthrop, I mean, throughout all that, they did get 43%, but haven't really been able to farm up those ultimates effectively. You can see Luke Mino already has that Kitsune Rush very ahead of what Ultraviolet has on the other side. So in terms of that, Illinois State looking pretty decent right now with their ultimate combo.
My man, seeing the approach here of Infected. If you can get rid of that armor, get that Diva mech down to half, a focusing beam will just tear through the mech itself of the Diva. Noting the approach, what a stick from Zera. Oh, the campaign for Team USA Zera is alive and well right now. Quick copy over onto the Kiriko. Suzu's himself and ammo and doesn't have that much capacity to try and peel for themselves in the midst of all of this. Sending out a couple of healing and food. It's excellent means of trying to keep themselves sustained with 3 supports to try and play with. And the sound barrier is even more than that. They want rack attack. They get rack attack. Oh, the fade away of Fuda from Maimon is absolutely atrocious to behold as they're taken down by their counterpart. Yes, the damage may have already been done. A spiked wall is erected to get in the way of a self-destruct of a nuclear blast. Can't get through the crystalline structure drawn forth by Hazard. Illinois State hold firm.
Yeah, Rack not going to be able to use that Lucio sound barrier. Really unfortunate for Winthrop there, but they will have it to try and recontest, and Illinois State's at that 70% ticking upwards. Looking at that last fight, only have the downpour available back them, so we'll see how Rack Attack wants to use this sound barrier if they want to try and go aggressive.
Oh, quick boop. Did we manage to get Kuffa off the map? Seems like it's not going to be the case. Rackstack dragging everyone forward now with the sound barrier. Wants the opposing Lucio, but it seems like the evasive maneuvers from Admiral are going to be more than enough right now. Kuffa wants to bring the downpour. But upon whom is the question? Sees players caught in an arrow lane, moving in behind Rack Attack. What a wrap there from Kuffa. And Illinois State are still in control, still accruing percentage. Infector's taking out Lethal. But in the end, I don't know if it's going to be enough, as they're going to have to stand alone. And Hazard stands ready and waiting to catch the line. Luke Mino with a pair of kills at the end. Unbelievable from the Kiriko. And that's going to be Illinois starting strong.
And I mean, I feel like that's something Luke's always had, is that raw aim as a support player. I think back to, you know, Baptiste as being, I think back on that Odyssey team was really where Luke Mino started to shine and rise as a player. And here on the Kiriko, showing that they still have those aiming chops, getting some very nice picks off that Kiriko. And we'll see if there's going to be any changes to both of these teams right now. I do like that Lethal is sticking on this fray. It's like it's a pick that's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit in terms of the other long-range hit scan that we have, but if you don't have Ashe, Lethal seems like to be another, or Freya seems rather to be another good option instead of that.
If you've got the money.
Plenty of good options. And Lethal, we know that they've got the Bastion in the back pocket as well.
We do, yes we do.
Oh, that would have been a crazy dink. I applaud the ambition.
That's good gumption. I like the gumption that I saw from Luke Mino right there to try and go for that one. But in fact,
a gentleman of character.
Yeah, he's gone over the Winston now, so definitely offers a little bit more of that on-demand potential with these dives.
Yeah, Invictive rolled out on the last map with the Winston as well before instantly swapping over onto the D.Va. Slightly concerned about the potential attentions coming through from the off angles. Lethal getting plenty of pocketing here as they move over back towards the point. Winthrop really doing their best to try and control the high ground. Infector's going low though, and so we'll need a lot of attention coming through from the healers in the back. Rack attack taken off the map potentially by Admiral, or maybe just a finishing blow coming through from a sound wave itself. Illinois State once again able to try and keep this one going with control around the back. The sustainability, it doesn't really matter if you could be headshot during a spike guard if you're against a Winston.
And I mean, one of these things about this composition from Illinois State is that if you're Winthrop, you have to take these angles away and you have to win fights quickly, because the amount of sustained potential that you have from Lethal, from W Maymone, is a little bit better, because you have the Tracer that's, yes, going to be a little bit of mosquito in the backline, but might not be able to continuously poke down that damage like we're seeing from Illinois State. But Zura does manage to trade the Lucio out, so Admiral not here for the time being.
Lethal is going to need to be dislodged from this angle. You can't allow freedom of a Freya over here. Well, there is a little bit of pressure going forward. Out comes the bowler onto Infected. The mid-air Suzu is actually bonkers there from Ultraviolet. Great mechanical play coming through from the Kiriko, and what we'd expect of such a storied flex support.
We'll see if they can find a way. Lethal's taking down a lot of pressure right now. Zura taken down very low.
Oh, what tracking?
Get that health pack. No, can't even get it. The bolt is enough damage done. And Infected should be falling down too. This is a great fight win from Illinois State.
Oh, Lethal's just on it right now, by the way. This guy is crazy when it comes to the Freya. And Lethal's played enough on the Tracer to know exactly where that recall was going to go from Zera.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we're kind of seeing a little bit the same theory that we saw from our Fisher thing, where you have Sam and you have Zura, who are really good at their respective heroes, but maybe doesn't have that long-range hit, mid to long-range hit scan potential like you're seeing. And Lethal is playing very aggressively in the air. Sam really can't do anything to deal, because you get hit by 3 bolts and you're pretty much instantly dead.
What can you do?
Oh, Infected. Oh, no.
Sticky bolts thrown out, Infected off the map, and that's a huge amount of extra ult charge for Admiral if they even didn't have it to begin with. The sound barrier is ready to go. And Illinois State have 5 ultimates to try and survive this last fight. It's going to be a 10 ultimate fight.
They got to get in there. I mean, they used the duplicate early onto the Hazard just to try and proc that overtime.
It's going to be the Hazard coming through. Should have access to the downpour rather quickly. Out come a pair of Kitsune rushes. Another flip coming round on the other side. Luke Mino takes out their counterpart. And Ultraviolet Rack attack is down. That means no healing now for the side of Winthrop. It's looking a little bit cooked on the other side. How do you try and get back in here if you're the Winston? Maimone's on the other side, covering the entrances. Infected going to have trouble getting back in. That much is for certain, but it seems like there's still going to be enough contesting here from Winthrop, even with no healing. Just sipping at their health pools. They managed to put up a spirited defense. Infected now stands alone, a monkey, a scientist in a zoo, and poking around from the outside. It's going to be a flip in favor of Winthrop. I think Ultraviolet's been able to TP back.
And I mean, that was all on Sam and Zura were able to clutch that one back up. Lethal got taken down, and Luke Mino as well, so you lost all of that healing, and Infected was still in Primal Rage, being able to juggle, and then eventually the supports were able to come back, so Winthrop get another lease on life here, but they don't have anything to work with. It's all going to be fought in the neutral. Zura's actually going over to the Sojourn just to come back a little bit more quickly and potentially put some pressure down onto these Flyers, and there you go, already W Maymone taken out of the sky.
Yeah, pressure given, pressure taken. Luke Mino managing to dodge away.
Heal? And
a little bit of healing needs to be found here for Zero down, and I'm busy, man. Don't worry, I'll finish that one for you.
That was that's like me. I'm just like hitting my heal button. Heal me, heal me, heal me. Okay, thank you very much. Now we can go back in.
True ranked experience, even in your collegiate games, a fully charged rail. But where's it going to go? Awry is the question. Into the ceiling goes the rail as Lethal looks over back towards the Echo here, and Lethal has been lights out thus far. There's going to be a request for it to happen yet again.
There is down low, that's big, and that means that Lethal can play so much more aggressively. Takes down Rack Attack.
Oh,
that's
no.
such a big pick, and now Lethal is just taking names right now like that.
The The bowler's gone too far away, but Ultraviolet surely can't stand up to this. Overtime starts ticking down. Who's going to be the one to make the touch? It has to be Infected, booped away now and taken down in their own right. Ultraviolet can't give over the healing, and the sound barrier is just there as a celebratory blast of natural sound. Illinois State will be able to take the first map of Ilios in quite convincing fashion.
Yeah, very convincing for this Illinois State team. Very good bans from them, taking away specifically Infected's best hero on that ball on a map like Ilios, getting rid of it. Luke Mino going to get played. Luke Mino, had a fantastic Kiriko game. The way you were taking names. Kiriko is a hero that if you're popping off on Kiriko, it might feel better than almost any other hero feels like.
Stinks for days over here. Let's look at that initial engagement where we did see Cuffer bounced off the map, but overall, it does feel like Lethal has just been lights out when it comes to this player. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one grab a ban as well.
Yeah. I think Lethal is definitely someone who is deserving of target banning quite a bit. But now it's like, okay, well, Ashe is still available to someone like Lethal, who is very good at those mid to long range hit scans. So if I'm going into map 2, I have to be wary about do I want to give maybe one of these more closer brawly maps where we're not playing on something very long, where the Ashe is going to get a lot of value, especially if Hammond is going to be back on the table. Picking something that would enable the Hammond to pop off would be where I would go to if I'm Winthrop. And I think Weech is their coach, so Weech knows more than I do about Overwatch. So I think Weech is definitely someone who is going to have a plan to continue to move this one forward.
Yeah, Weeks is definitely one of the most senior minds in all of Overwatch. Yeah. Has been around basically as long as the esports has, as one of the thinkers behind the scenes, one of the Sun Tzu of Overwatch, potentially.
That American Tornado roster, the first ISU roster that came, into Collegiate with the American Tornado core, but we'd stayed, was at ISU for a very long time at other points when they were still performing well. So I think that, definitely you have a very, very good coach at this Winthrop team, and definitely I'm not worried about what map they're going to be going to. If it's Kings Row, I'm going to be like, okay, well, everyone's good at that map. Who cares?
Well, certainly was a good turnaround on our previous game where it seemed like there was a little bit of a miscommunication of power on control. Maybe Winthrop can evoke Fisher here, and on maps where greater planning is necessary, where greater fight management can really sink or swim your map, is where you can really get your bread buttered. But ISU, this is not a roster to be underestimated. Both these rosters are competing at the top level of traditional Overwatch esports as well. And we have seen the rising of NA as a region in terms of power as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these players are kind of the present of NA and also the future of NA when it comes to how it's going to be performing in OWCS going forward on some of these teams that are very, very strong in that regard. And I think that what I'm interested to see is that we did see Kuffa still playing the Hazard. Kuffa very good at Hazard, very good at Winston as well. I think one of the boons of ISU as a whole is that Kuffa seems pretty ban agnostic in terms of if you ban out Kuffa, you can get rid of some of those things, but for the most part I would trust Kuffa to play a lot of other tanks at a very high level as well. Maybe not the side tanks, the off tanks of old that we saw in Overwatch 1, but the Winstons, any of those main tanks I trust Kuffa on, and some of the off tanks aren't as bad either. Sorry, and Diva and things like that, because Kuffa has grown very much as a player as he's been going through ISU and going through a lot of things that we see in OWCS NA.
Well, if Kuffa's ban agnostic, then Lethal is ban atheist, because you ban out his god characters and he only gets stronger. No god, I am god in this lobby.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing there was a meme about how contenders players talk about Lethal during the Sojourn meta. It's just that meme of Mr. Krabs just staring at SpongeBob over the campfire, and that's how I view. Lethal has always found a way. The stint he had on London Spitfire at the end of OWL wasn't the most fantastic thing, but the mechanical strength of this player can just bring back, I think he's dropped 50 bombs in OWCS before with how good he is at these hit scans. This meta seems very good for him, especially if Sojourn and Ashe are available. Those are two heroes that are prime lethal heroes, so this ISU roster has a really good hit scan in their back pocket to continue to try and add to the pedigree that this program has in collegiate Overwatch.
I mean, Lethal's currently heading into his 6th year of like competing at the notable like tier 2 and above level in Overwatch. It's kind of an institution when it comes to the long-term advancement of the sport. Let's quick look once again at our map pool. These are the options available for Winthrop in terms of catching this. Of course, none of those control maps are going to be available, but they can go to any of the 4 remaining modes.
Yeah, just circle. We need like a little red box like flashing over Kings Row, because I feel like that's just what we're gonna get. Is always second map Kings Row, because everyone picks that normally. I would like to see a little bit of difference. I mean, the thing is like if I'm Winthrop, I probably don't want to play Blizzard World because it's hit scan versus hit scan, and I don't have like a dedicated hit scan on my roster. That's gonna probably match up again. Like all of the long range maps is like I don't want to give Lethal any advantage, even more so than he might have. But okay, so Wheats knows more than I do, I guess. The thing about this map is different is that you can play Hammond here. And Hammond is very good at dealing with some of these long-range hit scans. So I think that that's probably where my thinking would be that Wheats is saying. It was like, okay, well, we have Hammond. We can pick Blizzard World. It's a map that, yes, enables a lot of these long-range hit scan. But if we have Infected piloting Ball the way that we know he can pilot Hammond, it should be okay for us to mitigate that.
It's interesting to see Kaffa be picking up the hazard here after the nerfs that we previously heard from Iron made that character terrible.
Yeah,
maybe there's a world where we get to see Iron versus the Kaffa hazard, but like, yeah, terrible bet.
This would the interesting thing for me would be like, okay, do we see Diva versus Hammond? Because Diva would be like the thing that, if we are going to be focusing so much on like trying to take down that long range hit scan, having a Diva to be able to peel away some of that damage would be good. Taking away Freya, I think this makes sense because just anything to be able to pinch the pool of Lethal, that's valuable to me. Just taking away one of his options. He's still going to have the Ashe available, still going to have the Widowmaker, still going to have the Cassidy, things like that. Sojourn also going to be in play, and it's actually going to be a Sigma ban. So
I wonder if Khalid has been subbed in.
Oh. Well, that means then...
because Kaluja's on this roster, I don't know if you'd ban Sigma against Infected.
Yeah, no, you definitely ban against Kaluj, which means that I think Kaluj probably plays Diva here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, we'll check if that's the case when it comes to subbing in. Check in with production for that one. But maybe there's a secret source Sigma for Infected in the back pocket.
Yeah, try saying that like 5 times fast. Secret sauce Sigma, secret sauce Sigma, secret sauce Sigma. I lost it.
That's a lot of S's. It's one way to cover your monitor and drool.
That's why I'm just a silly little color caster. I don't have the word play as some of my play-by-play comrades do.
Okay, so word for production is that Kaluj has not been subbed in, which is interesting. This means that Infected is going to have the opportunity to play on the Wrecking Ball if they would like.
Yeah. I mean, you can... I think the Sigma ban is good, especially on a map like this where it's always like... Sigma's always good on these maps where it's like you have these very long windows and long ranges to poke from and, you know, hold your shield up and things like that. Doesn't necessarily peel that fantastically, but I think maps like this and maps like Circuit Royal, where he does find a lot of value, and he's like not a bad tank, especially if some of these other tanks have fallen out of favor a little bit. But I don't think this is more of like one of those bans where it's like the map is specifically very good for Sigma. We're just gonna get rid of it. I would have probably liked to have seen a Diva ban actually, just because it makes Hammond's dives a little bit harder to pull off if you have that amount of peel for you. But also Sigma Rock, if you're very good at it, can also make Hammond's life completely miserable.
As expected, seeing that hover on the Wrecking Ball here from Infected. You know, I know that you call him Hammond, but you get to call him Hammond because you're tight like that. I'm not I'm not on first name terms with Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, that's you know, we both went to the moon and it was just like, now we're like this. We're like Kobe Shaq.
Yeah, you did a little bit of a cyberpunk edge run, as you know. Sit on the moon, look down at the earth. Really want to stay at your house,
dude. It literally, it's like it's playing in my brain right now. The song.
Don't start crying, or I will too.
So get away. Okay, well, if I go anymore, we'll get copyrighted. But it is gonna
fair use, baby.
Yeah, we are gonna see the Infected Hammond, or the Infected Wrecking Ball, as I will call him, which makes sense. because of the fact that he is so good at this. This is also a very good map that you have a lot of ability to use that pile driver, get along with those wrecking ball angles. As the Hanzo's going to be on the other side. Another classic Blizzard World pick, it feels like, where you just have that spam going forward, and if you hit one of those classic mahogany logs onto a head, completely turn a fight around.
Kind of a classic Sam pick as well from all this time. Kaffa's actually well in the back right now. Has a great off angle, but this is going to make moving forward for the remainder of Illinois State a little bit more treacherous, or indeed perilous. Infected and Kaffa basically trading positions. Big slam right there, doing a lot of damage. Infected going to wrap around here, trying to chase down onto these fleeing squishy members, but for now it's been a little bit less than lethal. Sam, however, lethal in his own right. The mahogany log has been hit, rolling in towards the Ash. Mega picked up here by lethal, but it's not the ideal matchup to go in with the Ash against the wrecking ball. So hard to try and get through that armored carapace with your limited offensive output in the midst of one of these battles. The second you have to start reloading, the ball will just tear you apart. And Sam, jeez.
Oh, yeah, not bad from Sam there. And I mean, one of the things about the Hammond is that you can see that like lethal is trying to duel as best of his capabilities, and Admiral is also there just standing by lethal, but Infected just has so much health that it's really difficult to find any value of taking down this Hammond at all, and that means that the other three members of Illinois State have to win their duel on the other end, or it's going to not work out for them. And Sam, with how well those Hanzo's shots were hitting, made it so that Illinois State had no chance in that duel.
Noting the approach here. Off my moan, Storm Arrow used to try and carve through Kaffa, but all of these shots have gone awry, and Zera's been caught out by themselves in the back. The focusing beam, just too much to try and deal with, and even with the quicker draws on the bow and arrow, no one's bothering to peek into this. Very good discipline coming through from Illinois State, trying to avoid the incoming damage, but my moan goes a little bit too far forward, and guess what? The Storm Arrow is back off cooldown. Downpour, undodgeable here for Sam, but does manage to get into a little bit of cover, wrapping around the corner with a dangerous leap, has to rebuff a bunch of the damage that Infected is going to be bringing on through, and now with 2 ticks in their favor, Illinois State are in a commanding position to take this point.
Yeah, and I think Winthrop there gets maybe a little bit too over-aggressive, unfortunately not respecting the incoming dive potential that you saw from Illinois State, who got really aggressive there, and now this is where this composition is going to have a little bit easier time working with, because you have these long sight lines to work with. Yes, you're also going to have them on the other side for Winthrop, but Sam, he's going to have a little bit of a tougher time, not just standing in that back, throwing down. I also love what W. Maimon is doing, playing very respectful against the enemy DPS, knowing that they are very susceptible to just a log to the head and going down. Just continuously use this poke effectively.
My man, down to half. Has to use the iframes here to try and avoid falling into the minefield, as well as falling low in their own right. Booped into the mines. It's a little bit perilous here. Cheeky little whip shot. And Myman also demands the usage of the Bardic Grenade to heal themselves up. That's a lot of utility that's going to be missing offensively here for Illinois State.
Yeah, and I mean, the card has still been moving throughout all of this, so yeah, it's an ultimate that gets used, but it's still working fine. And here comes the Bob.
Okay, Bob comes through. Dragon Strike as well. Lethal doesn't want to cross through that, even with the additional shielding given over by the sound barrier, and Zera's fallen down on the other side. Bob covers the off angle while Sam takes down Maimon. So much of the healing's already gone away. Lethal is just absolutely dominating when it comes to the Ash, carving through the defense of Winthrop. And while Infected will be able to roll away, the rest of the team have been reduced to atoms.
And I like the decision-making from Winthrop to kind of be aggressive and try and push the tempo a little bit, but unfortunately, Rack Attack just doesn't manage to find anyone else with the rally. It goes for naught. Essentially, going to actually switch over to the Wu Yang just to offer something a little bit different, a little bit more of that oomph in the healing department. But they got to stall here if you're Illinois State, or if you're Winthrop. You cannot let this go.
Oh, Zera just continues catching so much of this poke. They're just being put in a box here by Illinois State. The downpour's ready to go once again from Kaffa. Sent over. Zera's got nowhere to go. 1 second on the deflect. Finally gets it up just in time. And this might be an opening here to draw out the blade. 2 DPS in their sights. And a quick refresh. Zera manages to strike back. The absolute elastic defense. They bend and they don't break. They just snap back with even more power.
And now you could just see, in that fight alone, you could see the value of the Wu Yang against something like the Brigitte. If that's a Brigitte healing Zera through that, Zera's instantly dead, but the healing output from the Wu Yang really keeps Zera alive throughout that downpour, throughout that CC, then uses a fantastic blade to take down those DPS. And it's a fight win for Winthrop, and at a pretty good position, because Illinois State have a long trek to go through to try and get back to the start, and every second is valuable in these pushes.
Okay, Sam's turn to carry now. Can they get shot onto Maimon is the question. Lethal noted on the off angle, and Kaffa is going to be trailing around that Sonic Arrow, so any who come close to them are going to have their locations revealed. revealed, super low. Yet another Storm Arrow. Sam does not want to commit, knowing that the danger is going to be real and present. Infected around the outside, trying to drag people in towards the Dragon Strike. Now they're in a perilous position. A knockback could be everything. Sam is going to be able to at least move in and survive a little bit longer against the nano boosted Hazard. Things are starting to get a little bit treacherous. Up close, up personal. The long range Bionade from Lukmino is a little bit cracked. He's bonkers with a throwing arm. Infector's going to be throwing down some weight though. The biomass crashes down upon Admiral, who finds himself low and having to move back to Lukmino for a touch of additional healing.
But these fights are always going to be favorable of this Winthrop Cup because they have the respawn advantage. They need to win these fights if you're Illinois State quickly as they go in with the title surge, and Rack Attack is able to find one, and they're going to clean this one up in like day 50 seconds is all that's left for Illinois State University right here. And luckily for them, very key ultimates coming up in this next team fight, but they have to make it to the cart and still go through a lot of code. They have to be worried. In fact, it's actually going to use the minefield early.
I think maybe trying to force out the sound barrier earlier here. Lukamino manages to get away using the TP. The spike will give a little bit of additional cover. Infected could not bash in and get that extra knockback due to the knocks that were coming through from the spike wall. Infected now watching the forward movement of the Echo. Where can Maimon go? Just dashes into their counterpart here, utilizing the focusing beam. Has the flight just in time, looking towards the back. Sam and Raktek have already been taken down. And now it's Zera's turn to try and make something work. Over onto the Mini. The focusing beam is so good against the Genji. You can't deflect the incoming damage. And while Ultraviolet might be seen, it's Infected who's going to be getting all the attention. Moving over onto a point. Over health to try and survive a touch longer as Raktek returns from the spawn. The Kitsune rush doesn't last for a moment as Lethal's Bob is just standing sentry and standing firm over the objective itself. Illinois State in overtime takes second.
Man, Kuffa completely turned that fight. It felt like it was over the second they caught Maimon on the flank, but they used so many resources and they couldn't take down Maimon because of those iframes, because of that extra life that you got. And Kuffa just went to the point and completely murked everyone that was standing there. So Illinois taking another lease on life, a minute in their back pocket, and another downpour from Kuffa here.
Kuffa's been absolutely farming these. They've been great against the Genji. But you've got to try and time out that deflect. Need to know when it's coming on through. And the Wu Yang poke from downtown is absolutely brutal to try and deal with. Nice mid-air there from Zera. Just in time as the knockback onto themselves from Lethal to try and get that exit frag onto their counterpart. But Winthrop, now they have stability.
Kuffa's making look like Hazard actually didn't get nerfed that much at all. It feels like right now, with how he's playing it, Illinois State still have that downpour ability. It's sure going over to the Bastion at the very end here. I mean, it is good that you can't negate the headshots anymore. So if Kuffa steps out of line even once, you are going to get absolutely blitzed right now.
You get absolutely pasted, infected, in towards the back. Kuffa not too bothered about it at the moment, trusting in the team to keep themselves peeled as a violent leap takes even more high ground, erodes the space, forces Zera back and into that tiny little area. Disengagement option is going to be limited over into the tank form. The damage is going to be real right here. And what a preemptive Suzu to stop the Bastion from getting rooted. Unbelievable heads-up play from Ultraviolet here. And now all these supports have to do is keep Zera up. And they have understood the mission. Zera able to run down Illinois State, and Winthrop hold on third.
That's some awesome. I love like when teams do that where they're just like, we know we have 30 seconds and we can just make this one little hero swap to completely change the output of that fight. And like you mentioned, they knew exactly what they were trying to do with that Bastion. A perfectly placed Suzu from Ultraviolet. What else do you expect from someone of his caliber? And Winthrop are able to stop Illinois State from getting to the end of this map. Now, this is one of those maps like where it's very easy to get caught on first, very easy to get caught on second. So if you're Illinois State, you still have a pretty good win condition to play with. But now Infected gets to have a little bit more room to work with on this offense, maneuver around with this Hammond. But full credit to Illinois State, they have been doing a great job negating a ton of the value that we've seen from Infected. And now if we're going to be seeing the Sombra, it's going to make it even more difficult for Hammond to get value.
Me, the ashamed Sombra main. Yes. Players from the UK playing Sombra, it's more likely than you'd think.
Yeah, more likely than you think.
We're real, and we're here.
You're one and the same, you and W Maimon.
Yeah, two sides of the same coin, except I'm like 10 years older.
Yeah. Me and you have reached Oak status, unfortunately, but I think it's interesting to me that we're going to be seeing Sam stay on the Hanzo. I think Hanzo on the defense is good. On offense, it's going to be a little bit harder to find necessarily great angles, especially when you have a lot of geometry to play around with if you're Illinois State. It's going to be really good against the Sombra. That's something I like for it because you're going to be able to continuously spam. You have that Sonic Arrow to be able to deal with the invisibility, so I think it's going to work out. But I think WMamon is very much just saying, like, I don't want Infected to have fun here.
Oh my goodness, for Sleep, for Shield Bash, the hack. All of the control going the way of Infected. One of the things that's most important here as well is the fact that Infected cannot pick up a lot of these mega health packs, which is going to mean that Infected is going to rely so much more on their backline for healing and not be able to operate independently. We might see Infected instantly swap here if they don't like playing into the hacked packs from the Sombra.
And I mean, just the amount of spam potential is coming through. Now going over to that Winston. So the Sombra has lost a little bit of the value here because you're not able to just, you know, hit right click on the Hammond as he's going to be able to get out here. Maybe, oh, focusing just barely. Can't find WMamon.
My object permanence from Admiral. Hello? They forgot that the Echo was there. It's okay. Object permanence unlocks in the next DLC. Lethal now under assault. The focusing beam. Good drop away there. And the peel is good as well. Kuffer coming in for an up-close and personal brawl. Mega quick mini pack going to be picked up. And the sticky explosions are too much for Kuffer to bear. Lethal's taken down by Sam after already being tenderized previously. And while there may be some interesting schmoves here from Luke Mina before they fall down, the damage has already been done.
I'm going to take a little nap, but it's not going to matter too much. And now I'm wondering, do we see WMamon just... I mean, EMP is one of those ultimates where it can just completely turn fights, but I think maybe just completely foregoing it for something that's going to be able to deal with the Winston a little bit better might be the play here. Looks like they are going to be sticking onto it. They have a lot of macro in terms of being able to use that ultimate economy effectively, so no harm, no foul there. But with Suzu, I mean, it's always hard to really get... Sam not respecting the incoming damage there, and... Actually, without Sam, they are going to lose a little bit of that positioning and spam potential through that choke, so this is where Illinois State can maybe move forward a little bit and start to mount the defense.
Yeah, Sam just got absolutely bisected. EMP in the back pocket here for Mimone.
Oh,
could put it onto just one member. They want to just all in onto the Winston, and indeed that is going to be the case. Instant cleanse coming through as well, and now the tidal blast in towards the back. Admiral can't deal with the damage, and while Infected with no cooldown is having a little bit of trouble moving forward. They still have Kuffer in the back, and to a degree that's going to be about cutting off Kuffer from the back line of support. That's going to be Infected's current job. Has to use the shield a little bit more defensively though, so it can't block off that much healing. A nice right click, and now Lethal going up against the nemesis of the Winston. Infected for now is going to commit to it, and indeed is backed up by Sam.
I mean, I was saying how it's going to be a little bit harder for Sam to get value, but Sam is getting a lot done right now. WMamon all the way in the back ends up going down. And now Illinois State University have to make this defense right here at the edge of their spawn. WMamon switches over to this Echo, which I like. It's going to be great with the focusing, able to deal that damage. And now with Lethal being able to make this a 6v5 with the Bob, this is where Illinois State can really hold that defense.
Fractech is just making this space so inhospitable for all the members of Illinois. Out comes the Kitsune Rush. And it's going to make it difficult to try and hold here. Going up against the Bob. Nice mid-air there from Rakazak. A little bit crazy when it comes to the mechanics. Still doesn't have the Tidal Blast available, but more than enough healing. In towards the back. Just needs to share out those Kiriko of Fuda. And indeed, it's very well done by Winthrop. They're so disciplined when it comes to taking all that damage. More there may be some exit frags here from Mimo. Nah, Sam says absolutely not. There's so much time.
Yeah, and I mean, I really love the decision making from Rakazak to move over to this Wu Yang. It's just getting so much more done. Like you mentioned, that mid-air hit onto the onto that Echo. I mean, the amount of poke you have, the amount of output you have in terms of that healing, even through some of those nerfs that we've seen, has been going well. And look at Zura again, just needing to win one fight, switch over to the Bastion. It works wonders.
Understanding the assignment and standing on business. Infected. Playing these supports inside the bubble, looking over, sees the potential for a knockoff of the side with the Primal Rage. Goodbye to a Winston, goodbye to a rally. You can rally your troops, but it's a losing fight to begin with. Lethal under assault, flying fists of Primal Fury, knock them away from the car to Winthrop. Strike back in the series.
And that's what I was saying. I was like, you know, Beast knows more than me. I was like, I don't know if I want to take him to a map where, you know, long-range hit scan is good, where I can play, you know, as long as we have Infected on this Hammond, we're going to be able to do things. And Sam also stepped up huge. Hanzo is one of those heroes where it's very feast or famine. You know, you're very aware if a Hanzo's not performing, if you're not getting in that kill feed. Sam was doing perfect. Ooh, what? Excuse me?
He's nasty.
That shot on the Admiral was disgusting. That was absurd, and that's the type of performance you got to have when you're playing up against someone like Lethal.
And Sam managing to find the non-Euclidean arrow, bending space and time to get these nasty shots. And Zera Sarah's just John win condition.
Yep.
Like, always understands exactly what needs to be done to try and convert this fight into a win, even if it's not the cleanest thing to do, whether it's to go to the Bastion and give up some ult charge, or if, like, I'm going into this 1v2 with 100 HP, I can ask for that pocket to come through from Rack Attack with the healing of the Wu Yang and convert it into something.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a team player, right? Where it's like, I'm going to forego all of the fun I could have on something like Genji and play Bastion of all things, right? Where it's like, you know, I hit my tank mode and then I click, and then that's how we win. And I think that's just good understanding from the entirety of the team to know what their win condition is, like you talked about, especially with Hazard having those nerfs to the critical shot, being able to not get a lot of value with that block. So yeah, I think it's now turned into a best of 3 here between both these teams. They're very close, it feels like. That map did feel like it was very favored heavily for Winthrop, I think, towards like the back end of it. But they still are, I mean, it's blow for blow, I'd say. And now the bans get really interesting because it's going to be continuously, you know, are we going to continue to take down Lethal? Because we beat them on the Ashe, and the Ashe is very good right now. So where do we go next if we're ISU?
I mean, are they feeling that maybe you can try and ban out Cuffer's Hazard? I mean, like we said, Cuffer's kind of ban agnostic. Very difficult to ban out Cuffer. Very good on the Winston as well. So maybe not as worth it when it comes to the overall bans. Like, I don't know if there's really a weakness when you've got teams that are advanced as these in terms of like how long we've been playing the game, how thoroughly expanded their hero pools are.
I wonder now, does it, you know, do we start to see, because we haven't seen support bans yet. So now is it like, do we start to take those away? You know, Ultraviolet's been playing really good on the Kiriko. Do we take that away? It feels like, though, whenever you take away these support bans, it's pretty neutral, because I feel like with the caliber of supports that we have from all of these players, they kind of are also ban agnostic, where it's like, I think I would trust them to play a lot of anything that we have in the current support pool. So it's really going to be like this chess match now between both these teams. I think map is going to be very important. You know, are we taking maps that aren't going to be valuable for Hammond? Because I think that's going to be one of the things that, now that there is no Hammond ban potential at all, do we start to really focus in on playing more brawly maps where the Hammond isn't going to get a lot of value?
Yeah, something more brawly, more rush-head. I think this is one of the ways in which the Blizzard World pick was a little bit ingenious as well, and that it takes like King's Row off the table, which is classically a pretty brawly map. Shambali, that's probably one of our brawliest escort maps as well. This one makes a lot of sense, and this is also a lethal playground. Yeah,
this is like the brawl map, I feel like. I don't think I've ever seen a meta on this map that wasn't brawl. Just full brawl. Maybe like a little bit of poke at some point, but this is very much like brawl, rush. We're fighting in enclosed areas, and this would be like, do we see the Mauga start to creep up here a little bit? Because these are, you know, these teams have been scrimming on the new patch probably with some of the teams they are in OWCS, and starting to get a little bit of value potentially. Hanzo taken off the table, understandably, I think, with how Sam performed in that last series. And this is a map where you still do have those like long range sightlines.
Yeah. Gonna be the first ban here. Yep, the Hanzo. I think this is a good ban in that, like, Sam probably plays it a little bit more than you do. And if Sam's got, like, a specialist hero that you want to get rid of, it doesn't really affect your hero pool so much.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine. And then now the second ban, it's like, now I'm like, okay, do we see the support ban? Do we see something like a, you know, Ramatra ban? Because this was like when Ramatra was released, it's like you played Shambali Monastery and you played Ramatra like every time.
Yes.
And I think it's still probably one of his better maps if he is still able to play. I know Iron said that it was not going to be played, as Lucio's taken off the table, which is interesting because that screams to me like a Brig Juno. Because I think on this map you still need speed and you still need to brawl. Or maybe like a Sigma. Maybe we do start seeing poke, but at least on first potentially, but I think on second and like third, this is really telling to me that like Brig Juno might be the flavor of the day.
Oh, Brig Juno, so it would be interesting to see. I haven't cast a bunch of that over in my tenure in Korea, but they like their classics there, you know? They've figured out what they like, and they're not going to be changing it anytime soon.
I feel like every region, it's like, you know, every region knows what they like in terms of their archetypes that they like with team compositions. But like Lucio being taken off the field, it is our first support ban, and again, Lucio's always that like enabler of rush compositions and brawl compositions where you have that speed. So now it's taken off the table completely. So that's where like does Juno start to become, because it's the only other champion or hero that you have where it enables you to have that speed on demand essentially.
Okay, and we're going to get a sense of deja vu from our previous series where a control goes the way of one team, and then it's a sweep in the other direction. Winthrop would certainly be hoping for such events to occur once again, but I imagine there's quite a bit of depth of strategy to Illinois State University's playbook.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think with Illinois State University and the what I say, I said Lethal. You said Lethal was he wasn't agnostic. He was the other thing.
Atheist.
Atheist, yeah. Where it's like if you keep banning out Lethal, nothing really matters to him. He can play pretty much anything. But they did a fantastic job, I think, negating Lethal, and it had a lot to do with the Hammond always in his face. So and it's not necessarily something you can do on this map because I think it would be really, really hard to pilot Hammond, especially through second. Like first, you could if there was anyone who I think could get away with it, it'd be like Gaga, Fate,
Jumping
or
and
probably
Infected.
Infected. Yeah, that's it. Infected is one of those players where I'd say you could probably pilot Hammond anywhere, and I would be okay with it because of how good you are at the hero. I don't know though; it'd be really difficult. I'm giving them a lot of grace in that one.
Oh, some people can afford this grace. I got to admit, Shambhala Monastery might be one of my favorite maps in the game. I think probably one of the best ones they've released since the launch of Overwatch. Probably this or Samoa for me in terms of my favorite maps that they've released.
Samoa. It's not on the map pool, which is sad, but I love the aesthetic of Samoa. Just so bright and warm and cozy.
Makes me feel good, especially as someone who doesn't get to see the sun as a British person. Damn, they got that far in the beach territory? Our beaches just have rocks.
Our beaches are just rocks. Such a pretty
that
map.
Lunar Colony. That's where you cut up with Hammond. Got on first name basis.
Oh, rest in peace. Also, Horizon Lunar Colony is another map that's gone to the wayside.
And we're all more thankful for it.
Yes, we
Maybe
are.
it'll come back one day as a flashpoint, you know?
Yeah, I'm down.
Stadium.
I'm down for that. As it looks like we are going to be seeing. Okay, so the Mauga was hinted at a little bit earlier, and it looks like we are going to be seeing Ram is going to be being played here from Kuffa. So, okay, well, Sam is not going to be playing the game for a little bit right now, as he's going to go back to spawn with the spam potential that we saw from Winthrop's composition. So, I mean, the Mauga ramp kind of works a little bit similar to the Mauga v Mauga, where you're going to be poking at the start, and then eventually something is going to give, and that's when you have an advantage in terms of some burst damage, especially if Lethal's going to be on this Ashe. Zura and Sam have to be very careful about where they move.
Okay, Winthrop making their pivot now to try and take the high ground away. Maimon under a huge amount of pressure, opting not to go in for the focusing moves. Infected's already taken so much damage it knows that all the healing's going to be going the way of that Mauga. And while Rack Attack and Infected have fallen low, they do have a reasonable amount of safety to try and get themselves healed back up. Illinois State going to have to give away even more space, but the cart has started moving back. Now there's a timer that has to be worked with here for the side of Winthrop, and they're going to send Sam to keep this cart moving.
But I mean, they're playing really effectively, Winthrop, around their cooldowns, taking away this space from Illinois State University, who really want to have it to be able to spam down. Lethal has been doing a lot of damage, though. 82%. And Zura's actually going to get blasted here. No way he lives.
Oh, the Pinta stick from Maimon. Just bet it was curtains for Zera. Even with a little bit of HP left for a dead man walking. Very aggressive here from Infected. Moves onto a Mega. Thanks for the extra ultimate charge. Lethal's likely to stay here. Unless they get outdueled by the
that's not how you
Wait,
get it.
Maimon stole that. Hey, that was Lethal's environmental kill.
Yeah, this is Winthrop, I think. They played the first parts of those fights so well, but really W Maimon, the way that he's checking Zura every time Zura's trying to dive in and get some value, the sticky bombs are there, the focusing being there is afterwards, and Zura hasn't really been in a position to get value and kind of take that space with the rest of the team because W Maimon is checking them all the time. And look at this ultimate economy from Illinois State University. This is almost unlosable if they continue to play this well.
Generational wealth from Illinois State. Lethal. Big dynamite there, starts burning on through. Committing is going to be awkward up against this Bob. Could be burned through rather quickly. The Tidal Blast, I don't think is going to actually grab anyone. I don't know if Lethal actually got the memo, but Link Mina's going to be sending it onto them. Infected down on the other side. Lethal down to 4 HP. The backup's coming through, though. And it seems to be all going the way of Illinois State right now as they will stagger out Rack Attack. Oh, Kim's poor son.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Winthrop that they aren't able to secure anything. The big thing, though, is they secure a very strong ultimate advantage, and they are at the point where basically they win one fight where the card is, and they should be able to take it home into first point. So this is not looking terrible, especially because Illinois State had to force out both their support ultimates.
Did Infected not see the Echo, though?
I don't think he did.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's okay. I have the spectator
really
cam. Cuffer in the corner. There's going to be a bunch of healing going their way, but wrapping around behind them, Cuffer surely can't survive this one. Where's the damage? The stun comes through. Cuffer lives it. Luke Mino and Admiral are doing absolute magic right now.
And I mean, that's a fight that they won against, just completely in the neutral by themselves. Nothing really in terms of ultimates went the way of Winthrop, and now they have both their ultimates, yeah, but they got to go quickly. Oh, Admiral gets a little bit too over-aggressive and ends up going down. That's a lot of healing loss.
Okay. Oh, Sam. Bro do be aiming right now. Next up is the Wu Yang, and only the dregs remain. Cuffer, I'm afraid you won't be living this one. No resurrections, no miracles this time.
Luckily, though, Illinois State pushed that cart back really far, which means that they will get one last chance, but they are going to be walking into that cage from the Amalga, and also the blender that is going to be Zera's Dragon Blade on top of that. Maybe Illinois State can find a way to get the support ultimates in time if this fight lasts long enough.
Cajun Blade. Illinois State, they have the defensive timing here, but the question is, will they blend? Cuffer might be blended out in their own right here, could be taken down by a quick stun. Out comes the Suzu and the Annihilation both. The block slop's not strong enough. I was talking about it earlier. Long live the Kings of Damage, for Block Slop has been slain. Winthrop get through first.
Block Slop has been found alive in a ditch, I guess, or dead in a ditch. I'm not sure which one, but Illinois State University unfortunately aren't able to complete that full hold, and now Winthrop University get all of this positioning to work with to move forward. They do have on Illinois State's side a lot of ultimates to bring this one back, and there's only 2 minutes left, so if you're Winthrop, you get most likely one extra ultimate rotation here and nothing else. Maybe Sam finds something in the neutral, can't find that headshot yet.
Big slow off the Ravenous Vortex. Means that Sam can't escape. Luke Mino's so good when it comes to leading this additional damage. And now Malga rolls him. A quick stun. A quick absolute blast through of Winthrop. They cannot stand up against the Malga, and so it's just a disengage.
A lot of clicking. I mean, that is one that if you were in a perfect world, WMA doesn't have to force out, because Zera got almost insta-killed with Echo during that, but WMA was going to lot of value with these stickies right now, and I love this decision-making from Illinois State. Just push your tempo as much as you can. Make Winthrop work for every step, because Sam is 1 health right now, needs to be healed up by the rest of the team.
My man should be able to get away here even while burning a whole rack attack. Just caught in the corner. Cuddle for warmth.
Yeah,
cuddle for warmth. Like penguins.
Hug each other for warmth. Rack attack. We'll get through this cold Shambali winter.
Now is the winter of Winthrop's discontent, and the discontent's only going to keep piling on here with the Bob. We're going to speed up the Bob. Out come the extra torpedoes, and Winthrop's just going to wait this one out.
Yeah, they have the orbital ray to kind of re-engage with right now if they would like to do so. I think they're waiting for all their health bars to be healthy, and there goes Infected in.
And they go. Tidal Blast might be problematic as well. Double support ult here to try and survive an Ultraviolet and Rack Attack. They've learned the ways of the cuddle. And Mimo not going to be handing out any cuddles. Only violence lives in his heart. Luke Mino on the other side. The DPS have been taken down, but the burn from Infected removes Mimo. And now they're trying to disengage here. Infected needs to try and make a pathway over towards the point, potentially. Infected caught underneath the Kitsune Rush as well. Cuffer's just marauding through here like a wild Viking raiding the unprotected monastery at Lindisfarne. The Vikings have made landfall, and it's been absolutely brutal to try and deal with. Sarah got the touch, yeah, but Lethal's there and waiting. The trap was baited. The trap has been executed, and Sam falls into the executioner's noose. That's going to be a stronghold from Illinois.
Did you just hit me with a Lindisfarne reference?
Yeah, I hate you with a Lindisfarne reference. Are you not Viking Bill?
No, that's incredible. That's an A+ reference from you right there. And it's an A+ defense, I mean, for the most part for Illinois State. Yes, they lose that first point, but from I think beyond that one team fight, it felt like Illinois State had complete control. The spam potential from this comp is so strong, especially with the Wu Yang, the Ash. I mean, you could just take a screen cap of Rack Attack hiding behind the big Malga in the corner, and that's like that. That's just how this series or this map has gone so far. That's just it.
Cold Shambali Winter once more nips at the exposed digits of heroes. Winthrop now. They have to batten down the hatches for the coming blizzard, the coming storm that is Illinois State. A hold on first would be ideal for them. But Illinois State, they chose this map and they knew exactly what was coming. And it feels like, as you said, their management of poke and angles has been sublime.
It's been fantastic. And I mean, I think on the defensive end, really for them, or for the offensive end, there's not much to change with how well that they played that offense. I think now Lethal gets to play the Widowmaker with these long sight lines potentially, see if you can find a pick. Or I don't know why you just don't continue playing the Ashe here. I do like that Rectag has gone over to the Wu Yang just to offer a little bit more healing potential, because the Brig, it just felt like it wasn't matching up with the spam that you were bringing on the other side. Is that the Lethal is going to go out of this one? Okay. Ultraviolet is a very lucky boy.
Why does he jump? Almost had an actual Violet moment right there.
Moment, yeah. Remove the Ultra and we got Violet right there.
Pulls off the Scooby-Doo mask. It was you all along, Violet.
It was me, Dio.
Zera has to take themselves underground here to escape the rapidly punching fists of Ramatra, but re-emerges, and Infected's already been taken down. This defense is falling apart to the poke. Despite the safe positioning, they've just been mechanically outplayed.
And I mean, it feels like we're kind of seeing something similar to what we saw with the Fisher and St. Clair series, where this long-range hit scan is really impeding the ability for any of the other, because Zura and Sam are very good at their respective heroes, but they don't necessarily have that same long-range hit scan damage dealer in their pool that we have with someone like Lethal. So it feels like that's really making a difference. But now, when we're going to this second point at the end of first, maybe this enclosed fight will be a little bit better for them with the May. Oh no.
Simon moving towards the back. No hits off of the sticky bombs, and the Ravenous Vortex is going to somewhat complicate Maimon disengage. Still back up to full HP, and Infected's been wrapped around behind. Feels like Kappa definitely has the upper hand when it comes to this Ramatra versus Ramatra battle for now, but with all of their resources expended, Illinois State have to give up their advanced position.
And I mean, this time bank is not the largest right here. They are going to have to really work through the May and the poke from the Ashe, the poke from the Sojourn rather. As Admiral is down, that's a lot of healing that's not going to be there, but they're still going to try and aggress onto this to hold this position at the very least.
Well, Kavika just crossed his arms at them. The game pose of power. Certainly is feeling powerful right now. Maimon sees an opening to try and work with, but the extra armor from a Nemesis form is just too hard to try and carve through.
Oh, these ultimates are very, very scary if you're on Winthrop side. Here comes the Bob just to create that space.
In towards the back. Oh, it's a pentastick, and the tracking is good as well. Now Maimon gets their charge, just roll on through on the May, and Maimon is taking over the lobby. The one and only. It's just too hard to try and break through on the Echo. A celebratory throwing of snowball to the sky, getting the extra air miles.
Yeah, and I don't even know if there's a way back into this one if you are Winthrop. I mean, you are. This is like the best place for your composition, but you have to work up against 4 minutes of just continuously batten down the hatches. If you are them, unless they had to use 2 of their DPS ultimates, but they keep their support ultimates, which is huge. This is when they probably have to use like everything to try and hold here, or they're going to go down 2-1.
4 minutes to work with, and a Tidal Blast available as well for Lukmino on this off angle can definitely give Maimon a little bit of extra cushion to try and make a brave play happen. And indeed there it is, in towards the back, running down rack attack. Kim's poor son is finished off by Lethal, catching them on the other side. Little 1-2 punch onto the back line, and Kufra's unleashed the annihilation. The pincer maneuver that even Sun Tzu would be proud of is going to be the cart rolling on forward. There might be a celebratory blizzard somewhere from Sam, but it seems like no one's going to be feeling the cold. The winter gear is good. Sam wins out the mechanics right here, but no one can really touch. They prioritize the objective. Illinois State take away their own map pick to go up 2-1.
Illinois State looking very clean on that map, very much understanding why they picked it, and this brawly style seems to favor them so effectively, mixed in with a little bit of that long-range hit scan. And I think that, like, based on like the fact that we have this like loser picks map type mentality with both these teams, or type format with both these teams, this definitely feels like it could go 5, because now I think if you're on the other side and you're Winthrop, you're like, let's pick a map that's really good for Hammond. Let's go ahead and do that. Because Infected, I mean, while I love Infected on some of these heroes, like the Winston, the Maga's not my favorite just because I think that he is a little bit better on more of those divey style of things. I think that now you're really banking on the fact that you can go to a map that you can play Hammond a little bit better, potentially get some bans that are in your favor in that way, and then take us to map 5, where unfortunately you will have to break serve.
I mean, what can you do when Maimon's just Thanos?
Yeah.
Like, if Maimon's grabbing 2 every time, it's kind of unwinnable, you know? Like, he hits that penta stick off the back of a sticky bomb. Just having the great timing of an Echo player as well. Like, it's not just mechanics, but it's about timing and knowing when the distraction is going to be coming in. Finding that Kiri so early in the final fight of first was an absolute imperative.
And I mean, with the composition that they had between the DPS of like the Ashe and the Echo, one of the things that's really difficult is that if you're playing an Echo on the other side to match, your other DPS doesn't necessarily have that hit scan potential, doesn't have the same pressure. So W Maymon is basically playing pretty much as aggressive as he wants. He knows where everyone is because of the fact that if anyone steps out of line, you are right into lethal sights. That's not where you want to be. If you're behind the team, you're in perfect pentasticky range, like you saw, not where you want to be either. So that pincer maneuver, like you mentioned, Sun Tzu would be proud of this ISU team taking a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and like you can get so much information safely while you're crossing your arms in the game of pose as Ramatra. Like, I'm gathering all the information to my Echo, and you can't stop me.
I'm too angry to die. I'm too angry to die.
Too local man, too gamer to die. Oh, I remember those days where every photo was someone with their arms crossed. Very gamer, very cool. But you know what else is cool? Taking a quick break. So we'll see you on the other side. Map number 4 coming your way, and it is going to be the pick of Winthrop. Now, last time they took us to a map with a little bit more open season. It was Blizzard World to allow for some ball shenanigans. The question is, with both Push and Flashpoint on the docket, where do we go next?
Yeah, and so now with Push and Flashpoint, it's interesting because those are, okay, Servas is where we're going to go, which is interesting too, because it is, I think you can definitely pilot ball here. Again, I think Infected's one of those players where I'd be like fine with him doing it anywhere. It is still very brawly though to me, a map like this, and we did see kind of what the brawl looked like on our previous map in Shambhala, and it looked very heavily in favor in ISU. So now my thinking would be like maybe there's a ban that they have ready and available. Echo's going to be taken off the table, which I'm going to assume that's a Winthrop. Well, actually, it might not be a Winthrop. I think it would make sense because if Winthrop had first map, then this would be first ban for ISU.
Yeah, so this should be Winthrop's ban.
Yeah, so I mean, if Maimon was playing the way it was, that makes sense.
Just get Maimon off of his Thanos character. You know?
that definitely. If I'm picking, I was like halfway through Shambhala, I'm like, hey, next map we're banning, we're banning Echo. I don't want to see that hero at all.
Like we're kind of just like one map behind the 8 ball when it comes to our first bans, you know. Like Lethal pops off on Freya, first ban Freya. Sam pops off on Hanzo, first ban Hanzo. Maimon pops off on Echo, first ban Echo.
And I mean, I think the ban also of the Kiriko, I think makes a lot of, because Ultraviolet has been playing it very well. So I think that getting rid of Suzu, a very important cooldown. Does this now, trend more towards that Juno Brig line that I was talking about? Lucio still potential, so Lucio Bap also something that we can see. I don't think Lucio Brig has been played in a very long time, maybe since Odyssey actually existed. I think that's like the last time I remember when Brig was very strong. That was the rack. I think that was actually that was the Rack Attack Lumino line. Was that
the Odyssey?
The Odyssey. I think it was it Rack Lumino on like Brig Lucio, and that was like when they finally beat American Tornado, I think, in that one tournament.
I do remember that tournament. I think it was, it might have been a June Contenders tournament. I think it might have been when we were doing monthlies. Yeah,
it was one of those monthly ones where they it was a 7-mapper, but they finally beat American Tornado on like the double shield, like the Sigma Orisa. It was the Sigma Orisa, and then it was the Brig Lucio, and then I forgot what the DPS were at the time, but it was definitely that style of.
Might have been Reaper, because I think it was Dynasty playing Reaper.
Yes, okay, that's true. That possibly could have been. So, oh man, remember when Orisa had like pole and shield and stuff like that?
Oh, hate that.
Yeah. I like that she just throws
Rhino
spears
was playing
at people
for them
now.
at the time.
I like that she throws spears at people now. That's fun. It's much more engaging.
It's kind of cool to see like Luke Mino versus Rack Attack when for like the longest time in NA Contenders when I was casting it, like Luke Mino and Rack Attack were the inseparable backline.
Yeah, they would never. Yeah, it was always together. I mean, that's like when they came up, it was all of them. It was both of them like on that Odyssey team, really performing strongly, and now we're seeing Illinois State go back over. I mean, okay, so for Winthrop, this makes sense. You bring out the Hanzo, which was one of the things Sam was playing so well at. Infect is back on the Wrecking Ball. This is really where Winthrop is going to bring everything to the table that they have. The Ultraviolet's going to be on the Iliari as well, so a lot of spam from this Winthrop composition that Illinois State is going to have to be very aware.
A truly unreal amount of spam, and just about managing to rescue Venture before we can excavate themselves into some further safety cover. But at the moment, it's just keeping this backline at risk, making sure they can't move in on towards the point. Coverage just playing this kind of screening role as Illinois State are going to grab their first cap here, and Zera can't get underground in time. In fact, it's just constantly chased out by Admiral, fulfilling that Lucio flank protection role. Rack Attack can't keep up with this. Ultraviolet may well be able to pick off one in their own right, but I think the damage has already been done.
But it's very good heads-up play from Kuffa. You were talking about during the cast how he's just kind of standing in front of the supports right there, and one of the things that you lack on Winthrop's support line, even with the swap over Diana, is you lack that ability of mobility. You have none. You have to be very respectful of Kuffa just diving in onto you and one-shotting you. And now Winthrop actually going to change their comp archetype pretty much wholesale and go for a more divey style to try and get onto one of these backline members and win the team fight back to front instead of front to back.
Okay, old classics coming on through. Luke Mino now knows that they are going to be in considerable danger. You can hear the approach of the Tracer, but at the moment a lot more focus is going in towards Lethal. They can't allow for the Bounty Hunter to stay unperturbed on the map. In fact, he's going to have to pick up the Mega here, of course, for a little bit of additional healing, and now has access to the backline. Unfettered, unrestrained, Luke Mino finds that out the hard way. It's Ultraviolet with the finisher there, though. Bardic Rifle manages to strike in, and at 99%, now it's do or die for Illinois. So it's going to be a retake into this one. Massive Bardic grenade. Oh, Kuffa can't get any healing. My man does manage to escape, but hey, the price has already been paid, and Lethal's going to be the next one to pay it.
Yeah, now this looks a lot better for them because really what you want with Hammond compositions is kind of this chaos where, yes, fights are traded back and forth a lot of the time, and picks are as well, but if you always have kind of this Hammond who's in the backline, if you get one of the DPS out, then who's really going to be able to take him down? It's very difficult, but Illinois State, a treasure trove of ultimates coming into this one to try and wrangle it back.
Playing from his defensive position as well. Really good. Luke Mino's going to be taking so much damage here. Infected doesn't want to double down though. Instead, we'll just put a little bit of extra damage over onto Lethal throughout the bowler on the other side. Infected chased in their own right. Not sure where the bowler went, but it seems to have taken the supports away on the other side. Zera gets nanoed. Mega Tracer on the prowl. They've got their Tracer right equipped in the item slot, and yes, it's good to take down cover, but the damage, it seems to have already been too much. Arai goes the Pulse Bomb, and Lethal's gone into her own Mega Form on the other side. And there is going to be control of a point coming through off the back of the minefield lane on down. The Tidal Dirge is just going to be able to calmly run through Winthrop on the other side. Still in overtime. Infected stands alone against the Tide, and the just going to be washed away by Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, that was just an unfortunate situation for Infected to be in. Really good heads-up play, though, from Illinois State to notice that Infected was kind of just alone with no supports available to heal him up. Had already used that shielding, take him down, and then win the fight from there. So it's already a lead here for Illinois State University, who Lethal has somehow already gotten back towards the bowler shop because Freya is a very good character if you're continuously clicking heads like Lethal has been. So both DPS ultimates back up for Illinois State here. And they also have control, which is a big deal against Infected, who's going to be on this Hammond. And this might be one of the worst points for a Hammond actually to be in because you don't have a lot of bowling potential.
Oh, the bowler directly onto Infected. Escape may not be an option, but a large health ball might make it workable. Cuppa's there on the other side to try and catch, but it seems like the healing is going to be able to come on through. First gap likely to be in favor of Illinois as they just prioritize getting control of this objective, and Mimo runs into session on the other side. Sam and Sarah win their duels, and now it's time to prioritize the objective for the side of Winthrop. Luke Mino with only a sliver of HP remaining. Sam needs to try and close this one, but can't quite find it. Turns around, gets a dash reset off the back of the Lucio, falling and cannot brave once again going into the Wu Yang. Winthrop, they easily flip it back at 28.
It's a little bit at the very end there, and Illinois State now going to be putting Lethal onto the Sombra just to try and make Infected's life miserable. And also, I mean, it's not bad against the Tracer and the Genji as well, so this pick, I think, working out really well for them right now. Going to be able to counter that dive in some way. Winthrop have a very good ultimate bank for themselves. Luke Mino and Teague cannot be finished off, and Sam gets booped out of the way of the Nano. Great play by Cuppa.
Cover blocks the sleep dart as well with the spiky ball. Out comes the Tidal Blast. Turnaround is good onto Luke Mino. Zera manages to get it done as well. They're still going in for the Mega Tracer, the Nano, and oh my goodness, the minefield. Holy, Lethal and Cuppa. Let's call that one a reset, shall we, boys?
Yeah, I think they got to get out of this one. WMAMO needs to find a way to live here. That would have been such a great pick if they could have finished it at the very end. 75% up and ticking. They will get one last recontest. Sam holding on to this blade, but it will be walking into the sound barrier, which goes aggressive.
Does go aggressive. They've already been waylaid here by Infected around the backhand side. Sam failing with disengage, dashes into the wall. 97% now for Winthrop. Has to be a win right here for Illinois State, but already they've lost it on Lethal. Luke Mino's low as well, but it seems the damage has already, the rot has set in. The Nurglings have managed to get their chompers into the flesh, and Winthrop just back off.
Yeah, Winthrop are going to be able to come back into this, though. They still have that Dragon Blade. Not a lot else, and I mean, Downpour is an ultimate that I would really, really love to have if I'm defending an area like this. As we see a dive coming in from Infected, takes a lot of damage. So does Sam.
Oh, nice reflect from Sam. Roots cover in turn. The Downpour turned around. The turnaround onto the Lucio. They can't even slice through as the Lucio's already down. Cover just holds up their block. They can't stop the 1,000-folded Nippon steel that Sam brought to the table. Ultraviolet take him down. Sam's looking clean on the Genji. Looks over now towards the Wu Yang, but the Waterbender's a tough customer for the Ninja. And so Sam just prioritizes control of the objective here. Overtime now in favor of Illinois State as Winthrop are yet to try and get the turnaround on the other side. Covers come back on the Wrecking Ball, and Lethal hits the shot that's necessary. Up comes the flashbang, and this should be a quick flick onto the Tracer. Lethal just looks elsewhere, making sure they can't be taken down. Still Illinois State are in control. Zera, despite throwing out the pulse bomb, can't get anything done. And the turnaround here is real from Illinois State. Winthrop are scattered to the four winds, and so they shall fall as Illinois State find themselves on match match point.
I mean, what a fantastic clutch from Illinois State and Winthrop. I mean, it feels like in these chaotic fights is where they thrive, but just the composure of Illinois State continues to bring them forward. And that felt like it was a point that was completely for Winthrop at the very end. Their great switch from Kuppa coming back onto the Hammond to bring over that extra little bit of sustainability. And actually, they've caught out Ultraviolet maybe a little bit. Seeing if they want to go for it. They don't want to just yet. Super Tracer available with that Tidal Blaster going directly onto Maymone. How do you enter this if you're Winthrop? It's so difficult.
Maymone sees an isolated Ultraviolet. Could sense an opportunity to go either. Here we go. Mega Tracer evolving in towards the back. Plenty of stuns. There's nowhere to go for Sam, but the healing can't be there due to the triple stun that was delivered straight to the back line. Sign for this one, please. Ultraviolet taken low. It's lethal on the other side, finishing them off with a Peacemaker headshot. And, well, Winthrop might have to make their peace with defeat here as Illinois State already have control.
Oh, and it's a horror. Like, Racket Tech uses the Tidal Blast, but actually gets stunned out of it, so it gets no value whatsoever. And Winthrop now, I mean, the Sigma's being brought to the table just as something else, but look at on the flank, W Maymone, Pulse Bomb at the ready, looking for one of those backline members or Ultraviolet. Racket Tech.
No Suzu, but no problem. It goes wide. Has to be recalled on the other side from Zera. Can't afford to take another shot from the Wu Yang. They are coming in thick and fast from the hands of Luke Mino. An attempt to try and claim the space here off the back of the Sigma, but that's going to be a very aggressive usage of the Sound Barrier. No cancel coming through from the Accretion. Infected just swarmed upon the rats. They pile over the walls of the Bastille, and they will claim Revolutionary Zeal as their own, as Kuppa has to try and stand up to the Nano, on to the Soldier around the other side, falling low, but just about escaping with an inch of life as Maymone. It's overtime now in favor of Illinois State. They've almost played the entire series off the back of this. Zera needs to get big money off of the Pulse Bomb. Comes in off the back of it, instantly uses the recall, doesn't get the opportunity to deliver the ult as they know that the Wrecking Ball's going to be there on the other side to keep this one contested. Infected fell on down, and now it's down to Zera. Sees Kuppa, knows that maybe they could try and play from behind. The stick is good onto the Wu Yang, but already the damage has laid itself deep. Illinois State with 3 and a real sweep through Saravasa, slay Winthrop in the bracket.
And Illinois State will return to a grand final again at homecoming. It feels like it's exactly where they belong at all times in the grand final of a collegiate event. This team is just working on such an incredible level. They vanquished the Hammonds completely of Winthrop University, and they take a 3-1 victory to match up against Fisher tomorrow.
And it's the same story that you alluded to at the beginning of the cast, Kenobi. Again and again, Winthrop are offered these opportunities at finals, and again, Illinois State, no matter the roster, no matter the situation, is there to say, nah, actually, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's their great. It's like a Hades boss that just like you can't beat. you're sitting there, you're trying to beat Kronos, and you have all of your boons, and you feel like you have it finally, and then Kronos stops you from pausing the game, and you cannot finish them all. It's always, and it feels like it's so close too, right? Like that last map was like rather convincing for the most part, but it always feels like they're just that little bit of oomph lacking for Winthrop before they can vanquish this Illinois State University roster.
Well, the vanquish didn't occur this time around. Instead, it's going to be Illinois State moving on. We'll have an interview with Maymone on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the aftermath of our second open semi-finals, with Illinois State taking it away 3-1. They'll go up against Fisher in our grand finals tomorrow, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be one I'm definitely interested to see, because Illinois State University is, still, we talk about, how many changes the rosters has gone through and how it always feels like they are at the pinnacle of collegiate, and it continues going up against a very good Winthrop team with a lot of great talent, but somehow, someway, Illinois State always find a way to get back to that grand final, and we'll be facing off against Fisher tomorrow for the title of homecoming victor. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. And with how they're playing, I'm not sure if there's a way to stop them that much, to be honest.
ISU simply are inevitable. As we look at our replay package to see how it went down, we saw a spirited effort from Winthrop on Blizzard World, as well as some big insight into why Zera is one of the top-rated modern DPS of North America.
And I think it was a great map pick for them. They used the Hammond effectively and the Wrecking Ball, but I think that towards the end of it, ISU started to figure out, and this is something that they're good at just in general, is adapting throughout the series, where they started bringing things like the Sombra, they started bringing things like the Cassidy, making it very difficult for the Hammond to get value, where there were times where it didn't really feel like, with the Ashe just by itself, it was going to be able to deal with the Hammond, except on maps that were, Hammond couldn't even be played in at all. But yeah, everyone on this Illinois State team, we talk about how good, Lethal is, how good WMA Mon is, but I don't see, you could make an argument, I think, that every player in their respective role is the peak of collegiate at this point.
Yeah, that much could definitely be argued. Like Mino and Admiral are just so reliable as a backline as well, rarely getting picked early and always being able to offer up that additional damage where it's most necessary, especially when you've got a Wu Yang. Yeah. If you've got a Wu Yang who's great with that projectile, being able to soften up targets for a Tracer or for a Cuffer dive, that can really lead to some free fight wins.
And I think the other thing that was interesting about ISU in this series in particular was we saw them play a lot of different things, which has always been something they're good at, where they have this very deep hero pool from pretty much all of their players. Yes, Lethal is someone who is more narrowed towards that long range hits game, but I still Lethal. I think is a player who has always shown that no matter what the meta really tends towards, he will find a way to get value in that.
Okay, let's hop in to hear something from our victor here. Headed directly to the grand finals. We've got WMA Moan ready for a quick chat. Hello, bud. Nice to see you again.
How's it going?
I need clarification on how to pronounce your name once again. It's been about 5 years since I've asked you.
I don't know myself at this point, WMA Mon or something. Yeah.
We were kind of close. We were kind of there. We were kind of there a little bit. I think we got it done. But so talk to me about a little bit about this series, because it's Winthrop. It's the team that I think we asked both of you who you wanted to face going into this tournament, and both of you said each other. So this is a team that you're both very familiar with. I think a lot of these players you played with for a very long time. Walk me through a little bit about the preparation for this series, especially with the patch that came in recently.
Very little preparation, to be honest, from both teams, where most of our players are at boot camps, been traveling and scrimming with our own OWHCS teams. So a lot of it is just on the fly. Yeah, to be honest.
Okay.
You got a huge amount of value out of the Echo on Shambali Monastery. How do you time your Echo engages to get as much value as you do?
Kind of depends, on the ults and the space on the map. Lots of things. Yeah, with the new patch, I think Trace is not as strong, so just trying some more Echo. But to be honest, I don't know what the best hero is right now on this patch. So yeah, it's a bit weird.
So walk me through a little bit, because I want to talk about this this prep, because this team has been together for a very long time. This ISU core, you played with, I think, a lot of these players for a while, so it kind of feels like riding a bike, where you don't necessarily ever lose a step when you get back into playing with this team. It feels like there's a lot of coordination and a lot of trust with your team as well. The communication seems to be there completely. Is there anyone who's directly shot calling for you guys, or is it more of a committee where you all have your ideas and then you kind of trust each other to be if I have an angle on Echo, I'm going to go assassinate, or if Lethal has an angle, I'm going to go in? How does that kind of comm structure work with you guys?
Yeah, like you said, we've been playing together for a long time, and even like the main core of us minus Luke, we've all been playing like on GK this year. Like, so lots of practice together. In terms of like the comm structure, I think everyone has a part to play. Maybe like in ISU, maybe Kuffer and me probably speak the most about like plans and stuff. But yeah, I think everyone has like their own roles and stuff. Yeah.
You've only got one game left in the open bracket, and that's up against Fisher for the finals. How are you feeling heading into the grand finals?
Really happy, to be honest. Like when I saw the bracket and I saw that us, Northwood, and Winthrop were all on one side, I was like, oh, wow. So yeah, the fact that we've made it to the grand finals, it's like, I mean, no disrespect to Fisher, but like Winthrop are like a way better team, you know. So it should be fine. Yeah.
Okay, already beat your final boss. We'll have to see if the finals end up being a little bit easier than this one, but I'm hoping for a gigabanger. Thank you so much for joining us, WMA Moan, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
That was WMA Moan, Captain Wales themselves and DPS player for Illinois State, reporting in after a 3-1 victory, Kenobi.
I bet the suit for like a Captain Wales would go dummy hard. Like that
oh
with
man, they've got the best flag.
Yeah, no, that flag is so cool. I bet it'd be fantastic. But I mean, it's interesting to see because it definitely did feel going into this side of the bracket that they were on, where it was like the Northwood, ISU, and Winthrop were all on it. It felt like this was the tougher side of the bracket, like the bracket of death. And on the other side, it was kind of a lot more out in the open to see who was going to be. I think they're probably surprised that St. Clair isn't the other one that's on the bracket, but Fisher, I think, is a team that definitely showed some stuff today that can makes me think that they have a chance to beat up against ISU, even as like dominant as ISU seems to be right now. I feel like that definitely could be a great grand final that we see tomorrow, because that's where, but to be fair, Illinois State lives in grand finals and they live to win grand finals.
Well, they're certainly going to be bringing it to Fisher tomorrow, who we hope will be able to match the level and give us a banger at the grand finals of our open. But now we have to see who's going to be meeting in our varsity grand finals, as we are going to have the second half of the day going through our varsity bracket. Join us on the other side to figure out how that one goes. Welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming game. It's a full 2025, and we are moving into our Varsity now. Oh, the overlay has changed. Isn't this fancy?
Yeah, we got different stages.
The dark
of it,
mode?
A little bit of dark mode here for Varsity, but moving over to that bracket, we'll still see some same heads that we've seen beforehand. As you can take a look at the bracket, ISU and St. Clair on opposite sides of the bracket. We talked about last week how it was potential for an ISU St. Clair Grand Finals. Didn't happen in the open side, but still a possibility here on that Varsity side. And we will be starting off with St. Clair versus Bellevue to kick things off.
Yep, this is going to be one of two semi-finals, which will populate the grand finals for tomorrow. And we already saw St. Clair today. It was not the most successful showing. They did get one map off of Fisher, and that was Ilios, if I remember correctly, or the first map. No, it was Nepal, actually. It was Nepal, and that was off the back of some great Zarya play. And, of course, there are differences between our Varsity and open teams, Kenobi. It comes down a lot to college support.
Yeah, and you know, all these players are going to be playing from a LAN center, which is cool, and like going to be in the same room. I always think that's really dope that they're going to be able to be in the same room. But you can take a look at the St. Clair roster that we've already seen today. I think one of the things that is interesting to me about this roster is that we didn't see any of the the long range hits. Like Alex or Juice rather, it looks like really good on, or well, I guess Juice was the one who was playing, and Alex was the one playing instead of Juice in our previous series, and looked really good on the hit scans. Or on the Sojourn rather, but the hit scans were the problem, I think, in that series against someone as good as Hydron was. But Tread looks, I mean, Tread and the rest of the team do still have a lot of power potential, as we can also look at the Bellevue roster that's on the other side, who we saw last week play on broadcast. And I think that, to me, Stone was fantastic on the Tracer. I think Regime even gave a shout out to Stone during the interview that we saw with how good he was able to pilot that Tracer. Tracer did get nerfed a little bit, so we'll see if that continues, but Stone is one of those Tracer players where it's like a fight's not over as long as Stone is still alive and has a pulse bomb.
Well, from soon to proper, Overwatch Esports has often been punctuated by innovators and generational talents on Tracer. It would be interesting to see one rise from Collegiate in the form of Stone, so it's definitely going to be something that I'm keeping my eye on as we head into our matchup here. I believe it will still be a 1-to-3 scenario, and the map pool is going to be remaining.
Yeah, still same map pool. I wonder where we're going to start things off on. I feel like I haven't seen Busan in such a long time. It's like Nepal, Ilios, and what's the other? Lijiang are the ones that I see like so much. Busan. Yeah, Busan, not one that I've seen too much of in the control aspect of it. But again, this is interesting because St. Clair played earlier today in the bracket, so they have kind of like a little bit of a early read on what the meta might look like. You know, are they going to continue to stay more towards their style where they play not really those long-range hit scans that we were talking about? Is there going to be that brawl? These are both teams also that like to play to their own strengths personally. They're not afraid to bring out different types of compositions, so maybe we see a little bit of deviation and variety from the meta that we have coalescing.
All right, Nepal once again is going to be the first map here, and well, if you're St. Clair, you're going to feel pretty good against this one, as you did manage to take this away from Fisher before getting swept for 3 maps in a row. So hopefully the fortunes are turned the other way around this time. And Bellevue, I'm going to be very interested to see what they pick up here. Ramatra Band coming first, followed by the Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe seems to be rising steadily in priority, not only in ban phase, but just in the pick phases that we're seeing and just in the hero compositions. Ramatra's interesting because Iron was like, this hero's not very good anymore. And it's still being played to some aspects. I think there are maps definitely where you can still play it to an extent if you are like a good Ramatra player. I already did my dig at Ramatra mains, so I'm not going to do that again over here on the Varsity side. But I think this makes sense kind of if they want to play, especially if you're St. Clair, if you want to continue to put Tread, I believe it was on the Zarya. Definitely makes sense to get rid of that Ramatra. It's annoying to play against the Zarya, so already I think these bans definitely make sense for these teams.
I imagine that Bellevue probably didn't see that previous... They're probably warming up during the previous series. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been surprised to see them ban out something like the Lucia if they weren't willing to match him as Zarya versus Zarya, of course. If they are willing to match... Oh, yeah, the Sojourn, man. Well, then again, if Juice is in instead of Alex, maybe you're not as honed in on the Sojourn only pick, as it were.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something. I mean, I think getting rid of like Ashe, which is just one of the best DPS picks, bar none at all. I think is definitely understandable if they do have some other view on it. Expect we do. Alex, interestingly enough, I think when they played like the Mei and the Tracer stuff, I think that's really where Alex was able to move away from the Sojourn, but definitely keep an eye on for the DPS lineups of both of these teams, because I think that's going to be an important part, especially with Stone coming in, playing the Tracer, which has been nerfed a little bit. We heard from WMAMO, not really as strong necessarily. So do we see some more Echo? Do we see some, more Genji, those types of things to placate where Tracer was?
Yeah, being able to mark those tracers is super important as we get slung into the map here. Wonder which of the submaps we are going to be starting off on. I believe last time it was the Sanctum, which of course does have that big old drop.
Yeah, Mondada's gold right at the underneath that. Shout out.
Man, that was like a DZ Gosu Gamers thing back in day.
ZP was the one who started that one, right?
Yeah, and well, you can get started on your money journey with InTouch Credit Union, who can't boost your KD, but can help level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Okay, like I see something that I know your EU heart is probably fluttering. Man,
it's not real until it leaves the spawn.
I think that actually would be so cool to play Reinhardt on this map in particular, where you do that strat where you like go and you TP directly onto the point and just make it a nuisance for it. But we're just returning to the standard Zarya meta here that we have between both these teams. Tracers dueling, Sojourn's dueling as well. Red X taking down very low early, and Tread also almost down.
God, the pressure on the Tread right now is kind of crazy, but the healing coming through from Red X also good. Regime caught on the other side by Razor, managing to work these margins. Ivory considers going in, but instead just takes the high ground, allowing for that early first control to potentially go the way of St. Clair. Oh my goodness. Solax, I think, got a little bit overconfident there. It's still a Sojourn, and that might well be, it's still space bought for St. Clair as Ivory got a little bit spooked by the approach of Lucio.
Yeah, Solax has been playing a lot in these like Chinese tournaments, and that looked like a little bit like Chinese Lucio syndrome, I like to call it, where they think they can win any 1v1 that's possible and don't respect the damage. St. Clair now have the advantage, have holding the position forward. We'll see if Ivory can find a way in with this rail shot, getting up to 69%.
Doesn't want to start up on the high ground. Oh, the second I say that, is going to go for it. Might well be punishable, though, as Tread now has so much energy to work with. Avery desperately needs some heals, but they can't be delivered, and Ivory's catching a bunch of HP on the other side. A nice right click from Tread. He's an absolute monster. Bonkers on the mortar shots. This guy's got out his protractor.
Yeah, and I mean, already 90% towards the Graviton Surge. Avery just about to tick over to 50%. And if you're Bellevue, this is going to be almost a Stalingrad level of push through this area right now, especially walking into that Graviton.
Yeah, Tread once again, just taxing this approach, mortar after mortar. Ivory, you're talking an awful lot of smack for someone with some pretty solid looking grid coordinates below them. And Tread ready to catch. In comes the grab. Both for Sojourn and Lucio are simply disintegrated, gone, reduced to atoms before the high energy levels of Zarya.
Tread is just putting the entirety of Bellevue in a microwave right now. And little cheeky. Oh, I thought they were going to do a little cheeky thing, but actually they're going to go aggressive. They're going to try and just hold Bellevue off as much as they can, get Tread a lot of charge to make these mortars hurt even more. So we're at 75% and ticking upwards, and it's last fight territory here for Bellevue, but they have a lot of ultimates for it.
Razor sees the approach. Ivory's going to be able to slip the net 4 now, but Razor's going to be plenty healthy off the back of that mega pack. Around the back, worried about still some bombs, some bubbles, some Suzus coming in close. Seems like it's going to be a trade out here. Sound barrier for Regime. Are they going to be brave enough to go for it? Oh, they got so low, almost got themselves Ajax there, but Alex is still tearing through. Shot after shot from the railgun. St. Clair stands strong in the face of danger. Avery's going to try and return on the wrecking ball, but it's far too slow for this one. Alex once again domineers the lobby.
Yeah, not juice, it's Alex though, but Alex got a lot of juice in the way that they're playing this Sojourn. It looks fantastic, getting the 3K at the very end. Razor also, we saw his POV, shout out to the observers, and how much, mental RAM he was exuding on the enemy team, because like 3 people had to go back and peel for the Kiriko and throws down a pulse bomb, but at that point, everyone's just so entranced by this Tracer that you're not healing your front line. ends up falling over because if you don't have bubbles in your Zarya, you end up vanishing very quickly against the Sojourn and the upcoming damage. So really heads up play from St. Clair, making it difficult for Bellevue to ever set up correctly as we go to our second sub map.
Saw Red X there in the scoreboard, absolutely pumping the healing. I think almost doubling Hutch's as we head over. Yet another. And while Tracer does sound a lot like a Sojourn, Alex sounds even more like them.
Alex waiting, prodding, patiently trying to get that charge up. Can farm it very well off of that Zarya in up close range at that 60%. 100 now. They're going to offer a chunk on the Zarya. They do get the headshot.
Oh, however, Ivory on the other side hits a quick double. Rail doesn't even need to fully charge the second one, noting how low their competition was. Was that Tread just launching themselves over the wall into the midst of the enemy team? I mean, it's audacious and it's ballsy, but in the end, hardly a baller maneuver. Instead, just feeds himself over into Bellevue, who are more than ready to catch that aggression.
And I think this is going to be super interesting kind of when we watch these Sojourns, the dichotomy of choosing between whether to deal those rails to the front line or deal it to the other Sojourn or one of those Swishier members. Because we saw there, yes, a lot of damage was thrust onto Avery. However, with Ivory getting that flank and getting the rail shot and taking down Alex completely, it swung the fight in Bellevue's favor, who now have a little bit of advantage when it comes to those key ultimates. And we'll see Ivory trying to get another rail shot.
Fully charged rail and Dream going up against Alex here. It's an enviable task, but as the rail goes wide, that's a huge opening. You can see that Alex's counter-strike is solid. Avery falls down to Tread. Has managed to build up all of this energy. Yet another used slide here from Ivory. Means it's going to be difficult to get involved in the fight, but the fight's happening whether you're there or not, and it's happening in favor of St. Clair to begin with. Red X throws out Kunai after Kunai delivers for Suzu to Alex, and the retake is good from St. Clair.
And that's the other side of the coin where you need to find these picks if you're Ivory on the Swishier members. If you don't clean them up, because of the fact that you're going to have an advantage with Tread, who is against Avery, who is just taking rail shot after rail shot, it is going to eventually just get Tread that victory, which you can already see 45% to 84% right now with how good Tread is farming up these Graviton surges.
This ends now.
Another pulse one potentially. Alex has already taken down Stone. Ivory's going to try and turn it around here, but everyone's just hiding away from the rail shots, and now it's time to re-enter. So Axe hits with the sound barrier and hits even harder into Ivory. Avery and Ivory will both fall down in tandem, and so St. Clair continue to hold strong with only one ult used.
And luckily for your Bellevue, you're able to keep this sound barrier in your back pocket, so you have a lot of over health to kind of overwhelm whatever St. Clair attempts to do to you, and also block that Graviton Surge that's coming through. Avery just not being able to find a way because of the pressure that's being put down onto them to get up this Graviton Surge charge enough.
Oh, another big grab. Going to be forced to try and protect everyone. Utilizing good double support. Ultimate Razor has to move away from her own pulse one, which went too far awry. Ivory noticed on the other side, and Stone living up to their name as a good Tracer player on the other side. Avery's got themselves some energy to work with and two bubbles as well, so there's plenty of cushion here for the side to move on forward. Noting that the Kitsune Rush has gone away now. Reddick needs a little bit of peel. It's shot on the other side to try and make it work. A pincer maneuver onto the Zarya. Tread is torn apart from both sides. Doesn't have defense from the back if they're looking to the front. And so it should be Bellevue slowly eroding away this defense and flipping the point back in their favor.
It is that one fight territory, though, for St. Clair as they lose pretty much all their ultimates as well. They do have the overclock, which is a big deal. But Bellevue now, Avery has finally gotten to that Graviton Surge. There are no support ultimates on the other side to deal with it. It is really going to be reliant on the Suzu when this fight inevitably breaks out.
Avery noting the approach of Alex on the off angle here. An overclock certainly could be everything. Shutting it down with a grab might be a good option here, but instead we just opt in to just get rid of Tread as soon as possible. And St. Clair likely to call this one. You can see the speed boost going, and they're like, yeah, no Tread, no win, bye.
Yeah, and the fight actually was so quickly won for Bellevue that St. Clair wasn't able to farm up towards any of their key ultimates. And Bellevue is actually ahead in both of their support ones. So this, in terms of the macro, is working out well for them. They just need to make sure that Alex can't just completely turn this fight around with this overclock, which we know Alex, a very good player. Can they make something happen with these rail shots?
This ends now.
Alex starts the overclock. Wants to hit the rails. It's very audacious to try and make it go around this side. Already gets Ivory low. Avery surrounded on all sides. Tread comes in from the back. The Tracer can't stand up for long. Alex with all of the energy in the world to try and play with. And while it might be a re-engage here from Bellevue, they've already lost the point, so it's a Pyrrhic re-engage.
Maybe there's a way for them to get back in, and 92%, potentially Avery or Stone can get over there and proc that overtime, and then maybe give it enough time for the supports to find that ultimate. Avery's desperately going. The overtime is proc. Stone gets there just in time.
Great play from Stone, but now they can't afford to lose the Kiriko. And indeed, it's going to be Razor. Who knows if that's exactly what win condition they were looking for. Soax taxes the entrance. In comes the overclock. Ivory had such dreams, but they're crushed underfoot by a muscular Russian woman. And that's going to be Soax now re-entering with the sound barrier. Too much HP to try and carve through. No matter the size of a cleaver in your hand, be it bear or man, St. Clair bows to neither and takes Nepal once again.
It was a great attempt from Bellevue at the end there. Just needed a little bit more percentage and maybe something could have happened. Great bubble, though, at the end from Trip to save Soax, who was about to get hit with a secondary rail shot and probably would have ended up dying, but really loving the decision-making that I see from this team of St. Clair, just understanding that realistically, I mean, Ivory kind of played support throughout most of that. Like, Ivory wasn't showing up in the kill feed so much because Ivory was just continuously putting those rails into Avery and just giving Tread the ball and saying, you have the charge right now. You have the advantage in the tank battle. Take us to the promised land. It's exactly what Tread did. You can see pretty much every time we would look at the ultimate discrepancy between the two, it's just Tread who's ahead by 30, 40, 50, and it's very hard in those Zarya matchups to be so far behind the 8-ball when it comes to Graviton Surge Charge.
Yeah, St. Clair had some mad pivots from their usual poke kind of deathmatch style into instant front-to-back Overwatch. And that often caught Bellevue by surprise. I mean, that Avery was a fairly easy pick in some of these scenarios, despite having, like, some resources to work with.
Yeah. And I mean, it's very, very hard because, I mean, once your bubbles are gone, then it's like, do I have to commit Suzu to my Zarya? Do I have to commit Boop to my Zarya? And it's like all of those defensive resources eventually just start falling down. And if Tread's sitting there in front of you with 100 charge, putting you in a microwave, there's not a lot of counterplay to a situation like that. So we'll see now if we do, like, what I would expect potentially to see from Bellevue would be a ban on the Zarya, because we didn't see it, I think, in our previous series. But I think with how the Zarya battle went in that first map and how well it seems that St. Clair is at running the mirror, it's potentially worth it at this point when we go to see what Bellevue does next.
Yeah, those very strong pivots definitely are going to be something that Bellevue are going to bear in mind. Maybe they wouldn't mind going over to a more dive-heavy map, or at least a more mobile map, where the Zarya can be shut down fairly adequately. But given that they didn't ban the Lucio going into this map, I assume they feel fairly confident about their Zarya matchup.
Yeah. I would expect maybe if they were confident in their Zarya matchup, I don't know if that continues after that performance specifically by St. Clair with how good it was, unless they make some like adjustments and they like reset when they go over to map 2. But I think that's also a good shout where it's like, okay, maybe you don't ban the Lucio, but you ban the Zarya, which kind of needs Lucio to like function as a hero, because playing Zarya without Lucio, you're just slow as molasses. You can't move whatsoever. And it's very difficult. I think we saw actually in our last week, someone played Zarya without Lucio and on Servasa, and it just looked like the least fun I would ever have playing Overwatch. So I think that Lucio and Zarya are two bans that I would expect to potentially come through. And also, like you mentioned, going to maps that maybe don't favor the Zarya as much.
Yeah, Bellevue they now have their own map pick though, and they can go to any game mode apart from control. They can go to any map in our pool. So maybe
Kings Row.
I mean, there's a non-zero chance. You're like, yeah, and it's Kings Row once again.
Yeah, it's Kings Row.
I think you're on something that the Zarya ban could be a big play here.
I called it. It's just now I'm like, okay, but like this is one where I'm like, if you got to ban Zarya if you're playing this map, right? Like surely, because this is a great Zarya map.
The unfortunate weight of prophecy that lies within Yukinobi.
It's not even that hard to like prophesize that map 2 Kings Row. It's like
is it are we deep enough into Overwatch now that we can describe this as a cope map pick?
Yeah, this is 100%. I think this is one of those where it's like, guys, let's just go Kings Row. Control is a Mickey Mouse mode anyways. The real series starts here.
This is where the series starts, at least for Bellevue, who are also going to get first ban here, which will give us some potential insight into what kind of matchup they want to try and shape heading over into Kings Row.
I would like I would really love like a Zarya or Lucio ban just to get rid of that tank matchup, just because of the fact that it went so far away from, and Tread is also someone who, if you give Tread like this amount of power and this many resources and this advantage in the tank battle, Tread is going to stomp over you, which is what we saw. So I think that it's definitely something that they have to keep in the back of their mind when they're coming up with these bans as we go into King's Row, and even further when we go into like map 3 and potentially map 4. But it's going to be the Genji ban, taking it away from Razor and Baptiste on the other side.
Yep, getting rid of the BAP, I think, is pretty intelligent here. I mean, this allows St. Clair to potentially just run down the exact same comp again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
St. Clair and Vipra, like, okay, we'll run this one again. Like, DJ, play that track again. Play that same song, you know?
Play the same song.
Cantina band looking guys.
But I think you're right where this, I mean, this is something that we saw St. Clair do in our previous series against Fisher, where they played King's Row. They did manage to full cap. It was like a very close series or close map between the two of them. So I think that if you're Bellevue, I'm thinking it's like, okay, the Genji's gone, which is a good ban against Razor. I think that's very good. And on a map like King's Row, where you do have to kind of move around to some high grounds, definitely is a good ban. But to me, the problem felt like it was the Zarya more so than anything else. And maybe Bellevue has something to counteract that.
Yeah. Like, maybe that, I mean, you brought it up as like it was a tease on Nepal, but the Reinhardt can work out fairly well against Zarya. We actually saw that leveraged in our OWCS Asia finals as well on Esperanza. We saw...
Is that the Han Bin Reinhardt?
Yeah, yeah, like, I think it might have been the Junbin Rein. And,
the Junbin, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the Junbin Rein came out from Crazy Raccoon, and Falcons didn't really know how to parry it.
It's like, what do we do? Reinhardt doesn't exist in Korean Overwatch. What are you doing? We haven't been playing this since GOATS. This character doesn't exist anymore.
Maybe I'm overcoping. Maybe just control Mickey Mouse game mode, you know? And they're more than happy to keep taking the Zarya versus Zarya.
They might be able to do so, and I think that, but like, I think if you're St. Clair, for you, it's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked really well on the first map. This is a map where you still can play that composition. There would be no need for me to kind of feel like, well, why do we shouldn't be forced off of this until Bellevue does something to do that. And if they just want to handshake the mirror, then we've already beaten them once on the mirror. We feel confident about that. So I think that there's definitely a plan that Bellevue has, and they're, like we talked about before, always willing to bring out something different. That could be the Reinhardt. That could be, but we saw St. Clair play Bastion on this map. So St. Clair also has that ability to kind of just like throw it to the wind and just be like, throw caution to the wind and just be like, we'll play whatever. It's not a big deal for us.
Throw caution to the wind or throw poop at the wall. It can all be the same in these. And we are almost ready to get rolling here. We are at the attacker spawn, so pay this no mind. Let's look towards what defenders are posturing with.
Defender's going to be bringing in Ivory on the fray. Okay, so we still have that long range potential, and also the Diva here. So not a ton of staging power, at least for Bellevue on this defensive end, when you have something like Zarya that kind of just like stands still, very stalwart. A lot more vertical mobility here that you have on the Diva. A lot of peel as well. So that's going to be something to keep an eye out, where Avery is going to be throwing their peel potential with the defense matrix on the back end.
4, 3.
Okay, there's a world where Razor plays the Pharah. I don't think Soaps is going to be playing the Mercy, but we are going to get a damage boosted Widow shot at the beginning anyway. See if anyone dares to show their face. Soaps is going to swap over onto the Lucio, and here's the old classic from St. Clair. Play that same song! Yeah,
Soaps is, I mean, it's like, it's, why bother? Soaps goes over to the Lucio, and we just continue running. Razor's going to be on the Tracer, which is, you know, it's not the Genji, but still he's been piloting it very effectively. I am a little bit worried about the Razor versus Stone matchup because of how well Stone is, or good as Stone is at this hero. Zella takes a little bit of poke from the fray to start things off.
Oh, Alex doesn't want to jump up there, noting that they get headshot by the sticky bolt along the way. Like, you know what, I'll pick up a little bit of healing instead. Ivory's having their disengagement at least covered by their tank for now, but St. Clair, they have pushed Bellevue out of so many good positions. They should have some easy pressure on point.
Yeah, Ivory just isn't really in a position to do anything right now with how they're being zoned out.
Crunch could be good though. Alex falling low. Caught in this corner now. and disengagement isn't really an option. Just waiting for a little bit of health regen to come on through before rejoining the team on the point. First tick is coming through, and now Tread with some energy to work with is going to be a real threat that Avery has to keep contended. Hutch falling low on the Hydra. Alex there with the finish. Shows has been taken on the other side by Stone. Hunted down by the Trace with 2 ticks given away. Now you need to try and contest for Zarya. This is where Tread's at their most dangerous, when you have to come into the arms of the Russian weightlifter. And while it is going to be an attempt given over, it's Avery who delivers the big melee. Redx going to try and make it work by raw mechanics alone. It seems that raw mechanics might be enough for quick Suzu to avoid the incoming damage, and Regime can't stand up either. St. Clair take first.
It takes them a little bit of time, but they do a really good job of just like completely hounding Bellevue. I mean, you saw Ivory was pushed all the way back, couldn't really get a ton of value, got a lot of damage, but wasn't really able to find those angles to secure those picks, and St. Clair just very effectively and concisely take first.
Pulse bomb. Good to go here from Razor. But you've got so much to contend with both a Suzu and a pair of bubbles from Avery, so many of these resources have to be pushed out in advance. That's why Razor's being so patient, waiting for the information to come through from the team. Notes the location of Ivory here as they fall down from on high. Might be an easy stick. Goes into the Kitsune rush. It was given over by Redx from the back. Nice pincer maneuver. Regime's already far too deep to try and make anything happen. And while Stone gets a little bit of additional stall on the card towards the end, a clean and very efficient fight from St. Clair.
It's very surgical, is what I'd say, from St. Clair with how well that they're playing these fights. Like they're not really, they feel very composed. They know what their openings are whenever they want to take these fights. Like they're using Redx's ult very aggressively, knowing they have an advantage and catching Bellevue off guard. And with Avery down, I mean, there's no reason for Bellevue to throw any of their other ultimates out. So St. Clair going to be moving, try and get third or second here. 3.5 minutes in their time bank, ultimates in their back pocket as well.
Avery has to be careful. The Graviton Surge is almost available. Kitsune Rush comes up first, and the disengage is strong from St. Clair. They're just going to be able to wait this one out fairly innocuously.
Yeah, they can go back in here. Sojourn ultimate available. Alex has been good with these before. Layered potentially by something like this sound barrier.
All right, out comes the bowler. Avery caught within. Nice healing coming through, as well as the over shield, but still there's even more. A third phase of damage onto Avery is too much to bear, even with the double supports looking your way. And it seems as the cookie crumbles, it's going to be the defense of Bellevue crumbling all the more deliciously before St. Clair's chomping fangs.
And this is where I'm just like a little bit worried about, like, you know, when I was talking about the ban phase, because now that Bellevue's just opted in to play the mirror composition that didn't work in that first map, and St. Clair seems to have such an advantage on, and St. Clair win that fight without really having to use every single one of the ultimates. They keep the Sojourn overclock, which means that Bellevue has nothing to deal with them on the other side besides maybe a May wall.
Okay, up goes the May wall. But all it gives is a little bit of additional high ground to Alex for now. Everyone has to hide away. It gives over some additional push on the card, but still Bellevue staying alive is good news for them. They may be able to re-engage rather soon. 25% away from the incoming Graviton Surge of Avery, who's building that up rather fast with the amount of energy they have in their back pocket. Razor caught on the offside by Stone, and that might prove to be absolutely fatal to the off-angle pressure of St. Clair.
Can re-engage though with the Kitsune Rush if they so choose to. They will be walking into a Graviton Surge, so they have to be wary about Avery and that cooldown.
Kitsune Rush, ready to go. Can be shut down in its tracks by the Graviton Surge. Indeed it is. Multiple squishes caught inside, and Avery's got more than enough energy to greet them. A high energy hug with a glowing woman, and that proves fatal for St. Clair's offense.
I think that's one, if you're St. Clair, you're like, yeah, we just have to tip our cap to them and say, okay, you get the Graviton Surge out. I don't think trading Graviton Surge for Kitsune Rush, I think actually favors the team that uses Kitsune Rush, because Grav is such an important cooldown, and now you're not going to have that one for a relatively long time. But this time bank that St. Clair had, we saw this in the previous series as well. They had a really good time bank going into third and just couldn't really close until 1.2 seconds left. We'll see if St. Clair can do a little bit better this time.
Razor triple blinks out. So it's going to have to wait a moment before they have mobility available to start once again nipping at the heels of Bellevue around the outside. Sees a fully charged rail there from Ivory. Does not want to potentially get caught by that. And so Avery may well become the primary target. Bottom in hand, a dream as well, but Razor non-committal for now. They're trying to find an opening here, force out some Avery bubbles. And as for energy has been built up, the Graviton Surge is used. Sticky goes in onto the May, but it's mostly blocked out by the Ice Block on top of it. Soaks, no! The Ajax is real! Oh, with the Natsuki zone as well.
Oh, that's a disaster, unfortunately, for the St. Clair team. I heard the sound, I heard the call, and then instantly it was gone, and I knew that Sojourn Rail hit directly onto Soaks' head. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get that sound barrier off. That fight was winnable if the sound barrier was there. Bellevue put up a hell of a defense here on third. Minute and 30 seconds left for St. Clair. No support ultimates to work with, and staring at the barrel, down the barrel with Ivory with an overclock and also a blizzard.
Not me learning to say Soaks' name correctly just in time for them to Ajax. Great pick to begin with on Ivory as Alex pops the overclock, and now the damage is overwhelming up against the May. The Ice Block isn't even worth using at this point for Stone, and with a minute 15 left on the clock, cards rolling.
Great tempo from St. Clair. I mean, they know that they have a little bit of an advantage window, so they go aggressive. They find that pick that they need and don't let Bellevue continuously just jostle on this card. Well, we have to make something happen with these key ultimates that they have. Here comes the grab.
Grab is early. Coming through from the other side, Ivory has the overclock and plenty of energy to work with. Would desperately like to get Soaks here, but instead is going to have to try and settle for Alex. Avery's tracking is solid, and Stone's flicks are good. St. Clair find themselves stymied just prior to completion.
Last fight, though, here, upcoming for St. Clair to try and push this one through. Tread at 70% should be able to get this Graviton Surge in the fight as long as nothing disastrous happens as they try and engage. Redx getting Ivory, that's not disastrous, that's fantastic for St. Clair.
Crazy opening. Razor matching now on the May. Can actually put them all in the little corner here if they'd like. An attempt to isolate Avery, and it's going to work out so well. An attempted boop, just about halting the momentum, utilizing the ice block here. Who's in to try and keep it contested? It's going to have to be the early grab onto Stone, dragging forth the ice block with 3 seconds remaining. St. Clair finish. They've improved their time by 1.8 seconds.
They doubled their time. Look at that, pretty much. St. Clair hate finishing Kings Row with more than 10 seconds on the clock. But they do manage to finish it, and like we say, it could make the difference depending on how Bellevue goes with their offense. But I liked what Bellevue did on that third defense. You know, they were getting ran over pretty much by St. Clair throughout a lot of that, but I think the switch to the May actually benefited them very well. It forced Razor onto a May, a good pick in his own right, but Razor was having to duel a little bit with a May on the side lane, and as a Tracer versus May, you get hit by like one icicle in the head, and you have to recall, and you can't really play Overwatch anymore. So I think I like the decision-making from Bellevue to kind of switch things up towards the back end, and that, you know, time bank that was really large going into third has been windmilled down pretty significantly.
Yeah, problem is here for St. Clair, or at least for Bellevue, that the pivot over onto a May might have a little bit less value on the offense, because on the defense you can play defensively with that May, and it's St. Clair who have to make a move. It's their time that's going down, whereas Bellevue, they might have a little bit less agency if they continue to play this May.
We'll see on what I don't think the fair is actually real. I think they're just gonna, these two teams are perfectly capable of just handshaking with each other. As we can take a look at the stats a little bit here. I mean, damage the most in favor of the Zarya's. Who would have thought? It seems that that's normalcy right now with how strong that hero is.
How could this happen? We're all looking for the culprit.
What you know about the history of the entire world? Shout out Bill Woods.
I know a reasonable amount of history. And I know that historically, St. Clair, in the sample size of one that I have not been great at defending this point. But Tread's just going to stand on business right here. Fleeing away into the hotel. Razor can pick up the Mega. This is going to be a little bit aggressive here from Razor. Nice wall going up behind Tread. Breaks through it in their own right, but this allows Avery to stand on business on the point. And now it's Tread's turn to step up. Out comes with Disruptor Shot as well for some additional slowing and relieving that pressure on the objective. Giving away that first tick. Still not on the cards. Tread continues to try and meet it, but as the wall comes up, this means they have to cede away the first tick. The second, not going to be quite so free. Moving over onto Avery, walling off those DPS up high. There's a maneuver here onto Regime in the back. Ivory taken down by Redx. You can't afford to lose that duel to the Kiriko. And now Soaks is just in the backline as an absolute monster. This backline agent.
Regime versus Soaks, who's gonna win? Actually, Tread takes down Avery, and this Lucio battle is just no longer a Lucio 1v1, and Soaks ends up going down, which is a big deal because now Tread doesn't have mobility and the respawns are much closer for Bellevue.
Yeah, Soak should be able to come back at least reasonably quickly with their wall riding, but this does mean that Redex is essentially going to be working on passive healing for themselves right here. So out comes the Kitsune Rush. They have to try and give time for Soaks to return, and so they buy all of that space in exchange for an ultimate.
And now you go back in with your own Kitsune Rush, which is going to take the engagement right here.
Yep, and this is actually isolated Tread, I believe. Someone's on their own in the hotel. 3 players are isolated in there, but the 5v3 can't be manufactured. Instead, it's all about prioritizing the point here for Bellevue. They've almost got the full capture, but Tread stood up. Tread's got the grab ready to go. Indeed, if they need it, out comes the sound barrier in response to the grab. But 3 squishies are caught within of a mortar striking pay dirt here, going up against Stone. They carve through it slowly. Avery lets loose with the grab, but already too much damage has been done for someone there to follow up on it. And Bellevue have a minute and a half left with so many of their ults already used.
Yeah, we call that an ultimate of hope there from Avery, where you think you have, I mean, it was a big grab, just there's no way you have the health or any resources to be able to hold and to make it work, and it's a disaster because if they could have come back with their own Graviton Surge, I think this fight is a complete win for them. They still have an overclock to work with them.
Blizzard to play with, but can you deliver it? There's the Blizzard. Zones away Ivory while they try and find a small gap pixel angle for the rails for now. Everyone's just managed to flee away. It's Alex's turn on the off angle now. Stone's already been taken down. The Blizzard's been used nonetheless. Having to move in onto a point to stop it from being capped. Ivory struck back and Hutch hits a headshot too. Still so close to the cap. And so they have to move in and get it done. Routine booms them away. But they're taken down before it can happen. Tread doesn't have the HP to work it. And Ivory and Hutch on the off angles just surround and execute.
Bellevue, they didn't look pretty, but Bellevue finally managed to break that defense from St. Clair. Even through potential Alex heroics, it's not enough. They're going to start moving through second. Senior Rush available for Redex in this basically laneway that you're going to have, so it's going to get a lot of value here. I think what I'm looking for Bellevue is just keeping those cooldowns to be able to disengage effectively, because you don't want to stop the car at this point. It's so hard to break those defenses.
Back comes the Kitsune Rush first. Redex just carves through the ice wall with fairly huge lack of difficulty. And getting control of this micro choke is so important when you have both the Zarya and the Mei. That's why St. Clair have invested, just to try and force a disengage from Bellevue.
Yeah, now the foot's going to be on the other foot, where it's Hutch who's going to have that Kitsune Rush to be able to try and break through. But again, you're looking at Tread, Graviton Surge at the ready. I don't even know if Bellevue, with how fast Tread is getting these, has it even clocked that it's a potential that Graviton Surge could be available.
The threat of the Graviton hanging above their heads. And damage taken by Stone straight away. The Kitsune Rush here could force a disengagement from St. Clair. And sometimes buying space is most of the battle that you have to try and play with here. Out comes the grab first. Oh, the ice wall's going to block the Kitsune Rush as well. Hush just dives in themselves. The Stone's already fallen down, and the damage is proven too much as Razor on the off angle. Sometimes floating above the throne is the grab of Damocles, and Tread decided to cut the ribbon.
What an absolute filthy sequence there from Razor. The wall blocks the Kitsune Rush. That means the Suzu isn't going to be able to be thrown out, so you have to just raw as Kiriko break that wall. Not able to do it quick enough, and St. Clair continue to hold here at this micro choke. Bellevue, though, coming in, a lot of key ultimates in their back pocket to try and break through, but only a minute and 30 seconds legs. If they don't win this fight, they probably get one more, and that's it.
Oh, the wall's already been used as well. Do they have the ability to try and dodge the Blizzards? Actually put mostly behind Bellevue, forcing them to either move forward or lose. Stone counters with their own Blizzard here. Both of them expire at the same time. A pair of sound barriers make sure that everyone has plenty of cushioning, and now it's down to Ivory to win via Raw Mechanics. And Raw Mechanics have answered the call. Tread's taken down. The big Zarya's gone. The big scary bear has risen up from its hibernation, and finally, while Razor's going to be trading out on the other side, this should be forward momentum for Bellevue.
Yeah, respawns are going to be closer. There is a little bit of an unfortunate situation that Bellevue don't have 3 on cart right now, and with where the cart was, they aren't going to be able to move it fast enough to get to the end before St. Clair can recontest. And St. Clair, they have a Kitsune Rush relatively soon. They also have an overclock. Avery needs to find Hater with this Graviton Surge.
Oh, that's good pay dirt right there. 4 players inside. One's already fallen down. The wall is up behind. There's nowhere to go but into the loving jaws of Bellevue as they chomp through the meat. And they make sure there's no iron deficiencies here. Wrapping around the back. Avery still ain't done just yet. And while Tread's going to trade out for one with all the energy they gained, Avery's going to be able to move forward here as Zaya with momentum.
And I mean, that was, Avery had a really bad grab on first, but that grab was immaculate. Gets Alex, they focus down the member with the overclock, so that means there's no way back into it, and then a perfectly placed wall from Stone. And Bellevue have a chance, potentially, if they can make it happen, win a couple of team fights and get this match completed, and we go to extras in St. Clair.
Making an early play here. Iceball attempts to block with Kitsune, but it's a little bit too late. And guess what? There's nowhere for Avery to go. Once again, Razor is so precise when it comes to the walls. The map editor truly is a powerful tool.
And there's nothing else you'd want more if you're St. Clair right there than just using that singular ultimate to win a team fight with the Maywa, because now you have 4 in your back pocket to cycle with only a minute left, and Bellevue are not close towards a lot of their key ones. Yes, you have Stone and Ivory, but Avery so far behind with this Ground Song Surge charge.
Alex has so much safety to work with here as well. Razor noted around the outside. Do they want to try and follow up the grab with the Blizzard? No. It's going to be raw damage to carve through. And while Hutch is still able to brawl on out in the midst of a Kitsune rush and get themselves a trade onto their counterpart, it's not enough.
This last fight we're going to have here, Blizzard at the ready for Razor, Soaks, Sound Barrier. Need to see this one hit. We saw an Ajax earlier. Regime also has theirs. It's all going to come down to this. Who's going to get the advantage? Razor on the flank, looking for a potential Blizzard opportunity.
Oh, Avery scares Razor off. Just the intimidation, the threat of that speed boost. Keeping Razor cowed. In this more safe position for now. Once again, double dipping. Would love to get that Sojourn early. Stokes ready to answer any incoming violence with the Sound Barrier. It's a perfect Blizzard to begin with. Forces out the Ice Block on the other side. Avery finds themselves alone once again. And Tread escapes the cold grasp of General Winter, but can't escape the grasp of Sojourn. The Rail Queen reigns forever, and her empire is infinite. Ivory now has to just continue moving forward. Almost as a fully charged Rail. Would love to get Razor, and indeed they do! But it's Redix on the other side. The Kitsune dispenses justice on the streets of Hokkaido, and Alex is their own Thanos here. They have rail after rail, they have shotgun after shotgun, and Alex blasts away Bellevue's offense for St. Clair to take Kings Row.
St. Clair 1 map away from heading to that grand final tomorrow. It was a brilliant fight from Bellevue at the very end. Could have gone either way. Just the time bank was too little for them to move through. And again, Tread on this Zarya, feasting.
I mean, surely you've got to take this away from Tread. They've just been playing so well. Yeah, take away the Lucio, take away the Zarya. I mean, maybe you want to keep Regime on the Lucio yourself. I think Avery probably has quite a bit of depth to their hero pool. I've seen them play for a long time. Maybe moving away from Zarya could be in the interest of Bellevue, because for now, St. Clair are happy to just keep playing the same rhythm again and again.
And I will say, like, this definitely looked a lot better than our first map in terms of, like, the Zarya versus Zarya matchup. Like, this seemed a lot closer between these two teams. I think it also helped with, like, the DPS changes that we saw a little bit there and how the team composition changed in the map. But I think that, like, man, it's really hard to look at those two maps and see how well Tread is playing and how much he's benefiting from this Zarya matchup and not think of banning something out of it. Like, either the, yes, Regime on Lucio would be great, but I think you can still play, like, the Wu Yang or something. To me, what I would expect Bellevue to do here is, like, you pick, like, something like Servasa, you get rid of the Zarya, get rid of the Lucio or some of those things like that, and play, like, Wu Yang or something in that regard, because I think that just handshaking for 3 maps, this composition that St. Clair has the advantage in, it feels a little bit bad, I think.
Well, if you've played Far Cry 3, you know what the villain would say about doing the same thing for a 3rd time.
The definition of insanity.
We'll have to see what the choice will be. I agree that Servasa would probably be a great pivot here. Still have push, flashpoint, and escort available. Maybe you get a place like Dorado, which really is inhospitable for the Zarya. Not sure if it would be the go-to once again. I think we saw the D.Va last time from Dread?
Yeah, D.Va. Yeah, D.Va on this. Yeah, because it was the one where they tried to jump Hydron in an alleyway on Dorado, and it didn't end up working as well as they would have liked. But I think like Servas is like a good map here for Bellevue. Any band that just takes away the ability to play the Zarya composition and force St. Clair onto something else. Because St. Clair, I mean, they're definitely happy, as we've seen so far, just handshaking any change or anything like that. So I think going forward, if there is going to be that reverse sweep that Bellevue has to make right now, and us casters, we love saying this reverse sweep starts here. I think it should start with a Zarya ban or a Lucio ban as well.
Yeah, like having one of those, because you can like take the Zarya Lucio off the table for like 2 maps in a row by being able to ban those two. Unless, of course, like a preemptive protect comes through if you manage to counter-strike here on map 3 and there's something like either a tank or a support ban to try and make sure the remaining member of that duo can't be banned out on the other side. But for St. Clair, you're kind of sitting pretty right now. You feel pretty confident that if this theme continues, that this series is yours to play.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes wrong on map 3 somehow, Bellevue has to break serve every time on map pick for the rest of the series. So it's a what's the god who like pushes the boulder up the
Sisyphus?
Yeah, it's a Sisyphusian task, I think, for Bellevue to try and come back from this one. And it starts here on Runasapi as our map. So okay, I really now want to see the Zarya ban. I really want to see the Zarya ban. Okay. It's not the Zarya ban.
Oh, not the Zarya ban, for the May ban on the other side. Oh, this is a great counterpunch from St. Clair as well. They're like, okay, stone pivot over to May here. Actually give us a little bit of pause because we like running Razor on the Tracer. We're just going to get rid of that. And now you have the match on Tracer, on push. And I mean...
Stone's good at... Stone's really good at Tracer, but the strength was when they pivoted to that May. And I think that it feels like they're... I mean, again, if you're St. Clair, like, you haven't been forced off your main composition yet. There's no reason. I mean, the Kiriko's not going to be there, but I think this is like where Baptiste probably will come into play potentially, alongside the Lucio, as something to offer a little bit of ways to deal with Graviton surges. Because I wouldn't, Zarya is still here. Wouldn't suspect I wouldn't expect St. Clair to be like, yeah, we don't actually want to play Zarya anymore with Tread carrying us those last 2 maps.
Well, Bellevue have a Sisyphean task ahead of them. It's time to channel the spirit of the most Sisyphean character ever to exist in Overwatch Esports. Choice A1 trying to carry the Guangzhou challenge. Truly, Sisyphus rolling that boulder.
That is truly pushing the world up.
They're too heavy. I can't do it, boss. I'm tired, boss.
Yeah, I'm tired, boss. Can someone bring back Genji meta and bring back Eileen so we can win Summer Showdown, please? Please, I need some help.
Oh, what a time it was, man. Guangzhou Charge, what a team that was.
What a team.
In many ways, in many different ways.
Like, it was like the team was just full of just like potential players. Like Krong, the one Krong season. Everybody remembers that.
Everyone remembers the one Krong season. God on Sigma, pretty good at Hanzo, useless everywhere else. That's my boy.
Yeah, we were sold some snack oil there from Krong, I think, that one season. And then we could never cash out our chips, unfortunately. As Runasapi, I mean, it was a map that, when they played previously in our series, they were playing up against Hydron, and it was one of those things where Hydron was just playing a long-range hit scan. St. Clair doesn't necessarily have that in their current roster that they have on the field. This will probably be a little bit different, I would assume, if they are going to just continuously handshake these compositions, but I'm really shocked that we haven't seen a Lucio or a Zarya ban after those first 2 maps, because I feel like they were really necessary based on how they went.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Did we see St. Clair on Runasapi last time?
Yeah, they ran it was like Hydron on Ashe, and then they ran Tracer.
Yeah, oh wow, yeah, they got kind of pantsed by the Ashe.
No, but they got super pantsed.
That was off the back of a Sojourn ban as well, though. That was big brain maneuver.
Yeah.
To try and constrain Alex.
Big brain Lockheed Martin Tenso.
Yeah. Coming back with it. We'll see if Alex is going to potentially steal the Hydron strat here of rolling out with... No, never mind. Yep.
Yeah,
Get back on Sojourn, everybody. Wrap it. Another 3 years of Sojourn meta, please, Wader.
Yeah. Okay, so if Bellevue's actually walking out on this, I do like this because they are switching over to the Ramattra. Ramattra does make Zarya's life a little bit more difficult to maneuver around. Vortex is nice, you have that shield, and you can kind of stand a little bit and cross your arms and not die if you are Avery. So I like that they're deciding not to just mirror the Zarya and just prepare them like that. I like that they're switching things up.
Yeah. I think this proactive maneuver, Avery already trying to isolate Tread here, using the Nemesis form to punch through that. Trying not to feed the shield too much, but Tread's still catching a bunch of damage, and so that's going to be converted into energy. Razor messes up their disengage, blinks into the wall, I think, twice, so Regime's able to chase them down fairly easily with the help of Stone, and winning out on that Tracer door means that their control of the objective is going to be essentially completely stymied.
Yeah, Immortality Field has been forced out, but it's actually going to get Tread out of that fight. But Bellevue looking good already to start that first round off. Stone, I think, versus Tracer. Well, Stone versus Razor was going to be something I was interested in, but Razor's going to completely forego it. And I think that makes sense because Stone is so good at this hero that even though Razor still has some hands available as Unk status, might not want to go up against Stone.
I know, going up against the Zai gives you a lot more room to work with on the Genji when it comes to potential backline assassinations. Stone trying to bring it to them, though. And that forced out the Immortality Field. Maybe a little bit of an early trigger pull there from Red X. This could make things a touch more difficult for Tread, who is having no difficulty at all with this much HP in front of them. Avery's just carved on through. Stone up close to personal, still 20% away from the Pulse Bomb. And this is some miraculous trolling of the cart, by the way, despite there being 4 kills already for St. Clair.
And Tread also is going to have Graviton Surge in this next fight. So now if you're Bellevue, you're like, it's a bit scary right now unless you are the ones who are going to try and go first and attempt to catch St. Clair off their tempo. Maybe so it's something like an Ant Matrix that you're going to have on the other side. But yeah, I'm not loving the ultimate economy deficit for Bellevue.
That's not looking amazing for them. St. Clair buying this space as best they can. There's going to be the amplification matrix. This puts Hutch in the corner, nowhere to go. You can either choose death by the shots for the double damage or death by the 3 people who are just moving into you with absolute danger in their hearts. Stone can't keep this one contested. 3 squishes remain. Does Trev want to go for the tempo grab here is the question. Certainly is speculating as to these positions.
Yeah, I think at this point also that on Bellevue's side, you got to know that the Graviton Surge is available right now. Ivory can potentially come in, have something like an overclock to create that space, and then you can go in. Nice Vortex, slows them down, moves them away. We'll see, the bot has been stolen by Stone actually right now, so this is a great position because look at where they all are on the side of St. Clair. They're corralled and the bot is just leaving them.
Yeah, this is where the lack of Tracer really can start to sting you. Out comes the overclock. This one's from Ivory, matched by Alex on the other side. Caught in the corner, 2v1 on the Lucia, but still the bot is moving. They can't catch up to the objective control the Tracer brings to the table. And while it's going to be an isolation onto a Baptiste, this is going to take away a touch of time.
Yeah, and I mean, the good thing about this for St. Clair is that they only used those 2 ultimates, so they still have a lot of their key ones. The problem with Bellevue in doing this strategy is that they don't have the lead. If they had the lead, it would be so much more valuable to them, but they really have to make sure that if Stone is going to steal this bot, that they win those other fights, as the butt scratch will come through right now. St. Clair is still looking good. Graviton Surge at the ready for Tread. Probably just going to wait to get charged up and then throw one out so you can get that follow-up for yourself.
Okay, looking towards a collection of squishes here. Good wide positions from Bellevue. Their formation's good to try and avoid maximum casualties off the back of a grab. Moving up to high ground, having seen that Nemesis form be used, just going to try and wait out the clock on this one. The wraparound is solid, but in towards the back. Even more slicing and even more dicing to be found by Razor. An attempt to try and get something tricky going on around the amplification matrix. Razor just demands the attention of the Sojourn for the entirety of that uptime. And so the car continues moving in favor of St. Clair. There's a couple of hostages found around the backhand side. Razor going to do their best to just make it work with raw mechanics. And there is going to be even more distance.
Yeah, I mean, I like the decision from Bellevue to go for a really aggressive play with the flanking there of the Immortality, or of the Ant Matrix, and then potentially getting something with the rail shot, but really good time Soundbarrier from Soak to negate all of that, and the gamble does not pay off for Bellevue, who now just have to basically go back into this corner where Tread is feeling really good. Pulse Bomb doesn't manage to find the value there, only just gives that charge.
Immortality Field given over as well. Still a bit too far back for Tread to really peek into it, though. But for now, St. Clair, they're just playing this rear guard maneuver. Okay, well, Avery is nice enough to just roll into that one. I think it was all about trying to grab the Tracer, the attempted Nene grab, but it's okay. Value's found on the other side. Reddick's already been taken down, but the amplification field remains. And now it's all about the control of the objective. Stone's going to be able to prioritize this one as a Tracer, as is usual, doing their best leave impression. And it's time for Razor to leave as well. They're going to be just checking in for a boat ride with Charon going down the river Styx.
Not my favorite grab from Tread, I'd say. Going for the Tracer like that. There are a couple of other targets I would have preferred. Avery does get pulled in, unfortunately, but it still manages to be a team fight win for Bellevue. St. Clair still holding on towards this overclock for Alex, and going just aggressive right now. They want to get back in.
Wow. Alex, absolutely no pre-playing for that one. Ivory just instantly taken down. Stone knows it on the approach, instantly catches 150 charge rail. Alex makes sure that Avery is not going to be feeling comfortable over here as well. Cross your arms as much as you like the damage. It comes all the same, and Stone gets run down and punched through by Alex, leaving holes in their foes.
And Alex is looking fantastic right now. It's what we saw in that previous series on the Sojourn. So much it was worthy of a ban. Bellevue just trying to find some answer to this composition, bring Stone onto the venture, maybe a little bit more of that brawl potential and escapability, but if you're St. Clair, you're sitting pretty right now with 4 minutes left.
Almost a fully charged rail. Ready to go yet again. Even more distance to Oka. Still only a 70-meter advantage. Apple Theory not yet in effect. But St. Clair have absolute commanding control of the high ground right now.
Potentially and Matrix also, whenever Bellevue decides they want to try and engage onto this, Redix does not have one on the other side, so this might be the tempo that Bellevue needs to try and get back some advantage here, as the bot has been stolen.
Okay, out comes the amplification matrix. Ivory behind us going to be able to do so much damage, and Redix has found that out the hard way. Dare to test for Sojourn, and you're going to find out what for. It might not be 2 times multiplier on crits, but it's 2 times multiplier through the amplification matrix, and Avery cleans up the dregs.
And I'm loving these decisions of making the flanking maneuver, because they know in just a 1v1 or 5v5 fight, it's really going to be hard for them to win, so they need to make these plays, and it's working. Ivory with the tempo alternate already forces out sound barrier.
Big chase down coming through here from Razor. Oh my goodness, he's swinging so fast through them. And Regime can't stand up to that. Stone here on the venture. Even more, the fans of Shuriken just carve through him without any doubt in their mind. Playing inside the Immortality field, dipping in and out of cover. Razor doing their best to try and keep this one surviving. They're getting away from the bot, but eventually it's going to be claimed by Avery, who has that close range supremacy. And Redix is taking off their counter, but Redix got 2! Unbelievable stuff here from the Baptiste. What a duelist!
Redix, an absolute monster there. Being able to bring that one back as Soaks is just going to taxi Genji back over to the team fight. Nice little Uber ride, as St. Clair still holding strong in terms of their advantage when it comes to the meters, and also when it comes to their ultimate economy. I mean, this is really a fantastic position for St. Clair to be in, and I don't know where Bellevue finds a way to get back in. It has to be especially from Ivory, just finding a rail and breaking a team fight wide open.
Oh, this long-range influence on the door has to be the amplification matrix. Double healing going to come through there as well, courtesy of the amplification matrix. Caught in the grab, and they can't walk out because the damage is too much, baby. Even with the amplification coming through, Stone tries to find a tectonic shock. Desperately wants Redx. Forward went the bot, but back again. Stone's going to be there to continue trolling it. An emergence from the ground breaks the bones of Razor. Sticks and Stones both break their bones. However, the cart will keep on moving.
Cart's going to start going back towards the other side, as St. Clair did use a lot in that fight leg day, and I am a little bit worried for their ultimate economy, but they are lucky that there still has to be a checkpoint gone through from Bellevue here, and Matrix available soon for Hutch. And St. Clair have really shown that they are just willing to take these fights in the neutral aggressively if they want.
Hutch playing the lane. The amplification matrix. Good to go now, and there's very little chance of escape. Razor boots away, but they can just kite their best around the amplification matrix and win on a mathematical level. Soaks does get a trade courtesy of Alex on the other side, but in the end, all the cards fold in the value for Bellevue.
Yeah, but I mean, now if you're, this is a little bit scary because Regime has to go back, taxi Hutch back to this point. There's only 45 seconds left. Like this, they're not going to get back in time for St. Clair, who have the closer respawns to get back in and contest this card. So a fight that was technically won by Bellevue in terms of numbers, in terms of positioning, doesn't really get the value they want.
Ivory continues trolling the car, just not allowing it to move any further. They're fairly safe in this position, as is Ivory back here, but can't afford to catch too much poke. Very aggressive around the back. 150 charge, and all of these overclock bullets. A nice boot here onto Lucio. Set him up and knock him down. Ivory's got the lane in their favor, and they're absolutely dominating on it. But here comes Razor. Up close and personal. Double dash is good, but it's not good enough as you hit the wall. Razor turns it round again. 1,000-folded steals for Samurai. Stands alone on a field of battle as this Shinobi film comes to a close, and St. Clair claim the series 3-0.
St. Clair avenge what happened to them in the previous on the other side of the open bracket and make their way to a final with a crisp and clean 3-0 over Bellevue. Trek gets play of the game. Definitely deserved that. Zarya was working wonders for St. Clair. Even at the end, they're just giving that bubble over to Razor to make sure that there was no potential for him to go down and no potential of a way back for a Sojourn. And it's St. Clair definitely deserving, I'd say, leg day of getting to that final.
Yeah, St. Clair looking lights out. Much better than in their first series. And honestly, like, I have my questions as to why we let Tread just run it down on Zarya for the entirety of the series. He's like,
yeah, I mean, like, also, like, no Lucio ban either. Like, it just felt like, I mean, I like the decision making of, like, going to the Ramatra, which I think that is pretty decent against the Zarya, but also at that point just ban it. Like, it was not working at all. Like Tread was just, I bet Tread was just like every round like, oh cool, I get to play Zarya again. Awesome. This hero is great. I love it. And it worked out for St. Clair, who take a 3-0 victory and a nice nestled spot in that grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I play Zarya. Guess I'll win. You'll see St. Clair again tomorrow in Varsity rather than the Open, as of course it's Fisher who's made it towards the grand finals of the Open. But here in Varsity, St. Clair, they're still going strong.
Definitely feel like a good team to look out for against whoever they are going to be playing tomorrow, if it is ISU or Cumberland. ISU seems to be the favorites in that one, but anything can happen, you know. It just takes any given, well, I guess it's not Sunday, but it's Saturday. So we'll see exactly what's going to be happening in our next series like that.
Yeah, the next series is going to be coming up after our interview, which we'll have ready for you after this break. Welcome to the post-match. Gamers 3-0 in favor of St. Clair after being taken out 3-1 earlier by Fisher. Revenge has been found and a grand final spot has been secured.
They definitely deserved it as well. I mean, the Zarya composition is looking great for them. We talked about a little bit at the start of the broadcast today. Were we going to see any changes in like the tank matchups? We saw some other things crop up, but it seems like it has just for at least St. Clair. They are loving the Zarya meta still. They're loving putting they're loving putting Alex and Razor on these DPS, and it feels great for them. So I think that they definitely. I think ISU is the one who is favored against Cumberland to go into that grand finals, and I would be really interested to see what a matchup between ISU or Cumberland would look like against St. Clair in the Zarya composition.
Yeah, I mean, ISU looked crazy strong during our open. We'll have to see if their Varsity is reflecting that strength as well, but honestly, to celebrate St. Clair a little bit here, like you said, Tread had some clear MVP status over the course of this one, but also Red X and Stokes really cleaned up the play from the open as well. Like I had my complaints on our previous King's Row about Red X's immortality fields. I think they were looking a lot better on Runa Sapi, as well as like the Kiriko play as well from Red X was looking real good.
Yeah, the support line looked fantastic. You know, Soaks had an unfortunate little. Just an unfortunate little Ajax.
We do a little Ajaxing, you know.
It's sometimes
clip farming.
Like if Sojourn is in the meta, the chances of Ajaxes go way up.
If Sojourn's in the meta, chat, who's gonna tell him?
Yeah. If is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that, I think she's pretty severely in the meta right now, is what I would say, with how Sojourn looks in that buff. Nice little buff that we gave her. 3 more years of Sojourn. Can't wait.
Which will bring us to 6 years of Sojourn meta. Hooray! I mean, she's incredibly strong, but players have just been getting better and better with her as well. Like the rails have been hitting. We saw great performances from Alex across both series, actually, when it came to those rails as well, and great timing. Like we saw at the end of one of those fights where it really looked like Bellevue had a chance to try and bring it back and maybe convert it into an objective. And from there, it could have been snowballable, but great initiative being taken by Alex on the off angle to make that solo flank work with the overclock.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about this St. Clair team, the other side of the coin, where they do look so good with this current composition that they played during this series, my worry is that like what happens when they get taken off of that, because we saw against Fisher, you know, you get taken off the Sojourn gets banned, the Zarya gets banned, and things like that, and then your composition doesn't necessarily work as well as it did in those previous ones.
Okay, we have an interview with Redax ready to go for our winners here. Ah, yes, the Moira avatar. Did you pick that one yourself, Redax, or was it
I love Moira.
Oh, everyone does. I actually, I don't know if I've ever heard a support player say "I love Moira" ever. I think that
I'm a Moira
be
connoisseur, actually.
What makes a Moira connoisseur? I don't care about the game anymore. I need to know about you, Redex. What's a Moira connoisseur?
Well, have you ever heard about glitch comp? Have you ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
No,
glitch comp is when you play Moira and Kiri and you just like flank the whole game. Well, you know, I was one of the progenitors of that comp, you know, and just playing Moira as like the main support, and it was really good for a long time until they nerfed Moira. So, you know,
I bet that's
just
nasty
love me some
in
Moira.
Stadium as well.
I bet it is.
That sounds really good, actually, yeah. But going into, I mean, this match, it seemed pretty straightforward, especially because you were kind of hand-shook this composition that you seem very good at, being able to play like the Zarya and things like that. Everyone seems very comfortable. Where do you kind of stand on what the meta is? Because we did have some changes to some of those tank players. Some DPS look better. I mean, I know that Alex has been playing this Sojourn very effectively. What's kind of your read at the current moment?
Well, I still think Zarya is really good, and like if Zarya wasn't as good as she was, it'd probably just be like a hard D.Va meta, because D.Va is also really good right now. But I don't know. Ashe is also definitely a pretty good character. Especially on like a lot of those long maps, it's like really hard to play into if you don't have somebody who can match the Ashe.
I was pretty impressed with your Baptiste today, especially your amplification matrix engages. How do you choose when to lay down the matrix?
I don't know. Like, I think that's the first time I played BAP in like a while. So I don't know. You just kind of window when they don't have cooldowns. Like they use shield, they use stuff
fair
for
enough.
like 3-2-1 window. Like that's about all you do. Not too complicated.
Hey, that's fair enough. I mean, talk to me a little bit about like because this team has like been together for a while and you kind of all know each other and you have a lot of synergy between the team. When you're in situations like this where the meta is, a patch comes in on like a Wednesday and then on like you got to play Saturday. Are you guys kind of like winging it, or are you, theory crafting with each other? Or does that happen like in game where you're like, well, I haven't played Baptiste in a while, just rock it out right now? My Kiriko's
Well,
banned.
last week we played against Brian and Shren, and they banned my Kiriko, and we tried to go Juno Brig, and it didn't go well. So I just said that next time that this happens, I'm just gonna go BAP because I can play it, and I've played it before. We scrim, like we probably scrim a lot more than a lot of other collegiate teams. Like we scrim like basically like every day of the week. So like we play together a lot. We put in a lot of effort. I'm off rolling, so like I'm like a main support player, but I've always I've played Kiri a lot for this team like throughout the years, and I don't know, it feels a lot better than Lucio right now because you can actually kill people, and you can't kill people on Lucio anymore.
They constrained Red X. They tried to keep Red X down, but Red X is
They
here.
literally nerfed me. It was a targeted nerf.
I can't
Did
believe
you
that
guys
they do this.
Did you guys make fun of Soaks when he had that Ajax, or was it just?
Oh,
something
100%.
that was yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay. Good.
100%.
That's good. That's good. That's
Like,
just
good.
loves Ajax 2 times today and won in both matches.
Speaking of both matches, what was the vibe like after Fisher? How did you guys bounce back for your match against Bellevue?
Well, the last fight on Dorado, I died around a wall because Kiriko's ponytail was sticking above a wall, and I got one shot by a bomb. So they definitely came out with a lot of stuff. Like we couldn't really match their Ashe, and it was doing a lot to us. And I was definitely pretty mad, but I think everybody else was chill because we're just gonna show up and we're gonna try really hard, and we can still get top 2 in Ace, and I don't know, maybe best of 7 against ISU while they're all on boot camp in Europe. Like we can do something about that maybe.
Yeah, I think it's very workable. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Redx. Congratulations on the bounce back in Varsity. Look forward to seeing you play tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank
you,
you.
Redx.
That was Redx, off-rolling main support / flex support of St. Clair.
That ponytail thing was crazy. I wonder if I can see if I go back and look in the replay, if that's actually something that happened, because that's crazy.
Send an Overwatch government agent to figure out what happened. Can't believe
ponytail.
Bro got ponytail.
We gotta do 0.25 that in the replay viewer. We gotta make sure we find that one. But it's also interesting that he's like, well, we're gonna play ISU tomorrow, but we still have one more. We still have one more leg day. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, we got to figure out who's going up against St. Clair in our grand finals to Varsity tomorrow. It's going to be a best of 5 series. Stay tuned after this break to see who gets there. last match of the day here at Varsity, and it is going to be Cumberland University going up against Illinois State University to figure out what our second team is going to be heading into tomorrow's grand finals.
Yeah, we will have our final four for both of the brackets of the Open and of Varsity. And we'll see if ISU is going to be a two-time participant in that, because they're already in the Open in that grand final and now looking to make it into the grand final of Varsity as well. This team needs no introduction with the players that you have on it. They are just all, like we talked about when we saw them earlier in the broadcast, the potential best of the best in any of their roles in particular. This meta also, if it is shifting, seems like it's perfect for them. But one of the things I think I like about Illinois State is that it never feels like they are worried about a meta. They can do anything.
Yeah, pretty much. Rarely worried. There's so much depth to these players' hero pools. I mean, all of them are long-time pros in the scene, as well as hard-working students at Illinois State University. My men in particular looked so impressive during our last bout. I had absolute tons of glaze for the Echo play. We might see that come out again if we end up on something like Ilios as our first map.
Yeah, Captain Wales was really, really performing well on that Echo. And I think the Tracer was also good, but it seems like WMA Moan thinks that it's not as strong as it used to be with the recent nerfs that we had from the Tracer. But we also have the other side, which is going to be Cumberland University. These two teams did play each other earlier in this year, back in October. It was a 3-1 victory for ISU. Cumberland looking to flip the script a little bit, I think, here.
Yeah. Ginger A. Phil? I'm going to assume that's Ginger A. Phil?
So every time I've casted, I think it's like Gingarai feel, or like it, but even in the pronunciation,
they're Icelandic.
In the pronunciation thing, it just says Icelandic is a very hard language. So
Gingarai feel. I'll go for European.
I've been going with Ginger.
Don't want to hit the Viking Gingarai feel.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm. Maybe you are, because you're British.
My ancestors are smiling at me,
Yeah.
Kenobi. Can you say the same? Cabe is definitely one of the names
cannot.
I know here on Cumberland University. Very fearsome DPS player.
Yeah, Cabe's really good, but also I think the rest of the team performed really good last time they were on broadcast as well. They do have a Herculean task, though, ahead of them of beating one of the, if not the best program we've seen in collegiate Overwatch in ISU.
Yeah, definitely a lot of support here from Cumberland. Here's a good look at our map pool to see what the possibilities are today. And as always, we are going to be starting off on Control. I believe this is a predetermined map, but don't quote me.
Yeah, just go ahead and lock in Nepal into Kings Row. Like, who are we kidding? Who are we kidding?
Wrap it up, boys.
Nepal into Kings. No, we had Ilios at the start of the broadcast, I think, all the way.
We had Ilios for
back,
ISU's first map.
Yeah, but then it's been Nepal, I think, all the other ones. So no Busan still, it's sad. But I'm just saying, lock in like Nepal or Ilios and then Kings Row after. Ilios, okay. This is going to be where we're starting things off. This is a great map for ISU. I don't know if there are many that aren't great maps for ISU. However, this means where, long range hit scan still are going to be at the forefront. This is a map that they were playing they played a lot of Hazard on, which was shocking, I think, because we potentially didn't expect Hazard to survive the nerfs that were brought to the table. And a Hammond band is also going to be taken off, and Kiriko as well.
Hammond band makes sense here. I know that Cover has been playing a lot of that Hazard, but I do love Cover's Winston. Cover's probably generational Winston in like the North American circuit, despite Cover being Australian as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
At least from OCE, a fantastic Winston player, and while they have plenty of like high mobility options in their pool.
Yeah, I remember when like ISU was in contenders, and even in like the other collegiate seasons we've had, like it was always a lot of like if Kuffa's in a Winston meta, I don't know if I put my money on anyone else, and it seems like you are always benefited whenever he's on that hero because it is one of his best. But the rest of his hero pool's pretty good too, so I think that this, again, it's going to be a difficult task for Cumberland here to try and beat this ISU team. It's interesting that Cumberland's the one that banned the Wrecking Ball, because I feel like Kuffa, it's like it would be like the one thing that I haven't seen a ton of Kuffa play would be that Wrecking Ball, but not that he couldn't play it.
Redbird versus Redbird, as we can see from our logos here.
Battle of the Birds.
America sure does love its birds.
Okay, dude, you don't understand how many red birds there are. If you like took a poll of all of the colleges in North America, like so many of a good percentile would be a bird, and then a good percentile of that would be a bird that is red.
Well, I think Bellevue's purple bear is fantastic.
I do like the purple bear.
Like, who would match purple and a bear? I don't know, but I'm glad they did.
I do like the purple bear. I like. There's like quite a few bears, but like not as many as I think there should be. I like bears.
We need to deploy additional bears.
Yeah.
Me play my RTS games.
Yeah.
Where are my bear cavalry?
Where are my bears?
Kislev is
Give me
under
my
threat.
bears. You must construct additional bears.
We're going to get stuck into Ilios soon. I wonder which of our maps we're going to be starting off on here. On Ruins, there's a non-zero chance that we see the Hydron Widow, but the Ruins Widow can be a bit of a trap.
Yeah, it is lethal, so I think lethal would, try to take that ego at the start and just be like, hey, I'm down. We can go ahead and see if this works at the start, and if it doesn't, switch back off of it. It is one of his pocket picks that he brings to the table on occasion. I don't think we saw Ruins, actually.
Ready for battle.
An ad read for you.
It's time to level up your money knowledge, Kenobi, because InTouch Credit Union can't boost your KD ratio, but they can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA.
It looks like if you're Illinois State, not really too many changes for what they had earlier in the broadcast where they were so successful. Cumberland bring in the Junker Queen. Now, this is something Ginger is very good at. The most success I think I've seen Ginger have, like, in a lot of these series, it's been on that Junker Queen. So bring something new to the table a little bit. I like it, but has to deal with a lot of spam.
And now I'm trying to figure out what we call Van Cassidy. Do they run out of vowels? Oh, the vowel shortage. It's critical. Nobody's down. Maimon wraps around the other side, but it's Ginger Rayfield who manages to strike first onto Lethal on the other side. Cumberland just making a beeline over to a point, but Cupper's more than ready to meet them. A violent leap does too much damage to bear, and Ginger Rayfield will fall down to W. Maimon.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be one of the things where it's like, you already have W. Maimon, who is very good at the Echo, and Ginger has to play so carefully, because if you step out of line once and you eat this spam to the face, there is a lot of healing with the friggin' the Juno, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with all of the incoming spam.
I mean, Illinois State is just controlling all of this space so well at the moment. Cover's just standing on business. And all it is to come is going to be just filled with pink crystals, trying to wrap on through with the Junker Queen, but it's easy to float away right now with your Maimon, able to very quickly handle all of these threats. You can see the crunch coming in from the back. Nodi just caught by the spike guard. There's nowhere to go, and Virtual was plucked out from behind them. And Zinzel? Let's go with Zinzel. Manages to trade out on the other side.
And I think one of the things that we have to look out for in this matchup in particular with these two teams is that the peel from Illinois State is one of the things that they're so good at. Actually, I wonder if that's lethal, actually just getting pulled off the map by Ginger right there. So that's some damage that's going to be lost from Illinois State, but they are very adept at fighting in these 4v5 clutch moments.
Oh, potentially a clutch coming on through. A double stun would be everything, and there's no way to escape it. It would feel Juno's managed to slip the clutches of Maimon for now, but Zinzel under massive threat. There's nowhere to go except to receive. They've been pushed back to the cliffs, just like in the old Spartan days. And Virtual falls off the side, 70% to Illinois State.
And Zinzel, I mean, is having a really rough time being focused down, because it's one of the things that you're trying to use to focus down W. Maimon as, oh, here comes the flank. Junker Queen dude, potentially.
Oh, taken down below half. It's peeled for temporarily by the spiked wall that's drawn out, and Hazard unable to get too much. I think that Cover may have actually lost their ultimate there. The rare Hazard jacks. There, I believe my eyes. The focusing beam carves through Ginger Rayfield, and that is going to be a less than beautiful death for the Viking Raider. Standing up against the Tide, one against all. There still will be survivability here for Maimon. And boy, even in slow motion, he looks glorious.
Still looks glorious. Still alive is the other thing right there, because I think got taken down only once maybe on the entire map, but feels like Illinois State had control of that from the get. Even with lethal on something different like the Venture, as we've seen, usually prefer something like those longer range hit scans. And I think we do have... Oh, it's Ruins. Please, Widowmaker Duel. Please, Widowmaker Duel. I beg. I pray for a Widowmaker.
Suppose I could answer then.
Lethal, do it.
Awesome! I don't even know where to start.
Come on, Lethal. I know that you've got it in you, but the venture for now seems to be doing plenty good. He's just playing with us. Not even bothering to TP out of spawn, by the way, here. Nodi is a little bit, is going to bring Cumberland out a touch
What
faster.
happened to the game I love where we have a map like this in Ruins and there's no long-range hit scam?
What happened to the game I love?
What
Seems
happened to the game I love?
already a little bit too far away from the Mega to be able to get the hack here. He's just distracted by Kappa on the other side, unable to land the virus, so instead gonna send some speculative poke fire over towards Myman, but at this distance, the Uzi doesn't really do that much damage.
Taken down low, Lethal. We should be able to get healed back up in the burrow, but
Finds out that
Actually, not
Mega's
getting
hacked at the
funded.
wrong time.
uh-oh.
He's gonna have to wait for the other one to respawn, potentially, if Sensu doesn't already have it hacked. And now Sensu just waiting for their moment to come on in and find an entry. Has been relatively well checked and LOS'd for now. Oh, trying to get control of the Mega, but here's Lethal. Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious, Kenobi.
Sometimes it is.
As Kappa takes down Ginger Rifle.
I like that you're still attempting to get the Icelandic pronunciation going on. But
I've got to give it my best.
you
For
give
the
it your
Dane
best,
law.
okay. Yeah, no. I appreciate that you're trying to do it. I'm sure Ginger does as well as. Virtual's gonna end up going down, ticking up right now for Illinois State. Kappa has the downpour ready and waiting. Also, support ultimate's relatively close here for Illinois State as well. One of the things, I mean, I like the decision of bringing in the Sombra just because you can kind of make it hard for the. Well, Nodi's going to end up going down. But traded, okay, so both Echoes not here. This might be an opening for Cumberland.
Trade is good, but still Cumberland are caught in this square, surrounded on all sides. Lethal manages to miss the drill dash, though. That could be an opening here for Chef. Lethal makes sure that no opening is found, though. Kappa drawn on in by a jagged blade from Jinder Rayfield. And as he starts to cut through the flesh of the Scotsman, the Danelaw has once more been claimed. Luke Mino throws out Aqua Burst after Aqua Burst and drowns Cumberland underneath the raw power that ISU bring to the table. Feeling speedy, but are they Gonzalez on the other side, chasing down the Sombra as well. Still Cumberland threatened to try and make a capture happen here. Virtual's got all of their HP to work with, and Ginger Rayfield is going to be able to roll down onto the Doomfish. It's not the ideal matchup for the Junker Queen, it's true, but Kappa can't really make an entry happen here.
They do get some percentage. They also have a really good ultimate bank for these next couple of team fights, so not looking bad for them. Kappa trying to get someone off the map, actually just gets himself instead, and this is where Cumberland can start to make a nice defense. And I do really like the Sombra because of the way that it makes it difficult for the Hazard to get out of some of these team fights, because if you get a hack and you get a knife, pull him back, it's kind of just sitting duck at that point, and we'll see if Cumberland can rotate these ultimates effectively and potentially get a map point.
EMP ready to go directly onto the Wu Yang, and Ginger Eiffel is there to follow it up thereafter, just dropping it onto him. Nodi has swapped over onto the Lucio here in the midst of all things. In comes W My Moan, has access to the Junker Queen. My Rampage now, baby. Has plenty of sustainability, but can't quite move through what the break brings to the table. Caught into the corner. There could be some real danger. Lethal manages to cleanse himself of the anti by going underground. Emerges once again into the jaws of Rayfill. And that's going to be Luke Mino on the other side. Manages to roll on through. Tectonic shock is declared, and who dares come and face it? Cumberland scattered to the four winds to avoid the wrath of the earthy titan.
Yeah, no, just desperate Dune Fist swap. I don't even know if there's a way back onto this point at all to proc overtime. Definitely not with Virtual going down. Ginger does manage to get there in time, but that Dune Fist is not long for this world.
Yeah, doesn't really have any health to work with here. Chased down by the Wu Yang orbs. It's so difficult to try and get away. Luke Mino is an ever-present Predator drone that just sends in Hellfire missile after Hellfire missile, and Cumberland are wiped from Ilios.
Illinois State picking up right where they left off. A little bit of change, though, bringing Lethal on that venture instead of something like the long-range hits backends that we might have been expecting there. So we'll see. That run with the play of the game at the very... Don't see Lucio PTGs that often. Interesting right now. Luke, maybe?
That's a bit of a rarity.
What do you
doesn't seem like anything really happened in it. Something like replays, which hopefully a bit more action-packed.
Yeah, ours I think are definitely stuff was happening in these ones. I think is what we have. But I think Cumberland, had some good ideas. I like bringing out the Sombra. Like when they had it worked out really well. It was just unfortunate that sometimes they just weren't able to have that tempo available to them and may went a little bit too far. But WMAMO, I mean, has this innate ability, like it feels like, to get these very clutch picks during the starts or like the middles of the fight, like taking down one of the healers, like the Juno in that last replay that we saw, taking him down, meaning that that's pretty much all the healing in a Juno Brig composition that you have, except for just throwing cookies at people. And, you know, it's not old Brig where it did so much and gave you 25 extra armor. Ooh, don't. I scared myself thinking about that.
You gave yourself a trauma flashback to
that might have
been
that might be the worst meta I think I've ever seen in Overwatch is the cookie meta. I did not like that.
Well, at least during GOATs it was easy color cast to be like, oh, okay, well, they've used their Brig cookie, time to hand over to a play-by-play. Fight's gonna happen one way or another.
Here's your minute-long fight play-by-play. Enjoy.
ISU, they seem to have not lost a step since qualifying for our Open Grand Finals, and well, Ilios very much the map for them. Question is, are we going to follow the script, Kenobi? Are we going to King's Row?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what I'm expecting. Lock it in that there is going to be a King's Row here. I bet if you like looked at, you know, if you were betting in the money, it would be like minus 5,000 that King's Row is going to be next in terms of those odds. I'm interested to see what we're going to have in terms of bans because, you know, does the Hazard Kappa ban? I think that's definitely something we have to look out for. Are the long range hit scans going to start taking a hit as well? Because that first map, I mean, I think getting rid of the Hammond makes sense just because it's Ilios in general, and that's just I would argue it might be the best Hammond map actually overall.
I mean, it certainly is the old classic. Like, Crazy Raccoon, probably the most prolific ball team in the world at the moment. They love opening up on Ilios because it's fantastic for like the Junbin ball comp. So I'd say you're probably on the money there.
Yeah, I think that it's one of the best. So, but now it's going to be available, and if Kuffa, you know, wants to bring it out, something in the toolkit that he has of his very large hero pool, definitely would probably then that sees me trending Cumberland away from some of these other very long range maps. I think we go somewhere a little bit more brawly, or we go to King's Row where no one has an advantage.
And if everyone's practiced, no one will be.
No one is, yeah.
Interesting to see that we'd have Lethal come out on the Venture rather than the Freya, where previously they were dominating on Ilios. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case again. Maybe there's a little bit more room for experimentation here from ISU now that they're kind of feeling themselves in their confidence.
I feel like if we're Cumberland, we avoid everything on the right side of the screen near Escort. Never go to Escort. Like, I think that's like I don't know if I want to play Shambali. Like, I don't want to play Root. I don't want to play Dorado or Shambali Monastery against like long range hit scan. That's not where I want to go. I think we're taking like maybe like some new Queens, Runasapi, New Junk, and Servasa. I think those are options. Because at Blizzard World and Midtown are both very good maps for long range hit scan. So we do potentially have a map here soon.
Oh, just taking their time. Oh, New Junk City. I have not seen a New Junk City in absolute yonks.
Yeah, it's a good map. Like, if you want to really just hinder the ability to play like mid to long range hit scan, this is a perfect map for it. This like is like a Sojourn map or things like that. Cassidy can get some value because he's a little more brawly as the other ones, but this also is a map where I think if you're Lethal and you brought out the Venture, there's no shame in bringing that out again.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in bringing out the Venture. They are a very effective character, and they're also really good in many cases against a Sojourn, which can be like a kind of hyper carry for either side. I mean, call me Avril here, but I'm going to keep dragging us back to OWCS Asia. But we've seen Proper do that against like hyper carry Sojourns, just bring out the Venture and get them isolated with a drill dash, and you can kind of one-tap them as well if you get the emergencies too.
Ooh. This is a great ban from ISU on the second ban here, getting rid of Ginger's Junker Queen, because this is one of the best Junker Queen maps that we have. Lucio also taken off the field, so which is interesting because this tells me there's not going to be a lot of rush. This is like Juno Brig is what I'd be looking at here. Maybe potentially some Baptiste. But that's this ban on the Junker Queen is very, very good, which means that I think Ginger probably has to move towards like a Hazard. This could be where we finally start seeing the Mauga. We saw it a little bit on Shambali earlier in the broadcast, but without Lucio here, it's crazy how important one character is to just like an entire archetype of composition. And that's what Lucio feels like, where it's like, oh, I don't have Lucio. I can't move faster than I normally walk. Ooh, what do I do?
Lucio is the linchpin, but also Lucio is a great tool for a roster that might be slightly more experienced, like ISU, where often they're going to win the role for initiative, you know, just off the back of their Lucio play. So I think that taking that off the board and maybe slowing down the pace of the game a little bit more so that you have time to consider your options a bit better for Cumberland could be a good approach.
Yeah, and I think, you know, again, really good ban getting Ginger off of that comfort hero of the Junker Queen. Now it's kind of the ball in their court of what they want to pick it. If it, you know, are we going to do a Maga Mirror? Are we going to play Hazard Mirror? Stuff like that's going to be incredibly important. Zarya also could sneak up here in this matchup because of how enclosed it is. So we'll see what the teams are going to be going for. I think if you're ISU in the DPS department, picking a map like this also is a little bit of a nerf to the Echo. Not that it's unplayable, but in so many of these places where the skybox isn't necessarily infinite, it does nerf the potential of Echo to really just sit back and spam. Even though we've seen WMamon be totally happy being aggressive and just getting into the teeth of the enemy team.
Yeah, a lot of enclosed points here on Junkertown, which can limit the scope for those Echo flanks, or at least make them much more observable as they start to happen, because your internal cover is less. It's just not there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I mean, there are maps, there are points like this that we're seeing right now where it's like, okay, Echo does, you know, is very strong, but like you can't, on like the first flashpoint, it'd be like pretty hard to get in there. There are some other ones where it's like maybe you have some like flank potential, but it's a lot more enclosed, and, you know, good pick from Cumberland, taking away some of the things that makes ISU so strong.
Okay, ISU. They can pick this one up, they'll already be on match point to be in 2 grand finals. That would be back-to-back best of sevens for this team tomorrow if they can make that happen, which would be quite the feat of endurance.
Yeah, that does a lot, and they're and also like we heard they're boot camping for OWCS, so it's an endurance check for this team, and you know, for these Illinois State players, they are very, very busy. As we just see Cumberland bring in this Zarya. I actually did not know this was in the map at all. Like, just the whole garbage compactor. I just didn't know that was in there.
That's me avoiding every May player in ranks, throwing them into the abyss.
The Cuffa Ram. Okay, the Cuffa Ram. We're very brawly here for Illinois State right now. We really like to kind of get in close with Lethal, with WMamon, figure out a way to get those disruptions with this venture, and then also one-shot potential very big here for WMamon, because in these enclosed areas, Rayleigh's going to get farmed very quickly.
Oh, since we're going down to Lugmino once again, absolutely decimating players with the Aqua Orbs straight out of the Wu Young. And he's just so accurate, man. This is what happens This is what happens when you just boot camp for like 20 hours a day. This guy's been doing nothing. He's been in the water mines. He's been in the slave mines on the poles of Mars, harvesting water to use for this.
Yeah, I mean, this is, look, imagine these are tri-beams, like they're going to be soon when that perk comes through. Like, these are going to hurt. They're actually just going aggressive on to just try and take down Luke, but Luke's just totally fine getting out of there.
Hit after hit here. Onto Ginger A. Phil having trouble getting some of this health back, but the pocket's good coming through from the Kiri. Out goes a quick wave, and, well, my man's been taken out on the other side. With all of that healing being focused over towards Luke Mino, who's been posted up on business for these duels, you do have some players who just slip through the cracks.
Ginger not really as high charge, I think, as they would like at the current moment. As dive comes in, but nicely played, great deal. Nobody gets taken out, and that should be ISU getting control.
Admiral truly did not recall asking when that Genji got posted up over there. Out comes the Aqua Burst, ready to blast through anyone who's nearby, but they've already fallen down in advance. Cumberland are wiped from the point.
Yeah, Luke Mino's doing the best Katara impression right now of a waterbender, because these are all hitting really, really strong, and Illinois State being so aggressive, trying to get as much percentage out of their advantage as they can right now, away from Cumberland, who do have a lot of key ultimates to work with moving forward.
Oh, Lethal down already once again. This time, Zinzel's going to be matching when it comes to Venture versus Venture, and Admiral doesn't see a clean path back. Out goes, unable to bring up the shield from the Ramatra in time. Cover's not wide enough either while crossing their arms to get in the way of the incoming fire, so Zinzel can easily just crash through them.
That is going to be one of the things to look out for against this Zarya composition, is that there is no true defensive ultimate from Illinois State University. So if Ginger hits, 3 or 4 people, they're most likely going down. Going to be able to get those picks secured. You're now in that last fight territory. Orbital Ray available for Virtual as Illinois State try to aggress.
All right, Zinzel lies in wait. Knows what Luke Mino is approaching. Quickly slides away. That's going to be coming in here to try and deal with the incoming blade of the Genji. Nodi down to only 37 HP. Surely a heal can come through. Nah, not before Maimon strikes. 89%, 90. We're going to start ticking up, and surely it touches off the cards here for Cumberland.
And I mean, it was a good attempt by Cumberland to try and win that one, but the peel and just the self-peel from Illinois State's members is just so good. They're going to find Ginger here at the very end.
Huh.
I mean, this feels a bit mean by Lethal, but hey, you know.
That one had some height on it.
No way.
Sizzle's going to get the punish, but Luke Mino is there as always for second man. You're always reinforced. Being called in like a Helldivers.
Yeah, you're never alone. You're never alone if you are on ISU, no matter
Drop
where
another
you
diver.
are. Someone is eventually there. Get up, soldiers.
Sweet liberty. Cumberland's legs. All right, Annihilation used here. Cover's going to require a little bit of additional sustain. Just crosses their arms at Zinzel, slowly draining away the life force. They will suffer as Ramatra has, and Ginger Rifle will soon be joining. That was quite the ambitious turnaround from Luke Mino. Doesn't quite deliver, but in the end, ISU are more than happy to deliver a point capture.
And just what I love about ISU is just their ability to just like pause the tempo for themselves. As this is just Kuffa's just gonna get his support a little bit charged and flank from Lethal. Not spotted out yet. Oh, this poor Juno.
Oh no, Lethal, nasty flick shot. And now over onto the Genji. Can you get the Mega in time? Into the spawn instead, but Lethal... Lethal's having a little bit of fun with it. A little bit of fun with it. The rest of Cumberland, I don't know where they are. I can't quite see on the map. Okay, Ginger Hayfield has plenty of energy to work with Luke Mino. Everyone wishes to exact their revenge on Luke Mino. I want this guy dead by any means necessary. Giving themselves the Aqua Burst there to try and move forward with a little bit of additional HP. And now it's going to be the rally. Personally delivered onto the Waterbender. POV or Fire Nation, you're coping.
Yeah, coping. Cumberland's going to try and cope a little bit here with the percentage gain. I don't think this is a way for Lethal to win this one with Kuffa only, unless they somehow make a miraculous clutch.
Admiral has already done so much damage here to Chef, picking up the mini. Could be everything down to only 30 HP. A single punch would do it here from Kuffa, but a great wraparound. Sizzle gets so much value off a tectonic shot.
And I mean, speaking of coping, like the ultimate economy looks pretty good for Cumberland here. You have this Graviton Surge that you can use aggressively to just take more time off the clock. Illinois State's coming up on a buffet of ultimates themselves. It's not looking too bad if you're Cumberland. You don't kind of only need to win 2 fights, and that would be enough for a point cap. Oh my god, no way.
Oh, Ginger Rifle once again for solo onto Luke Mino. By any means necessary, it emerges from below. Earth Nation takes out Water, and Virtual falls at the auspices of Maimon. Nodi has interest here, trying to make something work off the blade, but they're just continuously made to suffer. Kuffa, I don't wish to suffer as you have, but Kuffa's doomed to transmit all of this pain onto everybody else. Has to stay on the point. Cumberland have almost managed to get back on top of it, but Illinois State are back in control at 99%. It's going to be difficult to try and get the touch. Virtual thinks about it, but can't go any further.
And now might actually get caught out as well by the rest of the team if Illinois State want to try and get these picks, but they actually might be good. But, well, it's a Lethal looking at enemies by their spawn.
Oh, not the grab. The Ravenous Vortex into the Tectonic Shock is a little bit of a cyberbully combination. I will be calling Bully Hunters, and they will be getting a referral.
Yeah, this is what it's feeling like right now. As Illinois State are just moving and grooving right now, playing with such reckless abandon. It feels like they don't matter too much for them. They will eventually start moving forward. Ginger is kind of caught out of position right now from the rest of the team.
Oh, Lethal goes down into the dirt. Should be able to pick up that health pack. Kinda bad in my opinion that Venge can pick up health packs while invincible, but hey, I'll leave that can of worms for another time. Ginger Rifle is going to be able to return to their backline here as Luke Mino drives forward Kuffa, and the long-range poke from the Wu Yang continues to be absolute pain to play against. Zinzel taking so low that Lethal doesn't even need to hit a direct to finish that one. Lethal's just following these orbs. It's like, yes, go and fetch the target that I've tenderized for you, Lethal.
Now it's the triple orbs as well, so they're hurting even more than they were before. And it feels like we gotta check him PC type moment with how well that he's aiming these right now.
Check him plumbing.
Okay. He hit that one in midair too. Like this is crazy.
Okay, trying to catch all the aggression here. Using the healing waters. Kitsune rush on the other side gives over additional fire rate. And oh boy, even more to throw out here for Luke Mino. Has the tidal blast in the back pocket if it's going to be needed. But first has to deal with the approach of the Genji. Maimon down this time to Virtual. Playing around with that Medi Blaster and managing to find an overextended Sojourn could be everything. Ginger Rifle yet to get on top of Luke Mino. Extra speed, tidal blast rolls in after the Zarya. And it's going to be a solo grab on the other side. Ginger Rifle says absolutely not. Not this time. I refuse to bow before your watery magnificence.
I mean, Ginger needed that because Ginger was 100% going to die if that ground wasn't there. Maybe can bring this one back with the Tracer.
Oh, lethal down. Nodi looks in over onto Maimon, and that's going to be Cumberland having it flip back in their favor already. 30% of the way there as Illinois State are 30% away from stamping their ticket to yet another grand finals.
Yeah, not bad from Cumberland to get this percentage. They just need to win one more fight, but unfortunately they don't have a lot to work with. It's just going to be this Pulse Bomb from Zinzel and Illinois State University coming up close towards two very key DPS ultimates. Zinzel looks for the Pulse, doesn't manage to find it.
Oh, they want Luke Mino so bad. He's just so annoying on the Wu Yang for now. Virtual noted. Up high. Maimon doesn't quite have a charge to make it work, but Lethal more than happy to try and meet them in the air, rising up from the ground below. And now a Tectonic Shock just to clear everybody off the point. The zoning power's great, and Ginger Rifle can't stand up to 5 players by themselves. Drilled on through, emerged below. The energy is enough, but Ginger Rifle, it's a beautiful death. Got 2 with the mortar.
Might be enough. I mean, unfortunately, Kappa is still alive and still has a lot of healing available to him. But it might have stalled just enough for Cumberland to get one last chance to proc this overtime. They're walking into the waiting arms of an overclock from WMAMO.
Illinois State can smell that grand final. They managed to get the overtime just at the last moment, but they need to try and stay on top of this one. And still, Maimon's going to be untouched up here. Virtual's already down. The healing's already gone. Cumberland can't stand up against the overwhelming firepower that's been given over here by Illinois State. The Kitsune rush is simply celebratory as Maimon wiggles for joy, and Illinois State will take themselves to yet another grand finals.
Unless they take an advantage right here. 2-0 in the series. We get one more leg day, so you know, one more chance for our friends.
I may have forgotten that. I'm not sure why.
No, you're just, you know.
I saw the 2-0 and I was like,
yeah. No, here. Here's the thing, you know.
Thanks,
we all make mistakes.
Covering me.
I got you, dude. That's what I'm here for. And you know what we're also doing? We're giving our great people in chat the opportunity to get more drops.
Yeah.
Think about it that way. That's what we're doing. We're giving them extra.
Honestly, I tried to. I'm just teasing you, thinking that there wasn't going to be time for those drops.
You were actually keeping me on my toes to see if I was paying attention. And
exactly.
So I get you. I feel what you're doing, Leg Day, and I appreciate it.
Confidently wrong is the best way to be wrong. Make your co-caster doubt what's happening. Break down reality around them.
That's the color caster in you. If you say something that's really wrong and stupid, if you say it with enough confidence, no one's gonna care. No one's gonna care about that. That's the color caster in you. I feel that. I feel that. I've said some silly little lies on broadcast before.
some little untruths, you know.
Yeah. So I've spread a little misinformation before. You know, it's.
I don't misinform. I just lie.
Yeah.
First ban coming through here is going to... I'm surprised we're not going to see a Wu Yang ban, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly.
Given what just happened. But Runasapi's our map number 3, by the way.
Yeah, Runasapi map number 3. I mean, we're just getting in and going right here. I think this Redbird from Illinois State is a slightly stronger version of the headphone-wearing birds from Cumberland, based on what we've seen in these last 2 maps. There's been some good things that we've seen from Illinois, from the change of Cumberland, and I think though the Soldier ban kind of feels like a throwaway ban because I didn't think this hero existed anymore, to be honest. I don't see the legs being locked that much, but I think Runasapi kind of makes sense. If you are Cumberland, you get to play maybe Ginger back on that Junker Queen. It's potential there. Yeah. Zarya's back in it. I think you can take them. But I mean, Kuffa's playing things like the Ramatra and playing it relatively well. This also maybe Do we see a venture ban? You know, that might be something that's an option.
True.
Okay, well, we just...
Okay, we're all just shaking hands. We can all just play
we're
whatever we
hands
want.
That bans don't matter.
Just chill.
Bans don't matter in this map is what I'm seeing from both of these teams. It's a soldier ban and a roadhog ban.
I mean, Roadhog ban sometimes comes out on Ilios as like you can't mess with my wrecking ball measure. Yeah. So maybe there's a world where we'd see Kuffer on the wrecking ball, but it feels like Runasapi's not really that wrecking ball pilled of a map.
They're picking it so that they can stand by the edge of the map and get environmental kills that way. They're worried about it. That's why the ban's there. Someone's had a bad experience in ranked before on Illinois State University, and they don't want it to repeat on Runasapi. Like maybe they were warming up in like a ranked game, and then they're some Roadhog. What's like a funny Roadhog name? Like
Hawk Boy 6'7".
Yeah, Hogboy 6'7" is like terrorizing
Big Hog 6'7".
Yeah. Big Hoss 6'7" is my Roadhog, and it's a shout out to them.
Yeah,
also, Luke and Lethal are switching roles. So, oh, we get to see the Lethal support and the Luke DPS. Hold on, wait.
I mean, I think Luke Camino was a DPS player prior to like making the swap for Odyssey.
Yeah, that does. I mean, he does have the aim for it. We've seen.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
I wonder what he's gonna play though. Like, what DPS is he gonna play? That'd be.
I mean, Cassidy is probably a large part of the pool.
What if we see like
the
Lucamino Sombra? Oh, just saying that made me retch.
Violent reaction.
Oh yeah, I had it went out of my mouth, and then I was like,
why did you do this to me, Brain? I thought we were on a team.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have my back.
You're supposed to have my back.
Hold up.
Okay, there's no way. There's no way.
They're doing it for Red
Don't
X.
even. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. Don't even, chat. Don't even look at the left side of your screen at all. Okay, it's not real. It's not real.
On the other side, I'm pretty sure that Jinder Rayfield will drop in on the Junker Queen here.
I think so too. Yeah. I mean, I think you have the potential to. Okay, Luke is on Pharah, so that's just happening. And well, I mean, you do have the Wu Yang to kind of give you that healing always. It's not bad. I don't know how good Luke Camino's how seasoned Luke Camino's Pharah is, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, as a British person, any amount of seasoning scares me, so I've been unseasoned entirely. Out comes the first match. Cover being incredibly actual aura farming here to match him with Junker Queen versus Junker Queen. There's going to be some early trades out here. Zinzel punished for going a little bit deeper, but has softened up Lethal enough for them to be traded out on the other side. Luke Mina, how would you just get their own healing off the back of the Mega? Inside of that building, there's a desk in that lobby that is absolutely demolished.
Does Luke know he can fly? Okay, yeah, okay, there we go. So Luke is playing a little bit of ground fair, a staple from my 2 a.m. East Coast ranked games that I've seen, but somehow makes it work. I mean, Cumberland's, their health bars are relatively low. Luke is just gone, but it's traded. Okay.
Yeah, Admiral saw it coming from the other side. Found a softened up target. There is still a lot of push being gained for free here by Cumberland on the bot.
The 27 is not, nothing to shake a stick at right now. And, I mean, they're still fighting right now.
Where he ain't.
Where's Lethal in this positioning?
Lethal
These orbs are not hit scan.
Yeah.
These orbs are not hit scan.
Just do it. You know what? Luke Mina got a bunch of glaze for the orbs last time. I can do that too. Turns out, maybe you can't.
Oh, Luke, please.
He's working.
I'm begging one direct, please.
Just got some AoE merchants happen here. Wait, one onto Zinzel. That brings the Trace low. Managing to dodge the incoming Genji as this third-person therapy. He does make me a little bit motion sick, I'm not going to lie. Seeing the... Oh, that would have been a nice deflect. Doesn't quite work out. I believe the Kitsune Rush has been used here by Admiral on the other side. Virtual's invested their own as well. Barrage ready to go, but still doesn't have the moving barrage perk. As Luke Mino's looking for that first limb. It's there it is, baby!
We've done it.
We did it!
Wait, okay, actually, Ginger hit a huge rampage and is actually going to turn this one back around. That was disgusting right there. Barrage ready and waiting. Sound barrier through. Okay, Cumberland, I see you. I hear you. I'm not judging at how well you're playing right now. I'm judging a little bit this Lucamino Farah. Like a baby bit.
Okay, Nodi. Nice. Nice finishing blow. And more control with the bot here from Cumberland. They might be able to get the checkpoint as it's a merry float away from Mimone, but I don't know if it's going to quite work out. As they waiting for the updraft. I'm almost there, boys. I'm almost there.
Wait, I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
No! How can this happen? Biggest rampage you've ever seen in your life. Everyone's antied. Everyone's pulse bomb. He's got the nerf pad out when he's ready to stick it to someone. Lethal's going to be catching this one, but almost out of the blade already up close and personal. A nice Shuriken fan gets it done. You see Kitsune around the other side. Kiriko being able to duel this one out for Suzu's everything. And the bot's been stolen away before the butt scratch can be finished.
Well, it doesn't matter that Admiral or Lucamino and Lethal swap positions. Admiral should just go to DPS at this point with how well the Kiriko's rocking. It looks real good right there. As now finally we will be seeing some meters taken here from Illinois State University. Not a lot of ultimates right yet. Admiral soon close towards this Kitsune rush. And Lucamino has gone over to the Mei to make this brawl a little bit harder for Cumberland to play.
The lead is almost ours.
Yeah, the Mei is going to at least make things a little bit more difficult for Junker Queen when it comes to these engagements. Isolation here onto Ginger Field, but everyone's managed to move around it fairly effectively so far. Nodi's more than happy to try and match in the Mei versus Mei. Lucamino notes the approach, has to go into the Icebox to try and rebuff some of the incoming damage, but still so much damage being laid down by the Wu Yang. Down the lane can be a little bit difficult to try and contend with. A quick pull in off the back of a Jagged Blade forces out Suzus from both of the Kirikos, and Zinzel's taken down elsewhere. Mimone's the one to grab that, as Admiral can wait out this Kitsune rush and then counter-strike with their own down the lane if they want. Mimone around the back. This is a great angle to try and play from. Noting that going up against the Mei at this range isn't ideal because Mei doesn't really suffer from damage drop off, but with the wall already expended, maybe you can try and counter-strike here. Admiral's got access to the Kitsune rush in onto the backline. The disruptor shot's good as well. The rampage is strong, and Ginger Rayfield dare not to strike back with their own, having already been afflicted with the anti-heal and facing doom itself.
Man, the patience from Illinois State is so strong. Fortunately, Nodi will not be able to last a little bit longer, and that should be a checkpoint here completed for Illinois State University. We're still not looking bad in terms of their ultimates. Yes, it's really going to be difficult without a support ultimate to deal with these incoming ones from Cumberland, but that's Suzu from Admiral. If it's money at all, it should be enough to hold.
Out comes the tidal blast. Who's going to be afflicted by it? Cuffer's already taken out the primary target, and while there is a quick start onto the Kiriko, Cuffer just staggering out that Kiriko, of course. Very tasteful. Here's the overclock. Mimone, a little bit of cope. Oh, Zinzel broke his ankles. Unreal. Actual knee breaker tracer gameplay. Inside the forest of frozen walls, there is a little bit of survival to be had here for Lucamino, but didn't get too much off the back of that one. Nobody tries to isolate their foe, and it's a nice little bit of body blocking as well coming through from the ice block. Lucamino puts himself with the clock under the stairs.
Oh, this is going to be brutal. Lucamino's going to end up going down. Very expensive fight for Cumberland, but they're able to hold off Illinois State University from getting the advantage and getting that butt scratch, so not looking bad for them. 4 minutes left in the bank for this map here of Runescape. WMM getting very low. If that knife had hit, that would have been a dead soldier.
Okay. One shout to move on forward. Already Cuffer's used theirs in response. Virtual almost has access to the Kitsune rush. Now could be the time to use it. Yet rolling everybody forward now. Extra fire rate on the Afuda means plenty of healing to try and brawl this one out. Chef's fallen down and Nodi on the other side. Equal trades 3-3. Look at the Wu Yang up there. Is just able to do so much damage. Feeling pretty immortal up on that angle as Virtual can't quite deliver on the final hit.
And then there's more percentages up for, or more meters for Cumberland right now. Ooh. Has to be very careful. Don't want to deal up against someone like Admiral if you aren't up for it. Kappa coming back soon with this rampage. The Wu Yang getting taken down very low. Nice Suzu.
Zinzel trying to find an opening here. The rampage is good to go from Kappa. If only they can drag someone into it. Wants to see that Suzu come out from the opposing Kiriko before they pull the trigger on this one. But when you've got such a populated lane, sometimes it's difficult to try and quiet the demonic voices sees for TP from the Kiriko, knows one less cleansing thing is available. What a shotgun blast on Nodi's face. And X versus X means even more sustainability. Tries to get even more. You can see the Iron Will of the Kiriko. Definitely the thing that gets continuously noted here. But look at that, couple was lacking the information. Eventually just rounded out onto W My Moan. 2 players get antied. I don't think there's going to be a Suze to try and save them, but just the own sustainability that Ginger Rayfield had was more than enough here as Lethal starts to close the gap with the Wu Yang.
Yeah, Lethal also has the ultimate, but I don't think they're going to need it to take down Ginger right here. And Lethal coming up with a nice 3-piece at the very end of that. This Wu Yang starting to do the gosh darn thing, especially now with that Tri-Burst. It's just so much more damage, and now it's Illinois State who will get the butt scratched. It's going to be tough for them because they aren't able to move the bot by the time Cumberland gets back here. Nice pull. Suzu already forced out from Virtual, and Nodi... Uh-oh, this is dead.
Oh, boy. Oh, she went to space! Send it to the moon.
Oh,
that's where I put most of my players anyway. And there goes Virtual, blown asunder by the Tidal Blast. Illinois State locking in towards the end. Maimon on only 25 HP. Hits the emote as the health regen starts to come on through.
That was the pineapple on PC emote. I knew Maimon was cultured. I knew it.
Wrong,
I knew it
actually. Incorrect.
I knew it in my heart of hearts. That's your fellow UK history. I don't know enough about
fellow British gamer, they can still be wrong.
Yeah.
In fact, we're wrong quite often here in the UK. But Admiral is just right when it comes to aiming over towards Zinzel. A quick dink dash away, just leaving the Kitsune rush in their stead to reinforce the remainder of their team. Kuffer, unfortunately, is already caught with the Blizzard despite the additional movement speed given over. Matching here by Virtual was everything to make sure that Cumberland could get initiative back in their favor.
So Lucas actually switched over to the Ashe now, just seeing what they can do. Admiral uses the Suzu to keep himself up just in time to teleport out of that. Not an insurmountable lead from Illinois State University right here. This will be a 6v or a 5v6 coming in with the Bob. Ginger can maybe find something cool with this.
Oh, almost a crazy combo there. Good distance gain. And this means big isolation onto cover for the remainder of the team. That's going to be yet another Suzu, and that's go time for Ginger Rayfield, but I think they only managed to hit cover in the midst of all of this. Still Virtual's the one to pop off, flinging kunai after kunai into the massive meat that Illinois State University was presenting, and it has to be a little bit of additional pressure on the objective now. Zinzel speculates around the outside. You can see that Nodi swapped over onto the Sombra.
Yeah, they got the Sombra out too, and Kuffa 99% towards this Rampage. As soon as that Suzu is out, it's go time for the tank.
Oh, the catch is there, but it's the stick indeed. It is over onto Lethal. It's been Suzu'd by Admiral on the other side. They knew what Zinzel was cooking. There's no recall to play with.
Leg day. Oh no.
Oh, somebody find out where Necra is.
Play of the game.
That's certified Gray A, USDA, pro-choice, Kirkland. That was C9. Like, oh my, that was a tough one to watch.
I was hoping we were getting the instant replay of a C9. Instead, this is Maimon's struggle against gravity. One of the fundamental forces of the universe. But could one Welsh boy make it past? The answer is no.
She has wings. Why can't she just get up there? But I mean, yeah, this was this was really Illinois State, I think, putting their foot down against Cumberland here at the very end. This was a brutal C9, brutal, because I think there's actually potentially a way that they get back into that if they win that fight. Because I mean, the Rampage was Suzu'd by, like, Kuffa's Rampage was Suzu'd, and they had all their health bars up. Yeah, it would have been a really tough fight to win, but at least you would have had the chance, except it's a C9 and a really, really brutal one at that. What a way to end the broadcast like that. Can you believe it?
Well, Illinois State continue with their path of excellence and make it to our grand final tomorrow. They're going to have to play 2 first to 4s in a row, which is going to be quite the that's going to be quite the achievement of stamina if it does happen.
Yeah.
So best of luck to them with that.
I mean, if there's a team that could do it, I feel like it's Illinois State. That's like the team that could do it. I mean, I think they've lost what? They've lost 2 games in each of the brackets. They've only lost 2 maps. That's it in the bracket so far. Only 2, and that's it. And
Wow.
that is a incredibly strong team that is making its way through both of these brackets. They will have two different opponents. It's going to be St. Clair, or it's going to be Fisher on the other side, where it's in the open bracket, Varsity for St. Clair, like we saw earlier. But yeah, this team, man, do they look strong, and again, trying to just lap up everything that they can, any trophy that they can find, any win that they can find in a grand final. That's what ISU's looking for.
ISU, they are just collecting trophies, and we'll have to figure out how Kuffer's feeling about how that match went down for our interview after this break. Welcome back to our post-game for game number 4. Today, we've just wrapped up our Varsity semifinals, ready to have St. Clair versus ISU in our grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great one as we can take a look at the replays that we have here between ISU and Cumberland. Maybe some names will change a little bit with how you were, expecting them towards the back end of these maps. But I think that, overall, ISU just looks really like a well-oiled machine, even in the face of a pretty, I would say, decent change. It wasn't like it didn't change the game completely, I think, with the patch that we had, but it still changes some things. Like we see a prominence of Echo, seeing a prominence of Sojourn coming back. So I think that ISU has always kind of been this team that's just so composed that they never feel even in the history of when they lose to Winthrop in a winners finals last year, and then they come back in and they just give them that salty run back. They never feel like they're worried. It feels like they always are on, and they can never really be forced off of their path.
I mean, the trophy cabinet from ISU is testament to their meta-proof capacity as a team, right? just over such a long period of time, ISU have consistently been able to provide excellence in all manner of competitive environments.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the other thing about this team is that we see them, like, it wasn't like they just played like the same meta the entire time. I think one of the things is that we saw them play a lot of different things, even in the series like we saw against Cumberland, and even in the series that we saw prior in the open side. Their ability to play a lot of those different things and be pretty much, meta agnostic, I think, is one of the things that really has always made this team very good.
Yeah, like, we expected excellence when we saw these names, and they most certainly delivered. Speaking of an absolute excellence merchant, let's drag in our interviewee as we have Kuffer on the line, ready to talk us through how that series went. Thank you so much for joining us, Kuffer. Oh, you're looking magnificent and scientific today.
That's me in the picture there.
Oh, looking good,
it's
man.
uncanny.
Looking good.
It's an uncanny resemblance. I might say you've never looked better, Kuffa.
Thank you. I'm trying a new look.
Yeah, I think it suits you. Speaking of new looks, we saw a couple of role swaps in map number 3. Do you want to clue us in on how the role selection for Runa Sapi went down?
Luke wanted to play soldier because he's a bit of a demon on soldier, and they knew about that, so they banned soldier.
So that was
so
okay. Okay, so then what, was the Roadhog was just like a throwaway ban, I imagine, or was there like some horrific thing that happened to someone in a ranked warm up that brought that on?
Nah, we just had no bans to use. Like we agreed on a Queen Mirror for map 3, so we're like, all right, we'll just ban Hog.
Okay.
No cheese swaps from them in case.
Okay, I like that. But walk me through a little bit about the day that you've had so far. You played the 2 series. The first one seemed a little bit closer earlier in the day in the open. We talked a little bit about WMAMON, and it seems that like in the history that I've watched you be on ISU and watched you as a player and like this team in general, it feels like there's never a way, like you guys never get worried, even when you like lose some of these series. And you are down sometimes, it never feels like you think you're out of it. What is like the mentality that you guys all have, being such a roster that has so much pedigree and that's been together so long? How does that mentality continue to go where you guys won everything last year? How do you continue to perform in such a way?
I don't know, we just show up on match day, like on the important games. Sometimes we lose winter finals and whatnot, but when it's like the actual important match, usually we just do our thing.
Okay, I like it.
Well, speaking of days, it's been very few days since the patch dropped, and we saw a significant nerf to Hazard with the spike block allowing crits. Do you think that's affected Hazard's viability at all? We had Iron on earlier, who thinks the character might be dead off the back of it, but you seem to be doing pretty well.
Nah, I think Hazard's fun. I think like the leap cooldown reduction is like pretty significant, because like when you B-hop on that character, it turns like the 5.5 second leap into like 4 seconds. So realistically, you can leap every 4 seconds. So I think it's still fine. I haven't really noticed the headshot thing as much.
Okay. So talking about you as like a tank player going into this, when you have a lot of this, I think one of the things that's great about you and watching you grow throughout the time that I've seen you play is that your hero pool has like expanded pretty significantly. Do you think that there's like a meta that ISU could really struggle at right now? Because I feel like whenever I watch ISU, they can pick up metas like instantly. Like it's very difficult for me to find a meta where I thought you guys would struggle at all in anything. Is that kind of just because you are so experienced, just as players, but also as a unit, and know how to trust each other?
Like a meta that would be weak in is probably like Diva meta, or like some off tank that I don't really play as much. But for the most part, like you can play different tanks, even if it's like even if Diva's super strong. So like we can kind of always work around that. So I mean, I don't think there's ever really like a time where we'll be weak. Just might be like Winthrop might be better, but not this time.
I was thinking about your strengths on match day as you brought up before. Do you have a personal MVP from your team for today?
Luke's him.
I'm inclined to agree.
That orb stuff from Wu Yang is so. It seems so obnoxious when he's just hitting people in midair with that thing too, and I'm like, yeah. I could never do that.
That was absolutely crazy. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Kaffa. Congratulations on the new look. You look fantastic, bud. Can't wait to see you on land with that. And best of luck tomorrow.
Cheers. Have a good one.
All right, that was Kaffa, big boy of tanks and of gorilla-esque looks on ISU, celebrating yet another victory. They've been stacking these wins, Kenobi.
Yeah. I mean, it's so funny that he's just like, yeah, we show up on game day. Because, I mean, there have been times where, like, I would watch not only this version of ISU, but, like, other iterations where, you'd lose, like... I remember in Contenders once, they lost in, like, a top 8, and they just didn't lose another map until the grand finals, where I think they lost one, and they just, like, saltied run back. Like, there's something in the water in Illinois, and with this Illinois State roster where they just always find a way to win when it matters the most. Like this is the most anti-choke team I think I've ever seen in collegiate.
Oh, anti-choke team. I like that. Like they rarely are making mistakes. Like when we saw them drop a map, I think it was down to some good Winthrop outplays, but down in our open rather than like mistakes being made. This is a team that is incredibly reliable in terms of how they call upon their skill sets and how they always know the exact right thing to do, being fairly meta-proof as well.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool that we have this program in ISU that has gone through so many. Like when we talk about collegiate in general, there's a lot of these programs that like have these arcs of like going up and down and like very, very much like St. Clair is a good example of this, where they started around this like 16 to 8 level and then have like started slowly climbing. But ISU, they made that like one jump when they got the American Tornado team, and then it feels like since then they've never really ever sniffed anything below a bottom 4, and it's with a bunch of different players. So I think it's really cool how this program has really been able to consistently be so successful. And we can take a look at the brackets on how they were able to consistently get to another grand final, actually 2 of them like that.
Yep, 2 grand finals, both of them featuring Illinois State University. The first one in our open is going to be up against Fisher Esports, who managed to get a 3-1 victory over St. Clair in our first matchup of the day after dropping Nepal in a Zarya versus Zarya.
Yeah, I'm slightly mad that the St. Clair didn't get the double. Could you imagine if we had a St. Clair versus Illinois State Grand Final twice in one day? That would have been cool. But for Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty, you're going to be taking it over tomorrow. It's good they're going to get a little bit of variety because it is the spice of life, as we do see Illinois State versus Fisher Esports going to be that grand final tomorrow, best of 4 or best of 7, first of 4. So that one's going to be great. But we can also look at Varsity that we just saw wrap up between these couple of teams that we saw the final 4. Who is going to get that championship? It's going to be Illinois State again, sitting pretty in that grand finals, but this time up against St. Clair.
Yeah, St. Clair seemingly yet to drop a map in their varsity bracket so far. Although I imagine tomorrow it might be an absolute banger between themselves and Illinois. Bellevue were rather summarily knocked off by St. Clair, and honestly, Illinois State, if they were watching that one, I wouldn't be surprised to see them do a couple of Zarya and Lucio bans, given how much value they're getting off the Wu Yang in particular.
Yeah, definitely get rid of those and then see if you can, force St. Clair onto something that's not the composition that they really want to play. Because I think that composition, the Zarya one that we saw from St. Clair, was working wonders. Didn't necessarily work up against Fisher because of the fact that I think there were some... we even heard it, I think, from Redx, where we don't necessarily have the way to match up against the long-range hit scan. And if long-range hit scan is back, as it seems like the patches brought it, there is a potential where ISU can just take both of these and sit with 2 championships in their belt.
All right, tomorrow is going to be a certified gigabanger, and I believe there's going to be a new set of viewer incentives as well. So you're going to want to make sure that you make like a boomerang and come right back to this channel after we throw you into the abyss at the end of this broadcast.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that you're back here, and I'm gonna vamp a little just to make sure that someone actually gets their drops, because someone in like 5 seconds will. It is gonna be really good tomorrow, I think, when you have ISU. And I think one of the things about ISU that I really like, we shouldn't take for granted this program in particular, because they are potentially one of the best things that's ever come out of collegiate. Their prediction to OWL as well in Overwatch OWCS has been phenomenal. I think that we should really continue to support these programs that give to Overwatch so heavily.
Well, I'm doing my part. Are you doing your part at home? If you are, make sure that you join us tomorrow for yet another day of Overwatch Collegiate action. We'll see you then.